last few hours. Of course, we did know, as Johnny said in the countdown, that or the rundown, that the 91 Herbert car's gone for sure. HRT in the 928's gone. Zach Speed have been in and out of the pitch. They've had a lot of gearbox issues on that car, and Onyx still brought that car in. It hasn't been out for quite some time, as well as the Porsche Cups we mentioned. Olga Harmsen with that problem in the 929, the 979 speed limit car as well. That's the white car, which came in with suspension damage and then as bits and pieces. It's not been their day, Speed Lover, with that 979 car so far, Nick?
No, I think they've certainly managed to take all the corners. Well, they haven't taken all the corners, and therefore they've taken most of the corners off the car, or have at least damaged them. But yeah, I mean, what we left it with was kind of a tactical wind down, stagger unwinding battle between the top five. Of course, but when you have so many code 60s, everyone gets back onto the same regime again, and some gain and some lose, which left us with Julian Andlauer from GPX Racing, who's actually in for fuel now, so he's about to lose the lead very temporarily. In fact, actually, he might just keep it, because the pit stop's around 3 minutes 40, 3 minutes 50, and he was 3 minutes 50 ahead. So Andlauer leads by 3.5 minutes, or sorry, 3.5 minutes from Mauro Engel, the HRT Bills. Then they're a minute ahead, and then so it's 20 seconds. So really, it's also split everything up. As out on the track, I think the 85 car had spun, which of course is the CP Racing cars. That Merc spun, looks like on his own. Hopefully, therefore, he'll be able to engage first gear and do control and get the car rolling again.
Yeah, that car, when we left, was leading GTE AM. However, that's now in the grasp of Car Collection Motorsport, with Herbert Racing 92nd further back, 34 from 93. CP and Charles Espinal has just lost third place as well to HRT Abu Dhabi Racing. That's the red number 5.
You can't beach over there, can you? None of the curbs that severe, are they, at Dubai?
In the last sector, possibly, maybe on the outside of 14.
I don't think he's selected reverse. So Charles gets the car. Oh,
it's a long way off the track.
It's a bit hard to tell when it's black wheels on a black surface. I think that's front left.
It's got more. It could be
right track, don't you?
Front right puncture, possibly.
No, possibly not. No.
That was coming through 16, mate. That was the last corner on the track. He's just rejoined, so maybe got a bit of a tank slapper coming up over the rise, 15 to 16. However,
yes. And by the way, we're looking at that third, fourth, and fifth rule in the pits as well. It's just to show how everyone has now got themselves back on the same strategy, because when you get that succession of code 6s, everyone gets the same point. So Mirko Bortolotti brought the Lamborghini in from third, Wolfgang Triller brought the 92 Herberth Porsche from fourth, and Frank Bird brought WRT Audi R8 from fifth. Mauro Engel from HRT Bilson is still going round, but I'm sure he'll be in the next couple of laps.
Right, well, here's how it stands at the front of the field in terms of who's doing what, with 4 laps where there were yellow flags out and 3 laps of full course purple. Julian Andlauer has completed 35 laps on this stint. Mauro Engel has completed 31. Bertolotti's done 35. That's respectively in the 36 Porsche, the 4 Mercedes and the 63 Huracan. As in under people power comes Car
ran out of steam.
34.
That car ran out of steam actually in the pit lane, so it may have actually run dry down the pit lane, it appeared to be.
979 Porsche, the boring white Porsche, is deciding to, now that it's had all the corners, it's gone back to the left rear, which is where it all started for that one. That was its first problem, I think, earlier on. Because of the slower pace, I don't think we're going to be anywhere near the 628 lap record of 2012.
Which was after 12, our first year here. It was our first year we came down.
Really?
A much straightened team. Yeah, you and myself, Jim, wasn't it?
Jim
first
Roller,
time?
yes. Jim Roller.
And
Trussers.
I don't know.
Did Trussers
Trussers, yeah. That may have been it. That was probably it. And Eve, of course. I think that was it. And she joined us in Dubai. It was nice of her. Yeah, so that I remember that because it was so many years ago that before the prevalence of free internet on phone, so it was far too expensive to turn your phone on in Dubai. It was like literally you need a bank loan. However, Jim had a different arrangement with his American carrier and could turn it on. However, he hadn't updated his maps, and as you know, the roads were changing so quickly in that way that we went the wrong way and went down a road way out of town towards an oil refinery, which was 16 miles to the next to turn around and come back. So we did a 32-mile round trip, all while we weren't exactly on time for a 7:30 start.
Yeah.
The panic was rising because none of the things on his whatever the online probably Google Maps it was, none of the Google Maps paid any resemblance to how the roads were that day.
But in fairness, the road system did change between the Thursday and the Saturday. Every day.
That is not apocryphal, that is true.
No, I mean, I heard Bradders, I think, talking earlier on, as the 280 Ginetta, by the way, is getting a bit of remedial work with the engine cover going back on the front of that car for the CWS team, and now they're going to, I think, ping that car into... Yeah, dollies are coming out, it's going in the garage. I heard Bradders talking about how the city had come out to meet the racetrack. That's absolutely true. And the at one stage, wasn't it something bizarre, like 22% of the world's cranes were in Dubai? Not in the UAE, in Dubai.
No, that was it, because of course prior to the 2008 crash they were building everything they could, and then of course when we came here in 2012, which was when things were just beginning to crawl back out of that dip, we had all the ghost buildings, buildings that were abandoned, and,
some of which are still around the track.
But the rule was, as long as you had one person there, they couldn't knock them down. So they've all got one, usually from the Indian subcontinent. So we've got one guy sitting there as a security guard, and that stops them having to be able to demolish them. But yeah, there's a lot of the buildings on the round turn 1, turn 2 of the Autodrome has never got finished, and now never will be finished because they've been open the elements for 11 years.
Yeah.
But there's been a lot of building around Motor City in the past 2 or 3 years. Really nice, posh stuff actually down there.
Yeah, very nice. There was a lovely hotel with a walkway into the track, wasn't there? Into what was going to be the Paddock Club. Matthew de Trey is going to get into the number 188 AC Motorsport Audi in a moment. Thanks to Ian down in the pit lane for passing that on. He's patrolling that area for us. Yeah, when we say, I mean, literally, there was a new junction pretty much every... I don't think I went to the track the same way any day. I'm not sure I even came back the same way any day.
Well, there was the back way, and there's a way through the town, and then there was the back way, and suddenly there were 2 back ways, and then the way through the town split in 2, and the 2 versions of that. The left-hand one was the bad one, and the right-hand one was the okay. It's, you know...
Because we were staying more in town in those days, weren't we? Rather than out in Festival City.
In fairness, because it makes me think, well, I noticed it's a travel log rather than a race commentary, but it's dark, and there's a lot, and realistically, we just wait.
But nothing's going to happen now for 3 hours till Johnny comes back. There's going to be no crashes.
Because we initially stayed near that mall which had the ice rink, so the ski slope.
Correct. Yeah.
With the penguins at the bottom.
That's right. Absolutely right.
It's quite good. It's quite introduction to, because you hear about Dubai, you think, yeah, whatever, and you go there, oh no, it's true, yeah, they have got everything. Anyway,
somebody was asking earlier on when again it was Bradders. And by the way, Axel Jeffrey took over the GPX Racing Porsche that came in out of the lead after a 35 lap stint by Julian Andler. So Maro Engel in the HRT Bilstein Merc should be in any second now in the yellow, or in the AMG, should I say, GT3. That car, the yellow and blue, lighter blue, we think, Nick and I, should be in any time soon. Grasser have been in and out. Mirko has got out of that car, and
Rolf Eiken's got in.
Rolf Eiken's got into that car. Benjamin Gorter has got into the WRT Audi. Benji with Stuart Hall at the track. Hello, Stuart. Good to know that you're still involved there, although not behind the wheel. He sent me a note earlier on today to say he was trackside. Strangely enough,
Benjamin is already. Well, Benjamin's already rated as a semi-pro.
Yeah, he's a very good young driver. This is his first go in the GT3 at the Dubai 24, though, isn't it?
Well, I thought he only started last year, like F4. I'm surprised he's got himself into semi-pro ranking already.
Didn't he do another Creventic race though? Didn't he do a Dubai 24 hours? Or am I?
No, he didn't Dubai last year.
Stewie, if you're listening, let me know. Stuart Hall, by the way, I was watching a bit of cricket this earlier on today before my shifts. It's both England and Australia both playing in tests, although not against each other quite yet. Ashes series later on this year. It reminded me that Stuart Hall is a very, very handy fast bowler. And I mean, very handy indeed, trading with Northamptonshire. And the thought of, we used to play a number of charity cricket matches, and we always used to make the drivers play cricket in their race suits. And I do remember Stuart Hall tearing in to bowl fast in a Gulf Racing overalls. Scary enough sight when he's in his cricket whites, but with the Gulf Racing overalls, very impressive. Here comes the 188 to be taken over by Mathieu Detré. And so getting out of that car, we get a chance to chat with Sebastian Morales, who brought the car in. Mathieu installed. That's second as it came in from TCR. Should hold on to that position as well, because the Autoraman number 112, Miklas Bourne, is it far enough back? Well, they've got to go and take fuel.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
I think he'll just get past, but obviously it's not a real pass, because obviously he has to get fuel as well. Yeah, Mauer Engel in the second place HRT Bilstein car, still going well. An hour and 27 he's been running his stint, and he's been running a good 10-15 minutes longer, 10 minutes longer than Axel Jeffries and GPX Racing. There is an elephant in the room for GPX Racing, and that's they have down with their AM driver. It's Fred Fatien, and Fred is not the quickest of the AM drivers. And theoretically has to do 2 hours. But I also noticed they have Alan Therte in their team, who actually won this event before, I think as part of the WRT team, I think, in 16. And he's also rated AM, so they actually don't need to use Fred, they don't want to.
And as Fred, what number car is that, did you say?
That's our leader, 36. GPX Racing.
Well, we've had Jeffries and Lauer, Jeffries. So they're the only two drivers, I reckon, that's been in that car.
Has Matthew Jamin not been here yet?
No, he started it, yes. Sorry, I'm missing a bit of data from right at the beginning of the race. So I've just waited 2 seconds of your time.
They've run pros and semi-pros. They haven't run any of the rounds. But I suppose you hold off a bit with your rounds, because if you suddenly see an accident with a massive barrier repair, then you get them in, don't you? Because you can get 35-40 minutes of code 60. Because as we've often said, you and I are just as quick as Jeroen Bleekeman under code 60. Probably wouldn't be. We're very, very close.
Here comes the Bilstein car in for its pit stop, and Josh Barrett. He's given me some hope that I'm not going completely gaga. He said Benji Gotha did do the 2019 Barcelona 24 hours, but it was in a GT3 Porsche, and he finished third. I knew he'd been at Barcelona. The 2019 Barcelona race was outstanding. It was my race of the year for 2019. There was barely a minute on track between, in fact there wasn't a minute on track between first and second for the whole race. If you get a chance to go and look at it, it's brilliant. And Benji was in the Porsche that finished third in that race. Thanks, Josh. Right. I knew I wasn't going bonkers. At RSL_studio, by the way.
It's very useful to have a resource of several thousand people waiting to remind our brains of what we meant to say in the first place.
That's why we call it the collective, and that is collective wisdom. Collective wisdom and knowledge. It's forget the Borg. This is much better than the Borg.
Really,
we use it for good.
About to mention the Borg. I was about to mention the Borg as well. How bad are we?
You've been assimilated, mate. That's
absolutely.
We're using that force for good. Don't go to the dark side. Keep, stay in the light. That's very good. Been a great effort so far, as we still have over 16 and a half hours to go, coming up to, it's 22 and 51 seconds. Damn, I was a bit late on that. Coming up to 10 in Dubai. Brilliant effort by the Hankook 24-hour series, Creventic, and of course everybody who's made this happen, including the partners, FX Primus Paul Award this year, and they've got their banners I noticed around turn 1. Bugatti Shoes are at turn 6. They've been, I think it's the second year now at least of their partnership with Hankook 24 Hours. That's Tim Muller's company. Good to see Gullwing Race Insurance, and anybody who gets into a race car without asking the important question of what if, really, that's Renger von der Zander's company actually, so he knows what he's doing. As into the pits comes another one of the Porsche Cup class cars. So was that the number 911 that came in?
Yeah, 991.
991.
That's in the pits. That's the Baz Cooten car. I thought it was green rather than orange.
No, it is the 99. Ah, right, yes. No, that wasn't
it must be. They're the two showing in the pits. Only one showing in the pits. You've got Nick.
Okay. Maybe
yeah. Yeah,
go on.
It must be. Or let's say it is. Who's going to contradict us now, John?
Everybody.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Right, so wait a minute. Just let me run through who's where, doing what to whom. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. All right, I'll buy that for $1.
Excellent.
Also, helping make this race work, sport21.com, helping drivers to find the opportunity to achieve their goals.
Which is whose company?
That's GM Littman's.
There we go.
Putting his money where his race is. Yeah, absolutely, but that's all right. I like this. And to be fair, you've got to say to Creventic, well done to them for providing the opportunity for these people to come and do their racing and promote their companies as well. All companies, those I would say, that were important, like Control, the new race-winning telemetry partner as well. Right, 2 sets of lights out in the distance, heading down the middle part of the back straight and down into turn 10. That's the 92 and the 31, I think. 92 being 5th place Herbert and 31 being WRT. 3 seconds between them when they cross the line. And the 31 WRT just about staying ahead at the moment. The next set of headlights behind is a lap car and then the Porsche closing them down. And in amongst that lot somewhere, it must be the other Herbert car. I don't think that's too far ahead of them, the 93 car. Lost a few laps. It's got Stefan Godig behind the wheel, sitting in 11th and 4th in GTM as that battle for 3rd and 4th continues.
I don't think he's lost laps. I think it's just, that's the pace of the car and that gradual drift off in 7 hours. It is the more AM of the two cars. So you look at the 91 which isn't taking part anymore. That had a kind of a stellar AM outline. This is more of a the collection of drivers they put together several times at Herbert, which are much more on the gentleman's side. One thing we have discovered, of course, John, which we haven't mentioned, is we found a new penalty, haven't we?
Oh,
we
yes.
Found a new penalty.
Oh, I do like a new penalty.
Because I read this, and I was going to mention that you read this, you mentioned to me, because we both loved this, but two cars, car number 1, which is one of the Autorama cars, and 280, which is of course one of the Ginettas, has both fallen foul of this brilliant one of using high beam headlights in the pit lane.
I love that.
Which you get a 10-second penalty. Brilliant. But, they don't have a go with people who flash a million times out on the track. But if you actually put the high beam headlights and slightly dazzle a marshal, that's it. 10 seconds, off you go.
No, I think that's actually a very good idea. If I'm being honest.
Oh, I've just found another great penalty as well.
What is it?
8:15. A car was given a 10-second time penalty for not serving a time penalty within 2 hours.
Excellent.
It was the 91 car which he retired. So if you remember, the Herbert car got a 10-second penalty for the accident that took it out of the race, but it hadn't served that, so now it's got another 10 seconds. So it has a 20-second penalty for a race it's not running in.
I know we've answered this before, but Corey Marvin asking a question that we'll come to in a moment, because we've got a bit of traffic coming down to turn 14. and which is being led by the number 92, so still the 5th and 4th place car. Did 92 get past in that little schmozzle there? Did it get past the... No, actually what he's got now... it didn't get past the WRC. That Herbert, by the way, has been driven by Klaus Bachler, that 92, and it's Benji Gorter, as we reported, in the WR2. And a little bit further back down the track is Matteo Caroli for Dynamic Motorsport, who I think has dropped off the lead lap now. Yes, he... Oh, no, he has. Yes, he has. And he's about to drop off a second lap because the leader is about 3 cars behind him. So the Dynamic car going through turn 2, leader number 36, GPX Racing, in turn 1. 131 is in the penalty box, and Nick and I will compete to find when he got the penalty. Exceeding the speed limit during a code 60, 14-second time penalty, which is what he's just...
14, okay.
Yes. Well, that is...
a long way down that one.
Well, but that just depends. Don't forget, that is directly related to how much you were over.
Hang on. The 10-second penalty for using a high beam in the pit lane for car 1 has been cancelled.
Oh. He's just got really badly adjusted headlights.
But then 7 minutes later, the car 1 got a pit stop infringement penalty for 10 seconds. So they're still doing it.
Let me go back to Corey Marvin, asking about the bars on the side of the leaderboard on the TV feed. They represent the 3 sectors of the track, Corey. So sector 1 runs from the start line to in between 7 and 8, which is just before that long parabolic corner that goes on at the back straight. Sector 2, the middle sector, goes from there all the way down the back straight, round the slow turn 10, up to the top of the hill in front of the Park Inn. That's turn 12, and then just out of turn 12, almost exactly on the brow of the hill where it gets really, really light, that's where turn 2 ends, and then turn 3, obviously from there, back to the finishing line.
And if you look at car 12 actually has set a fastest sector this time. Sorry, position 12, car 88, so that's green on its first sector, so that tells you
it's a personal best.
Personal car best, and they've got a purple, it'll be the best of anyone in the race. And that's obviously for the 2 separate races, because when you have orange now, it's the GT field. You'll have a blue bar, which is the TCE field, these are 2 separate races taking place at the same time.
And Milan Donci, by the way, just set that car collection number 88's fastest lap of the race last time around with a 2:01.135. So, 7.5 hours exactly into the race, and that car has still got plenty of pace out there. Ian McCarthy tweets at RSL_studio, high beam penalty, an excellent idea. Easy to forget how rapidly things happen in pit lane, especially for those on foot and even at pit lane speed limit. Totally agree with you.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Don't forget,
there's always a chance of getting run over.
When I first went,
where was that? That was Sterling.
It was 1989. When I first went to Le Mans in '89, there was no pit lane speed limit as such, and because it was still, to all intents and purposes, a fuel formula, you came into the pits as fast as you could and cut the engine and coasted in. And there was. You didn't even have to wear long trousers in the pits then, so it was a t-shirt and shorts on those lovely warm French nights. Do you remember when you could just travel to places, Nick, and just on a whim and go to a restaurant? Yeah.
What's this again?
Yes, I know. And Jeff Bloxham, famed motorsport photographer and the person on which the Scalextrics photographer figure is based, which is so cool, said to me the first time I went to Le Mans in '89, he said, never ever walk with your back to the cars in the wrong pit lane. There wasn't really room to get on the pit wall in those days either, like there is now. And it was still the old pits, of course, as they were at the pit boxes, were exactly as they were in the movie Le Mans. And that was a piece. So what you would do is you would go to the end of the pit lane and start patrolling back up, so you were always facing the cars. And if you had to go back the other way, you would dodge through somebody's pit out the back into what was always a very smelly and awful gravel-lined walkway. I don't need to explain why that was the case, do I? but there weren't any lavatories in the pit lane in those days. Then walk back up the pit lane and then pop out at somebody else's pit. And that was Blocks that told me that, and he was absolutely right. I remember you could feel the heat of the cars going past you, the turbocharged cars going past you, because they were that close to you, but you couldn't hear them because they had, obviously, you had ear defenders on. Our radio mic in those days was something akin to an army radio set that either took 2 people to carry it, or if you had it yourself, you had to have the original one, had the batteries, which were 12-volt car batteries in parallel, in one of those little shopping trolleys that all ladies have. You know, the little tartan shopping trolleys with the wheels on? Yeah. And we had a big ribbon aerial on it that how we didn't slice through people's fuel rigs, I don't know. Different days. And that was only 1989, for goodness sake.
It's a lifetime away for many people, 31 years, 32 years.
Of course, I was only 6 when I was there.
Obviously, child labour, John.
It was. Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of the classes that we haven't mentioned. GTX, the Lamborghini Huracan, still holding sway there as another marker board hit. And we have a little bit of polystyrene snow running down from 15 to 16. 199 SE Motorsport Audi serving a penalty as well. That's a refuelling infringement. That's 10 seconds. Timed by a team member, by the way. GTX ARC Bratislava leading that in 18th position overall from Leipert Motorsport, who led that for a very long time, but now are some 3 minutes, in fact just over 4 minutes behind. So that's 7:07 from 7:10. ST Racing, John Miller behind the wheel of the BMW, number 438, 21st overall, leading GT4. Duo Racing, Dylan Pereira, who knows Porsches and knows this track very well, cut his teeth in Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East. Dylan in the Duo number 909 leads the 991 Cup clash by about 21 seconds from Ilya Melnikov, excuse me. And Harry Hilders is only another 90 seconds further back. And in the touring car categories, TCR still led by Autorama's 112, which I think I just saw coming at the pit lane. Yes, I did. And Niklas Born is out of that car. Benjamin Luchter is in second. And in fact, he's just gone through to take the lead. We've done 7 pit stops, as has the third place car is that AC Motorsport 188 that's done 10 pit stops, with Mathieu Detré behind the wheel and the pedals. And in TCX, Sully Racing are back at the top with their Cupra. Anders Lund in the 218 leads PK Car Sport and CWS Engineering. So those are your class leaders at just after 25 minutes to 11. And heading up towards midnight, that'll be one of those little staging points, Nick, won't it? You know, it's a fairly short run here to sunset, which was at 10 minutes to 6. And then there's midnight, then there's sunrise, which will be just after 7:05 in the morning, all these times local to Dubai. And then I suppose midday local time, you've got 3 hours then, you've already started back timing at that point, haven't you?
Yeah, well, I'm right. The race I was often started at 2. This feels an hour later this year.
You may be right.
I think it has moved around between 2 and 3. But yeah, I mean, I think it is an interesting situation where you get a very, very short run in the light at the start of the race, and then you're plunged into this massive period of 13.5 hours almost of darkness. And then you do actually get quite a nice run in the morning, you know, probably 6-7 hours of actually more than that of light to actually, you know, enjoy yourself as you cruise to obviously a class victory, hopefully. But yeah, I think it is very much about staging points, you know, getting through the first hour, getting to darkness, getting to midnight, getting to dawn. It's all about just seeing where we're at, and you know, whilst races have evolved a bit to, you know, getting close to 24-hour sprints, it was always the idea you get to dawn and then you see where you are and then you make your plan about attacking or defending.
Hello to Carol and Kevin Brink. Carol in overlooking Monterey Bay, California. Kevin out at Thermal. Heaven knows what the temperatures are like there even at this time of year, but they have got a racetrack near to where he's working, and he says cars are on track at Thermal as well as here. Hope you tuned in and listening, Kevin. Carol, Happy New Year both. Thank you for your kind thoughts.
It's hot.
I've been there, did some tyre testing at there's a fabulous sort of country club and test facility there. I did some tyre testing with Continental. In fact, actually, we made a programme about it on RSL, the anatomy of a tyre test and launch for the extreme contact, when they used active IMSA drivers to influence the decisions they were making for street tyres. It sounds bonkers, but they did do it. If you've not heard it, go on to our new look radio-show.co.uk and put in Continental tyre, and I'm absolutely certain that'll come up as one of the search results. Tim Gray will be doing that even as I speak to find out what the best search term is for that. But we had a great time.
And they listened to the drivers really, really carefully, and by far the grippiest tyre ever produced, unfortunately, only lasts 2 hours. Is that right?
Yeah, it was good fun. Very good fun out there, putting the tyres through their paces and finding out from the technicians as well as the drivers what goes into the design and development of a street tyre. I've got a feeling I was on my way. Yeah, that was. Tim will find it and tell me. I've got a feeling I was on my way to Fuji for a WEC event, and I went the wrong way, if you see what I mean.
Sounds like a terrible country music song. I was on my way to Fuji, yeah,
don't, just, no. But I remember having a very, first of all, I went to find Riverside on the way back because I was killing time getting back to the airport, and of course you can't, it's a car park, which I was very disappointed about. And I remember having a very bright yellow, continental shade of yellow Audi TT to drive out to the desert in.
What, Mark 1 or Mark 2?
Mark 2, but not a Mark 3. Yeah, Mark 2. Same shape that Eve had eventually.
So whilst we were having our little break, John, I actually went racing myself.
You were meant to be chilling out a bit.
No, I had the bug. I did a GT3 race at Detroit.
Why didn't you race at Dubai?
Because Dubai is not modelled on iRacing.
Right, okay.
But there I was, lining up
Detroit
on the grid.
Belle Isle.
Belle Isle, yeah.
Oh my goodness. What, the old version or the new version? Or the newer version?
New street version, yeah. I was lining up on the grid,
but the current version, or the one that we raced up until about 3 years ago?
Oh no, probably the 3 year ago version, I think.
Well, you've got the long, so you go through turn 1, so it's right, left, over the little bridge, and then a long run down to a hairpin, or was it a short run down to a 90-degree right?
It's a medium run down to a 90-degree right.
Yeah, okay.
After, that wasn't the point of the story, though.
Okay.
But the point, I was I think I've qualified about 8th.
Oh,
and
what are you driving?
Audi.
Okay.
R8. But towards the back of the grid, because he hadn't bothered to qualify, was a certain John de Geese.
The man behind Sports Car 365.
Exactly, yeah. So John de Geese.
Did you send him a message to him, why aren't you watching our coverage?
Well, I did send him a message saying, hi, how you doing? And he said, hi, how are you? And neither of us mentioned that we should probably be covering something to do with Dubai. But anyway, so we had a race, and I didn't win, but I was ahead of him. I ended up didn't do as well as I should have done, but still finished about 8th, I think.
Mr. de Geese tuned in, I'm sure, in Chicago. Congratulations on another good year and already cracking out the big stories for 2021. Seems like an age since we've seen you, and we've all been at the same place together, John. Wish you all the best, you and the family and the rest of the team. And indeed, we say that to all of our colleagues in the media and in racing around the world. Marvellous effort to get these cars on the grid here. Really worth a celebration. And we've had some cracking racing when we've been on anyway. It's all we can talk about, Nick. Whatever happened.
We've had great racing.
We've had great racing while we've been on. Second place at the moment in its class, the number 188, is that Audi, just having rejoined. And I think that's the black and purple version of the AC Motorsports Audis. They've been very loyal to Audi with that RS3 LMS DSG. Mathieu de Trey we put in that car. We were speculating earlier on, Nick, about the Simpson Motorsport car, which has got Sasha Kakan behind the wheel now. It is back out again. It had some odd steering issues potentially. It's the 138, isn't it?
Yeah, for another one, the people who haven't got the car they thought they were going to get because it got stuck in transit.
Yeah.
So they had to rent one.
No, that is the car. It just came late.
Ah, it came late. Okay.
Yeah, it's what I was told anyway. I mean, if I've misread that again, because I've been terrible with communications today. But Johnny Westbrook, who, among other things, apart from being just a hell of a good bloke, I know Johnny's tuned in, he prepares to a super high standard, among other things, Super 2000 touring cars, and has connections with quite a lot of cars that just make me drool, because that was still to me the ultimate iteration of touring cars. I'll get back to that in a moment. It's the 979 Speed Lover Porsche, which was brought in by Eric Ruiz, remember, a little while ago with a left rear suspension issue. Well, they're getting good at fixing left rear suspension issues now, and it looks like the almost pure white Porsche is about to go out again. Headlights on. And how do I start it up again? Oh yeah, that's right. And it needs a little bit of a push. Just looking after the clutch. And it's moving again. I dare say it'll dive into the fueling service. Yeah, so Johnny Westbrook has connections with many cars that frankly make me go weak at the knees. And he said the car that got shipped over Simpson that came late is the car that was the first customer RS3 that you and I were talking about earlier on, and that's when he must have heard it. James Kay, you remembered, ran it in TCR Middle East, and the same weekend they ran it in the Dubai 24, the Hankook Dubai 24. Now, what I don't know from that is whether that car is here and racing, or whether that car has got here but isn't now racing, and the silver one is the one that they've had to rent, as you seem to, your information seems to. But however, whichever way it is, the car that was sitting on the dais, on the little pedestal, and then raced in TCR Middle East and then the D24, is back in the paddock at Dubai.
Yeah, because there were apparently a couple of spare TCRs. Because do you remember the yellow Come To Me cars that were run by the Dutch team, which certainly ran at Portimao. The reason, and they were also running it. They also ran them in the World Championship. They had a couple of cars arrive, and then they had to scratch their engine because of lack of drivers and the situation. So those cars were there anyway.
Bad news for Joe Bradley and motorsport, former top motorsport photographer, now computing genius Gary Dodds. The top 10 new releases from Scale Extric for 2021 includes the JPS Lotus with full JPS branding on it.
It's bad news for their bank accounts anyway.
Very bad news for their bank accounts. Oh heavens. Kevin Poulton's just put that on the collective. Kevin, that's very naughty at this time of night. Heading up towards 11 o'clock. Hello to Bullet Sports Management. Just reminding us, Benji Gotha, 17 semi-pro because he raced a full season in the GT WCE World Challenge Europe. last year and did a number of endurance races, including the 24 Hour of Barcelona, which we did get. I'd forgotten the Abu Dhabi 12 Hours as well, the double six. His younger brother is racing as well, of course, Oliver. He's just 16 and he's doing F4.
Right.
The dynasty continues.
It does, doesn't it? Yes, and all under the expert tutelage of Stewie. So Stu Hall, who he's been completely with Royal Gerta, their father. He's been pretty much tied in with that team now. What, 10 years?
Got to be.
That 10, 11 years.
Has to be.
I do remember giving. Do you remember we gave Stewie a lift in the Audi to get from one side of the Nürburgring to another for a Le Mans series race, like 2008 when we were out there?
Almost certainly I don't.
Yes,
you say it happens, it did.
No, because we had the Olympics on the telly of the Audi.
That's right, we did.
Yeah,
we had
the same one we took. The same one we didn't take round the Nürburgring.
Never. The same one where we had to go back and get Haven's passport because he'd forgotten it. I seem to remember.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
That was an RS. Was that a V10 RS?
RS6.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, must have been. Yeah. Yes. The 10 version.
Just the 600 and whatever it was horsepower.
And a few tons.
With me behind the wheel.
We were 4 up when we were going round. Not going round, we were looking at the outside of the track.
Exactly right. Hello to Sarah Rigby, back home and watching the live stream. Obviously following Team Pro Sport Aston Martin. 401 car in second, Stefan Lemaire behind the wheel in that GT4 car. Got around about 2 minutes. Yeah, 2 minutes behind John Miller in the BMW on roughly the same fuel stops at the moment. Let me just check to see how far they are through their stints for Sarah. Well, the ST racing car. No, 31 and 33 stints, laps into the stints. So, very, very close indeed as far as their fuel is concerned. Come to you, says...
yeah, I thought, as I was saying come to me, I thought it sounded wrong.
No, but that was the sister team.
Yes.
Bruce Jones catching up on what's going on. He'll be with Johnny.
In many ways, I think come to me is a better name, but there we go.
So, look at what happens, you see. You get the sensible lads on. Slow and steady might well be the way to go here, Nick. Not throwing anything at the scenery.
I've never had myself described as a sensible one before. This is worrying. This is a new year, new us. But we've been going now best part 50 minutes, and it's been fantastic ordered racing. I saw a bit of a squirrely TCR, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. This is what I want, though. I want to see the performance levels playing out on the track, and I'm sure as well that the drivers want to get themselves into a rhythm. The glorious thing about racing in endurance, whether in scale, 1-to-1, or in the virtual world, is that you want to get into a rhythm, and you'll be setting yourself little challenges all the way through. Right, I've been told by my team manager I've got to do a 2 minutes flat, and I'll try and do a 2 minutes flat every time, whether or not there's traffic. That's the sort of thing we're talking about. There's a decent battle going on actually out in the darkness for first position between Top Car and AC. That's the 131 car that leads. Just talking about these guys a little while ago, and they are actually together at the braking area for turn 10. It is Benjamin Lerchter and Mathieu Dutré. Mathieu's just gradually been pulling him back, and he's got it side by side for a moment into turn 12. No real urgency shouldn't be here. Detroit goes around the right-hand side. He'll be on the wrong side for the kink at 13 and into 14, and in fact he doesn't try to go too wide there, but he's going to drive down on the brakes on the inside into 14. It's a nice manoeuvre that. Holds the car relatively tight through the middle of the corner. Dragged up to the back of that car and made a very, very clean pass. And AC with the black and purple Audi take the lead from top car, and the Cupra TCR DSG, same platform underneath, same engine of course as well, and that is a new leader as they cross the line in TCR. So we've had a bit of action as well.
I don't think top car were. No, I think that was a kind of a little like, well, I'll just worry you slightly in the hope you'll miss your braking point and go off. I don't think he was scrapping too hard. The basic ground speed of the 188 is probably looking like the previous lap was a second or a second and a half faster. So, there's no point having an argument with 16 hours to go. You may as well just let it go. It's always easier to follow than to lead, and you can probably, even though he's theoretically a second slower, by sitting on his bumper, he'll probably end up going quicker.
Yeah. And hopefully the leader will clear some of the traffic as well. Always difficult to judge your pace in the darkness. Not helpful that a couple of the marker boards have been blasted into tiny molecules, and I suspect that next time we get a full course purple that they'll be replaced. In the pit lane, the 208 just calling in for what looks to be a fairly standard stop, Nick.
Yeah, Steen's Longin in the PK Car Sport BMW M2 CS, 12th in TCE, but it's second in TCX. So up there with the podium in the TCX class being the catch-all for cars which aren't TCRs but are part of the TCE selection. And actually it's interesting because I don't know you heard, but Joe was saying that the reason that Seat Cupra TCR, the Sally Racing machine, is in TCX is because it's a brand new car, and they hadn't quite got it into regulations. They didn't want to run it into regulations because it was brand new. They decided they just put it into TCX to make it easier to run the thing.
Right.
So was currently winning.
Yes, pretty good. Matthias Groziak, sorry Matthias, has tweeted us and said, I know we're in the middle of a different race, but can you answer a question about the Hankook 24 Hours of Sebring in November this year? Do you know if it'll be raced in sections like Kota, or whether it'll be one run? I was told by, I think it was Ole, wasn't it, when we had him on Midweek Motorsport when it was announced, well maybe actually it was Ivo Breukers, but certainly somebody from Creventic when that one was announced, they said it was going to be the first contiguous 24 hours that they had done in the States. So I believe that it will be a straight through 24-hour race. That is certainly what they were aiming for, which is going to be a heck of a challenge. Back in the pits after just one out lap, the Audi RS3 LMS sequential, Ricky Coomber, the RKC ZRT number 111, just an installation lap and it's back in. 438 BMW ST Racing, that's John Miller who brought that in from the lead of its class. And also in the pit lane, Racetivity from 7th in GT3 Pro, Francois Perrodo, one of the nicest men you'll ever meet in a paddock, although there's a lot of very nice people in the Creventic paddock and endurance paddocks globally, to be fair.
They've had a bit of luck actually a second ago, John. The car 7, they've had an overtaking another car during code 60 penalty rescinded. They were supposed to have a minute stop, but they've had that rescinded. I'm happy on it. That 7 car's really not shone as I thought it would do.
Oh, the dynamic car, the Cairoli car.
Yeah, not the 7 car. I got the wrong car, haven't I?
Sorry, you meant the 83.
Up.
Yeah.
Anyway, good news for the 7 car.
Yes.
Good news for the 7 car. They've had a penalty rescinded. Not good news for the 83 car, who did have to be 7th in class and therefore not 7th at all.
Right.
Jeez.
Don't worry. Don't worry. It's late. It's nearly 11 o'clock at
The
night.
83 car, the Fonzie Perodo Race
Yeah.
40 car, as a team, I'm a little bit disappointed with where they've got to, with a very strong driver lineup and a good team, and they've obviously been very successful at many endurance races. They just seem to be, not really able to clip anything. They're 7th in class.
7 laps off the lead as well. They have been in the pits 10 times. It is one of those. It is one of those things. Leave it. Just let it lie now. It is one of those things as we head towards the end of another racing hour and an update in a wee moment or two, that you look sometimes at these teams and think, no, hang on, that's just not right. And one of the teams I thought might have been a bit further up the field as well was ARC Bratislava. Let's find out what's been going on with those guys. They're leading their GTX class in the 707 car, but they are down in 18th position. Is that good enough? Let's find out. Here's Ian.
I am indeed here with the team manager, Michaela Dorchikova, P1 in the class at the moment, and 18th outright. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're having a fantastic run so far.
Yes, so far so good. We are just 8 hours in the game, and this is an endurance race, so we've seen a lot of stuff happening at the track, but we are running so far very good, and it's really, really pleasing for us.
Eustace Yanusis got out of the car not long ago. He had a fabulous stint.
Yes, he did. So far, all the drivers are just driving amazing, and now we have the last driver in the car, and he's about to pit in a few minutes.
You have a father and son driver combination as well?
Yes, it's Miro Konopka, the owner of the team principal, who also established the team long time ago. And this is actually his 11th 24-hour race of Dubai, which is an amazing result. And Macho is his son, and it's really nice to have, kind of family team.
Michaela, let's talk about you for a moment. You're not only the team manager for ARC Bratislava, not only in the 24 Hours series, but also in the Asian Le Mans series as well.
Yeah, and that one is going to happen in more or less 3 weeks, and it's going to be also like our 5th or 6th appearance in the series, and endurance racing it is, simply.
A little bit frustrating because not many people may know that you are actually a professional driver yourself, competing in NASCAR Euro racing series as well. Also the Mazda MX-5 Cup in the colours of ARC Bratislava as well.
Yeah, actually, I am a driver. I started karting 8 years ago, I would say, and nowadays I focus on car driving, which is amazing, and I'm so happy that I can be with ARC as a team manager at such huge races as are the Creventic series or the Asian Le Mans series, or even the 24 Hours of Le Mans itself.
You're doing a fantastic job as team manager. That has been noted in the past. You've won some serious awards too.
Oh yeah, actually they had to rename the award in the Asian Le Mans series for me because it was called usually the Man of the Year, but you see that I'm a woman, so now it's called the Person of the Year.
But you must be itching to get behind the wheel yourself.
Sorry?
You must be anxious to get behind the wheel yourself.
Of course, it's, being a part of such a huge and amazing world as motorsport is. For me, it's an honor, I would say.
You're still young, there's plenty of time.
I am young, but we are getting old and older every year, and I still think that I have a lot in front of me.
Michaela, the car's running superbly at the moment. Who's driving?
Right now it's Zdeno Mikulaško, who is also a Slovak driver. I would say right now he's the fastest one of our crew, and he's doing super consistent lap times and saving fuel, so I'm very happy with his performance.
We saw you check the screen just a moment ago. You were in position 1 in the GTX class. I think you're still in that position, but we've still got more than half the race to go.
Yes, as I said, endurance racing is not about the current position. It's about making it till the end, and that clearly is our target. Of course, if we take it in the lead until the end, that would be awesome.
Michaela, you know the Emirates very well. How good is it to be back here in Dubai racing again to start the 2021 season?
Well, for me, actually, it's the first race in Dubai and first time in Emirates. You know that we're going to have the Saudi World Series in a few weeks, but that's going to be my first race here. And yeah, I was looking forward to this one so much because the racing in Emirates is on a different level, I would say, and you can clearly see it. You cannot see the fans, but still the atmosphere and the teams and the crews, everybody here is just enjoying the fact that we can be here and race here. So Creventic guys, very good job making this happen. And let's do the remaining 16 hours.
Well, the fans are watching on live in their thousands and they're wishing you all the best. Michaela Dorčíková, team manager for ARC Bratislava, best of luck for the remainder of the race.
Thank you very much. Keep watching. We're going to be here and we hope to make it till the end. Thank you.
So whilst that was going on, we've gone through another hour of racing, 15 hours and 56 to go, and just after, we're coming on to 5 minutes past 11, so a wee bit late, but let's do GT first. GPX Axel Jeffries leads by 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Another minute further back in third place is GRT Grasser. So GPX 36, HRT number 4 and Grasser number 63. Then it's another 54 seconds further back to WRT. Herberth have just pitted. Klaus Bachler coming to the end of his just over an hour long stint. That is their 10th pit stop. And so they've got about 7 minutes though on the leading GTM car, which stands 7th overall. And that now is Valentin Pierberg in the bright red number 5 HRT Abu Dhabi racing car. It's a Khalid Al-Kabazi machine. They're about 55 seconds ahead of CP Racing, who've got 1 minute and 25 on Car Collection Motorsport, making up the top 10. Herberth, that's another AM car. Stefan Gorig in the 93. As far as the other classes are concerned, Duo Racing in 14th overall. Dylan Pereira behind the wheel of that Porsche leads the 991 class. 3 cars together there on the timing screen, with the profile doors by Uber Racing. Ilya Melnikov is driving the 924 car. That's in for fuel at the moment and was about 1 minute and 10 behind the leader when it came in. So we'll have lost that spot because it was only 1 minute and 43 ahead of third, which is the NKPP Racing by Baz Kutin, one of the real stalwarts, as Duo are in fact, of the Creventic series. Beyond that and down into the 30s, oh, not quite actually, because we've got the BMW leading in GT4 category. My apologies. And that's the ST Racing, Nick Wittmer behind the wheel of that car in 24th, ahead of Stefan Lemarier for Aston. Let's go down beyond the top 30. You can see HRT have had problems. 979 Speed Lover car with a couple now of left rear suspension failure, and the GT, one of the GT favourites, Herberth Motorsport 91 car out. It is an official retirement. Team Sack Speed have had gearbox issues, and that lovely Viper, the bright red and white car, has not been seen for a long time. The 928 HRT performance car had a very bizarre accident at the first corner, and although we haven't had official confirmation, that car was very badly damaged and looks like it will not continue. 182 laps completed, and still a great battle at the front of the TCE field, and the TCR's holding sway there at the moment. First, second and third within a lap, 1 minute and 42 seconds actually, but just a couple of tenths of a second between AC Motorsport. Mathieu Dutré went through, 10 minutes ago on Benjamin Leuchter. So Audi for AC in the 188 black and purple car, ahead of the Top Car Sport 131 Cupra. But as Nick suggested, Benjamin has really hung on to the back of Mathieu, and they are lapping very nicely indeed. Third place is the Red Camel Jordan, the bright orange 101. William Mayer Lee driving that car at the moment, although that car is not in a pristine condition, has got some damage around that car. Autorama have had one or two little dramas, unusually for them. They're another 29 seconds further back, and QSR Racing with the Audi make up the top 5. The defending champions in 6th position with the number 1 car. As far as the TCX is concerned, well, you have to go down in the TCE category down to Sally Racing. So just behind AC Motorsport in 7th is the first of TCX car. That is a TCR, but that's a new car to the team, and Peter Orbel and the rest of Sally Racing team decided not to risk it in the TCR class, but they are leading TCX ahead of Bert Longin for PK Car Sport and the BMW M2 sitting in that 208 car, and CWS Colin White now behind the wheel of the better of the two Ginettas, better placed of the two Ginettas, down in 14th position, or if you prefer, that is in 39th overall. Fun M Motorsport keeps bouncing up and down that M240. John Corbett behind the wheel, and CWS with the 280 car. Well, they've had problems. Well, the 279 car didn't actually start. It wasn't meant to start. You'll notice that the drivers are the same in the 280 as the 279. They're migrated over. So that will be the last of the hourly updates in graphic form until breakfast time in the morning. But of course, we'll be going all the way through with the pictures here from Dubai. Nick Damon and John Hindorf with you, and ensuring that you're keeping up to date. Ian in the pit lane as well. Down towards the final corner, the car collection, number 34 Audi. They're running. Go on, Nick, sorry.
Running in 9th, obviously, am I agree?
And 4th in class, yeah. It's Stefan Gorig, I think, that's behind the wheel. Excuse me, it is Elmer Grimm behind the wheel at the moment.
Second in class.
Second in class. That's because the HRT Abu Dhabi racing car that I gave as the leader of class in that rundown has just pitted and had a long stop because they were in for fuel, of course. So now it is CP Racing back at the top of GT3. Yes.
So that hasn't been any too long. Charles Esmeralda, but Axel Jeffries and GPX Racing, the lead now is 4 minutes 32 seconds. They was actually pulled out about just shy of half a minute during this latest run. So in the 46 minutes that Herbert Hamp's been in the car. So, if you gain half a minute in 3/4 an hour, that's in your actual driving stint, which is 1.5 to 2 hours, you're going to gain yourself a minute. So they are still the fastest car. Rolf Eichen in 3rd. That's not really gaining particularly on Hoover either. Benjamin Go again. There's kind of a standing in. Apart from the leader slowly easing away, John, the rest are kind of keeping track, and it's just ebbing and flowing regarding particular lap by lap traffic. Matteo Caroli in 5th, so he's a 5th GT Pro, and he's basically 2/3 of a lap off, is a minute and a half off 4th place, and they're all on very similar strategies now.
Yeah, if we check where they are through the stints and give you a head up on who's in, Axel Jeffrey should be in next. He's had it.
He did now. That was impressive. That was. He actually, as you said, in next. He went in pit. Almost like it's almost like we normally do, where you're looking down, where I'm in the pit lane, I can see the tyres out, and then you go, oh, I can see him travelling down the road, the entry lane, past the Q8. It's not there anymore.
Axel, time to pit now, mate. Time to pit now. Pit this lap. Yeah, exactly. Hubert Haupt's got about another 7 laps. Rolf Eichen will be in 2. Benjamin Gorter 1 more. The dynamic Cairoli car anytime now, because he's the only one, I think, who's had a little bit of yellow flag in his stint. Yes, he is. Everybody else, because they got in when we were on, they've all had a clean green stint, mate.
That's it. You want to be with us to get it for clean green. I wonder why he runs so long. That explains it. But I think also what we are seeing, and as actually Matteo Caroli comes in as well, and Rolf Nykin comes in. Well, Nykin's come in a lap early, you said, hasn't he?
Yeah,
he had 2 laps.
That's a 29 lap stint for him. And Nykin started his stint at 15:15 the hour. So he's just short of an hour. Just short of an hour.
Is a full stint in the Porsche longer than the full stint in the other cars?
Well, no, because the GPX racing car has been doing 30 lap stints. The dynamic car's just done a 35, but there was, when I say yellows, I don't mean purples, I do mean yellows. So Mauro Calamia did a 30, a 16, but that was during the yellows, and 18, during the purples. Stefano Monaco did 29 in a full green flag stint. So 29 or 30 for the Porsches, but in fairness, that then is a very good lap by a very good stint, should I say, by Caroli, who got into that car at 2 minutes past 10 Dubai time. So he's been in there for an hour and 12 minutes at the minute. So he's already been out for an hour and 10-ish. So that's pretty impressive. Now whether he's driving to fuel numbers, I mean, that's what I was saying though, Nick. Maybe his stint, they've said, right, I want you to drive to a fuel number. So here's your fuel number, but I don't want you to go over a certain amount of time. And that is a real challenge, particularly in the dark. So a bit of lift and coast, but when you lift and coast, that means you're braking a little bit later because you're not coming up to the circuit. So you're completely changing the way you drive the car, where you brake, how you get back on the throttle, how you're getting through the middle of the corner. And very good drivers, and let's be honest, Matteo Caroli is a very good driver, but he might have found something in the region of 15, 16 miles more in that car, in that 1 hour stint.
Yeah. No, I remember speaking to J.M. Lippman, and J.M. said he one of his teammates taught him a lot about fuel saving. Actually, believe it or not, for a virtual race, which he managed to learn which he actually then managed to put into practice for the full-size racing. I was just thinking. It was Tom Dillman who taught him. Yeah. Sorry, I'm scratching around for my brain there. Tom gave him a big lesson prior to the first of the Creventic virtual races at Monza back in May, was that?
When we did it in the dark.
JM said one of the most useful things he'd ever had, because obviously that absolutely is exactly transferable to real racing. I was just checking to see if there'd been a short stint before that 35 to see if they'd been able to fill the tank full, but Mauro Calamia did a 30 lap stint before that. Now there may have been a residue of a bit more in it, and Mauro might have just come in because he felt like he'd done his hour. He did nearly spot on an hour. Oh no, he did an hour and 9 minutes as well. No, but there was some purple in that. That's why. So that was on. So there might have been a little bit more fuel in the tank. So they might have brought him in on time, and then Caroli might have had a bit of fuel left when they filled it up. So all right, he might have had a bit of extra go juice in the car. WRT, Benjamin Gotha, he's come in to the pits as well. I think he was actually a lap later than you thought he would be, so they are all there or thereabouts. This is sort of 29, 30 laps with the Audi. He's come in from third. I think he'll lose third. That's spot on an hour, mate. An hour and 1 minute if you want to beat pedantic. Because obviously he's come in last out of those third, fourth and fifth, which is himself, Rick Breukers, in the GRT Grassi, Matteo Caroli, as we talk about International Motorsport. They're on their out laps now, those two. Axel Jeffries has done an hour and 3 minutes on this run, so he must be due pretty soon. And as I think we said, Hubert is slightly out of sync with the others because he's got himself probably 10 to 12 minutes. And Hubert's done an awful lot of the running in that HRT Bilston car. And just because it's got his name on the door doesn't mean he has to do all the driving. Also into the pits and is Charles Espenlaub in the 85 CP racing car, the Kart Z GT3 and the Mercedes AMG. Interestingly, he's sharing with the normal suspects, which of course are Charles Putnam, Joe Foster, and Shane Lewis. Shane's been taken over recently, the American, for the longer races, when they of course they had been using Adam Christodoulou prior to that, but not this time. I thought I saw Adam on the list.
He's in GT4. Yeah, he's in GT4.
Yeah, I haven't seen his name on any timing screen so far.
I saw it when he went out earlier on. It was one out earlier stint, and I meant to mention that Adam Christodoulou's in the race, and something must have happened to take my attention. He's in the Dragon Racing 488 GT4 Mercedes with Dennis Remianco, John Hartshorn, and Ollie Hancock. He jumped in. He took the car over from John, actually. So that was the car that Ollie Hancock was driving, the 488, and at the moment that car is
27th place,
third in class, yeah, and about a minute and 50 seconds ahead of the Aviazor Grensport, Jose Pires in the BMW. Decent.
Adam, of course, got sorry. Adam just Adam got retained. He's an AMG Works driver for another couple of years.
Good.
So he's
very good.
Obviously started this by doing this.
Yeah, and has really made a name for himself, particularly at the Nürburgring. Very impressive indeed. It is a bit of a specialist. Did you see the video that Peter Kate put up? Where,
no, I didn't.
Right, so Peter Kate, who I've driven with before with Aston, Peter Kate is another Nürburgring specialist that brought Peter to mind. That'll make him giggle, but he is, there's no doubt about it. So Peter Kate's come up with an idea whilst we're all sitting around not doing very much. Take any racetrack in the world, your favourite racetrack in the world, and what you do is you oh, hang on, bit of hand waving going on. Oh, and then a bit of thumbs up. Okay, sorry, I didn't realise you were actually racing me for position. Take any racetrack in the world, preferably one you know quite well, and you play an onboard lap to the camera with no sound.
Right.
Okay? You're blindfolded and you have a dinner plate in your hand. It's called the dinner plate challenge. And you basically have to navigate around the onboard lap without being able to see or hear it. And it's better if you can commentate as well. And Peter said, I think it's a great idea. I think we'll while away some happy hours. So I'm going to kick things off with the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And he does a full lap of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and he even remembers where the traffic was and talks you round it. It is absolutely extraordinary. I have no clue. If you haven't seen it, go and search for. It was on Twitter. So if you look for Dinner Plate Challenge and Peter Kate, which I think Peter is Peter Kate Racer, if I remember rightly, and it is absolutely extraordinary. Yes, at Peter Kate Racer, and go and search it out, the Dinner Plate Challenge. It is absolutely extraordinary. Great idea, the Dinner Plate Challenge around a racetrack, and then he goes and does the Nürburgring. Well, no point in doing it now, is there? Because you just can't beat that.
Well, I thought what I'd do is Bristol Motor Speedway. 16 seconds. Left.
Yes, but still got to get the timing right.
Well, I reckon I can count to 16 accurate. I can't count to 7.5 minutes for Nürburgring, that's for sure. Something has snuck under our radar, I'm afraid, John, and that is the 92 Herbert Motorsport Pro car, which led for a while at the start, which was brought in the pits by Klaus Bachler. That's still in the pits after 23 minutes. So it'd be great to find out what the problem there is, but even more bad luck for Herbert. A second long, well, one car's out, and now a long stop for the 92.
Right, okie-dokie. That's Nick Damon. I'm John Hindorf, just after 20 past 11 in Dubai. And Ian is down in the pit lane. Good evening again, Ian. Temperature dropping
John.
just a wee bit now, but still looks plenty nice. Who are you with?
I'm with Charles Espenlaub, who's just got out of the All-American Mercedes. He's dripping with sweat. The temperature has dropped us down to about 12 or 13 degrees Celsius, but still very warm behind the car. Charles, you had a good run. It's in position 6. How's it going out there?
You know, so far so good. The CP Racing guys are doing an awesome job right here in the pits. Every time they're spot on, boop, get the car out. You know, and we're just trying to turn laps, do our thing. You know, it's endurance racing, as you know, so it's nice that it's getting a little cooler. It's still pretty warm in the car, though.
Charles, you told us that the Mercedes is absolutely magnificent to drive. You say it's so easy to drive, relatively speaking, for a race car. No problem so far?
No, not at all. The car's been running flawlessly. No problems. Everything looks to be on schedule for the brake change and everything. And, you know, it is I told you before, it's like driving the Batmobile. You know, I feel like Batman when I'm out there. And it's a pleasure to drive. It makes all the right noises and does all the right things.
Charles, it's always great to see you smiling. We know you love these endurance races. A little bit different this year, but when you're out behind the wheel, no different at all.
No, not at all. Obviously, the competition's very stiff out there. A little bit with the mask and stuff. We are so happy to be here and to be able to come and race and come visit Dubai. It's actually one of my favorite destinations. We got a little bit of a chance to go look around a little bit, but you know, it's a different world. Hopefully it gets better during the year, but we are very happy to be here racing.
Charles, I didn't quite see who got behind the wheel of the car now.
Charlie Putman.
Any instructions for him?
Nope, he knows what to do. He's a seasoned expert, so he's like good to go.
Charles, still more than half the race to go.
Yeah, it's amazing, right? And then when the sun comes up, we still got 8 hours to go. So it's like, oh, but he'll get me something to eat, take a little bit of a nap, call the wife, say hello, and we'll be ready to go again in a couple hours.
All the way from the USA, Charles Espenlaub. Best of luck for the remainder of the race. Thank you.
Thank you.
CP Racing, of course, the stalwarts of the championship, and you can't really tell Charles Putnam what to do because it's his name over the door. So, yeah, just sit Charlie off and hope for the best. Their main competition in the AM class, just trying to see where they've dropped down slightly, then it's now actually is the remaining unhindered Herbert machine, the 93 with Stefan Gorig in the lead. He's now got a lead of about a minute. However, it's really difficult when we wait for the stagger to unwind after these pit stops and fuel stops. But I think that's probably probably the closest battle on the track, apart from, of course, that TCR battle. But still, oh, hang on a second, Mathieu Detroit has pulled out a whole 3/4 of a second now.
How dare he?
On Benjamin Luckner. I am absolutely certain, and I'll tell you what, I think Benjamin's done exactly the right thing, especially in the dark. The guy's obviously a tiny bit quicker. Let him through, hang on his coattails.
Yeah. That Herbert car, by the way, that's leading, or is in third place in GT, that's due in the pits anytime soon. That was a 37-lap stint for the 85 car, Charles Espenlaub. So he's done his time, absolutely, has he?
Do we know if they've taken the advantage route? Is it actually available to them this time? I don't think they have, but there has been a route they've taken before, which is the super amateur, where you have to hit a reference time, but you are allowed a complete full slurp of fuel, a whole 120 litres, and you lose some weight by doing that. Just makes the car more drivable.
Can I do that and lose some weight? That'd be great.
Well, yeah, I think it'd be great for all of us. Yeah, I'm taking the diet advantage.
Yes.
And I just lose some weight.
Hibbert Houts, I'm expecting, if he hasn't been in, whilst I was looking the other way, to be in from second in the HRT Bilstein AMG. And has he come in? No, he hasn't. Where is the number 4 car on the circuit at the moment? Answer on the middle of the back straight.
Great for it. Safe there.
Yeah. Well, he's moving. That's a good thing. He has got just ahead of them a couple of. Well, he's got a GTX car in the 707. That's the leader, the ERC Bratislava car. And between him and that is the number 452, the Team Aviasor Glensport, Jose Perez BMW, the red and white car. So he'll be coming up on them fairly shortly. Not too far away behind them is the car you can hear in the background, which is the number 7, the Dynamic Motorsport car.
So, John, you've got the tracker.
Yes.
We missed I think we missed Axel Jeffries coming in. He stayed in the car, but I think he's made a stop, hasn't he?
Standby caller. He came in a couple of laps ago, yeah.
Yeah, but he stayed on board, so he's going to run a short stint now, because he came in, after about an hour and 7.
No, he came in spot on an hour. Spot on an hour,
right.
30 laps. Spot on an hour. Went out at 10 past, came in at 11 past, but the time in the pit lane... Well, you see, the time in the pit lane doesn't count there, but if he stays in, it does.
Right, he's on an hour and 13 in the stint now, so he's got 46 minutes or so to go.
Correct, exactly right. Slightly different from the IMSA rules, because if you come in here and get out of the car, you don't get charged for time in the pit lane, and because of the long fuel throw, so you don't get charged that. Whereas in IMSA, it's all the time from pit in to pit out. And people have fallen foul of that this year. I went and filled my water glass up and then I forgot to bring it back to the booth. I am a fool. Into the pits for the number 88. And that is the car collection car. It's 35 laps then. It'll be 36 when they cross the line for Milan Donci. And the whole of the rear end is being replaced on the number 451 three-wide technology BMW.
Has been replaced, John. They've done that. They've done that, and it's now back out again after a stop of just shy of 3 hours.
Well, that's very well. They've been busy, those mechanics, because they had an F4 to fix up as well early in the weekend. They were one of the teams doing double duty this weekend in the, I thought, very impressive UAE Formula 4, presented by the FIA and powered by Abarth. Can't complain about the power unit, Nick. You know that one very well.
Well, absolutely. Also, I was watching the second race, and I noticed that Enzo Trulli was in the lead, having got pole, but then had a train of cars behind him. I thought, wow, like father, like son.
He's actually very good. I was very impressed by him. 101 Cupra in the pit lane for a new set of Hankooks. And that car, third position in the TCE category. And it was Willem Meyer who brought that car in. Now, a few people have been asking about stints in the other classes. Round about 32 laps in the Porsches, so not quite as long as they used to go. A bit of damage on the right hand side of the 101 that's been there for a wee while, but it's going to be repaired whilst they're in the pit lane, I'm being told. As many as 38, that was 38 laps from Willem. Got in just before 10 o'clock local time, so he's been in there an hour and a half. Well, he can do 2 hours, remember, doesn't matter what category of car. And that was pretty much a full green run, to be honest, for that TCR. So that means that the next TCR to come in from the leading group should be AC Motorsport, who are leading. They've got about another 8 laps to go. Top Car's got about 12 or 13 laps to go in second place, if that's their fuel run. See, green flag racing, and we get the... I like to sort of know the rhythm of the race, even if it's only in my own head, Nick, because then if somebody comes in and I've just been looking at that, and let's say the AC Motorsport car dives in, I go, well, that's a bit early.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes it a lot easier to kind of really find where people are, because with fuel stops taking so long, in relative terms, effectively almost 2 laps of running time, you keep in the back of your mind, you go, hang on, if car X is actually half a stop away, then it's not really a minute behind, it's 30 seconds ahead. So that's when but the longer the run goes, the more obvious that all comes. And talking about that, from second place, Hubert Haupt from the HRT Bilston's come in.
I'm happy with that.
And he is, will he pop back out again? There's a reasonable chance he'll stay in second because Rick Breukers was 4 minutes 46 seconds behind him last time they crossed the line at racing speed. So it looks like Hubert now has a solid second, but of course he will then drop back to being the best part of nearly 5 minutes behind Axel Jeffries, which is just showing how GPX Racing are just easing away from the field again.
That was a 31 lap stint, or an hour and 5 minutes for Hubert Haupt, and his best in that was just on 2 minutes and 5 seconds. His average around about 2 minutes 2, not too bad. And I'm hearing from our junior single seater correspondent.
Oh yes,
Tim Gray.
I think I know who you mean.
3Y Technology. We were talking about the 451 BMW. They've just announced that they're going to be doing the full Asian F3 Championship this year, and that'll be starting next weekend at Yas Marina, which is of course where some of these teams are off to for the 6 hours, the Hankook 6 hours at Yas Marina.
Busy programme there because they've got the F4s as well, haven't they? So there's going to be a lot of track action next weekend.
F4, stacks of it. F4, F3 and a 6 hour sports car race. Very good indeed.
Vortex receiving more attention in the pits. It looks like they had a little bit of a scuffage on the front left, and they're just having a check.
Oh, scuffage! Is that the first time you've mentioned that?
It is, because I have to get the shot for saying scuffage, whereas I can find my own eyesight normally to look at some scuffage. Certainly having a good examine that front left. They do it doesn't look like they're doing an actual disc change, but I think they have taken the caliper off. So perhaps they're just trying to work out whether they've got a slight looseness at some part of the front left suspension, but they've taken the time to do a driver change. All this has been done on the apron, so less people involved. Someone's lost it.
That's the 979 speed lover, turn 14. There is a GT3 arm with BOP advantage.
Yeah.
However,
not 85, is it?
And I'm indebted to a number of people, but particularly to Josh Barrett, who was fastest finger first. And basically, if you are going to do the BOP advantage, no pro driver allowed, one semi-pro and two minimum of 2 AMs. So no pro driver at all in GT3 AM advantage, whereas in GT3 AM you can have 1 pro, any amount of semi-pros, but a minimum of 2 AMs, and in the other classes, maximum of 2 pros, 3 on the semi-pros again, and a minimum of 1 AM. So even in the pro class, as you said, Nick, you've got to have a minimum. There is a 991 AM class as well, but I don't think we've got anybody in that.
So just to tell you, the 85 car does match that with its drivers.
Yes, it does. Yes, sorry.
And Charles Esmeralda is semi-pro, so they could do it if they wanted to.
I'd rather hit the lead there. Yes, that was the whole point of what we were talking about.
Sorry.
Thank you. No, thank you. Very good. Very, very good. Herbert in after 36 laps of circulation. And if you prefer, that's nearly an hour and 20 minutes for Stefan Gurig. Stefan will admit to not necessarily being the fastest driver out there. He's best at 2:02, and he's averaged just around the 2:05. And Antares Au will get into that car, and they came in from 3rd. But I think they'll lose that position now to Charles Putnam, who's been out there a few laps and he'll be up to speed, won't he? So expect to see the 85. Yeah, 85 will go back through as Herbert with Au at the wheel are taking on fuel at the moment. Also in the McLaren, talked about that car for a while. Joe Osborne brought that car in. Joe Osborne's been in that car every time I've mentioned it. He must be on the same rotation as we are, Nick.
Yeah, unfortunately, because when we weren't here, they managed to break it. They had a suspension fail on the rear right during Johnny and Joe's watch as such, but they also had a minor off about an hour earlier, so they were all in the wars. But now we've got Joe back in the car, us back in the booth, and it's just turning laps, which is how it should be. The TCR battle, I think, has stretched out to a whole second now.
Hardly worth talking about. I've just gone back to the Jawsbone car. Oh, somebody off right in front of the GRT Grasser Lamborghini at turn 10. Very long at turn 10. Don't forget the Jawsbone car was the car that had the accident and had to come into the pits for some remedial action.
Oh yes, for the bodywork for taking off the tyre. It's been much worse since then, unfortunately. Well, actually, interesting on the same corner though. Actually, I mean, it was the other side that went, wasn't it? Yeah. So they had a. But yeah, so they've had been a bit of war to the rear. They've replaced that wishbone with spare parts McCarley should have been using, because this was the car which went to Bahrain last week. The car they wanted only arrived, I think, very late yesterday or early this morning. But of course, it's already set up, and they just took the wishbone parts off it and transferred them across.
And I have ascertained that what I'm now going to call the James K RS3 is sitting in the back of the garage. I have photographic evidence in the back of the paddock. That is not the all silver car that has been used. That is a rental. The Simpson car, which was all branded up and stickered up, and in actually very nice, sort of almost a little bit of a retro Audi Sport lozenges on the side of it. You know, the multicoloured Audi Sport.
Yeah.
The old Quattro days. Well, that's how the car was sent, at least. We believe it got there yesterday evening, but they'd already rented another car by then. Hello to Victor Ellis at RSL_studio. He said your 75 minutes of commentary has got me through a 10k on a beautiful blue day in the ATL. That looks very nice.
Quite nice, not bad. 10k, 75 minutes. It's a good pace for a quick jog. I must admit, your prototype panel got me through a couple of 5ks actually a week ago. So
yeah. Atlanta looks beautiful today. Looks absolutely beautiful today.
Car Collection Motorsport have come in from the lead of GT Am, and Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff has got into the car and he's already on his outlap, and they have only, I think, dropped as far as second behind Nico Bastian and the HRT Abu Dhabi racing car, number 5 machine that probably is the net lead. He's only half an hour into his stint, so it looks like it is the 5 who's got the net lead of Am from Car Collection Motorsport, within third place. We possibly might get past, which is Charles Putnam CP Racing. We have to wait for a long time for these staggers to unwind because of the fueling and everything else.
It's Nick Damon, along with me, John Hindorf. 20 minutes to tomorrow. 20 minutes to midnight.
That sounds like a terrible Bond film title.
3 days after yesterday.
Yes.
Is that... No. At RSL_studio, please. We were talking earlier on, and a fantastic set of satellite pictures posted by Alan Prosser, and just showing how civilization, or at least habitation, has moved closer and closer to the circuit here at the Dubai Autodrome in Motor City, which was meant to have a motorsport theme park as well as a Formula 1 Grand Prix. We were talking about, Joe was talking about them losing out effectively to Abu Dhabi and Bahrain. They maintain, if you go back long enough, that they had a deal in the Bernard Charles Ecclestone, and in fact the remnants, at least the start of the theme park, are on the overpass, or you can see it from the overpass on the way into Motor City when we come to the track.
Did that never open then?
I don't think so.
It's got that big roller coaster and the massive BMX bike and everything else.
And the Formula 1 car,
Yeah, the kind of the saga of what really happened here and contracts, and there was an issue for a while, and I think that this is one of the political things that came. That Bahrain got a veto on other Middle Eastern tracks being allowed.
Bahrain, not Abu Dhabi.
No, Bahrain, because Bahrain came before Abu Dhabi.
Right.
So Bahrain got a veto. That was then negotiated away for Abu Dhabi, but in between, Dubai had lost out, and we'd had the financial crash, and they weren't feeling quite so happy, and they were under new management, and they had that kind of, there's been a few management changes at the Dubai Autodrome. Stability kind of hit about 5 years ago, is when they put the final process in. When did we come and they changed all the networking? Was that 5 years ago or 4 years ago? When they actually finally got themselves
responsible adult for that.
Yeah, but that was quite significant because they've been lurching from I think disaster's too strong, but lurching from problem to problem, and they've got themselves effectively as the organisation sorted out, and did a number of things that made it easier to work there. And from that point, I'm maybe in a position to bid for higher profile races. But of course, at that time, the track was then 12 years old and was passé. I'd love to know whether they had any conversations during last season to see if they could get a racing. It's still Grade 1, still absolutely fine to run F1 here, which is a little bit worrying having seen what happened in Turn 1. But yeah, it's still Grade 1.
Wow. A number of people saying, yeah, I wonder when the circuit's new neighbours start to complain about the noise. And the fact the circuit was there first, Kevin, as Sven points out, I don't think makes a blind bit of difference. There was some talk some time ago, I won't say who I was talking to about this, about the circuit being moved further out of town because of that very situation. And that there was a parcel of land that had been put aside. But then the whole of the area around the Dubai Autodrome is Motor City and Sports City. And there has just, in the last, 3 or 4 years now, Nick, been a little bit more take-up of car showrooms, bike retailers, tuning outlets, motor racing teams. The karting circuit has really developed itself on the world stage and had the world champs, I think, not so very long ago. So I think, and in fact the whole area is marketed as now as Motor City. So I think the idea that it might get moved and that the neighbours might complain about the noise, I think that's gone away a bit now, because they do seem to want to keep it here and keep doing what it's doing.
I think what that was, John, was about 2 years ago, when the properties were going really, really well in Motor City, and they basically sold them all. They suddenly thought, hang on, we've got this massive amount of land where we could build more houses on. There's a racetrack there, and kind of the concept is we could move the racetrack and give them, we could use this higher value close to the town of land. But I think that got sat on after a while. But that was the plan behind it. It was like, when we give you this stuff and build your track, we still make more money because of the value of property and land where the Autodrome is so much higher than the stuff which is currently just scrub 5-10 miles out further out in the desert.
Fabulous Phil Anson, who's
hello Phil.
Still got his radical by the look of it, if he's advertised anything to go by. Hello Phil. Says the F1 theme park, as it was, never actually opened. It's still there, or part of it is, running along the track from turns 10 to 12. We're on the back straight from the club link, and 2025 is when the land that is the circuit comes up for renewal. So there we are.
I think it depends really on the level of rivalry between Abu Dhabi and Dubai, which is high. But would they get to the point where Dubai thinks, well, hang on, our next project actually is to build another massive facility, 20 miles further towards the border. I think you can go 20 miles and still be in Dubai. Perhaps not quite.
No, you can absolutely.
Build that in its own area. The costs would be slightly amortized by selling the track you currently have for commercial development, and then building another Grade 1 circuit, but absolutely up to F1 standards. It's really the question whether, we know that Liberty are much more au fait with taking more tracks. We know the contracts and the blockers have slowly gone. And do Liberty want to end up with a kind of a Middle East then, where you go from Saudi to Bahrain to Yaz, perhaps to Dubai, and if the Middle East makes up its various internecine arguments, we then go to Qatar, because they're all blooming good circuits. Well, they're all very well built circuits. I wouldn't describe
I'd love to see more. I'd love to see more car racing at Qatar. At Lusail.
have you actually seen car racing?
No.
I don't think I've ever seen this sort of car racing at the side. It's not a bike track. I mean, it's big enough for cars.
Oh, I know that. There is a very nice housing estate, just I think one exit down the main road, the Arabian Ranches, and I have heard tell of people there who, right from the very inception of the track, weren't very happy about it. But as I say, there's a whole residential area that it's called Motor City, and you know it's built up around it now.
With lots of space doing nothing near the new airport.
Well, that's true, but the metro runs out to the new airport now all the way.
Yep. Yes, I mean, I don't know how we've quite become Dubai town planners, but there are plenty of opportunities out there, and the thing that normally scuppers things is cash, and we know that isn't a problem. They put their mind to it.
Well, yeah, true enough. And it's return on investment down the front straight, almost a touch with the that was a strange noise. That was Nick Damon making that noise. That was MP Motorsport. It will not surprise you to know that the touring car driver Jaap van Lagen is behind the wheel of the 19, and right in front of him at the moment is who in that 19 car on the back straight at the moment. I can't pick them up on the tracker, but he was very close to the back of that Audi. For a moment, I thought he was just, and if he touched him there and nudged him sideways, that was right on the pit straight with the pit wall on driver's right. Not a battle for position by any stretch of the imagination.
It's the 99, I think. It's the car here, the 19.
That's
Chris Meese.
So that's Chris Meese for Attempto Racing. So not exactly. I nearly said something silly there. So not exactly a rabbit, except obviously Meese is.
Oh, very good. They've had some problems. We missed their problems because they're way down in Pro 7th. They're 13 laps off. They must have had a stop somewhere. They had a problem. Check it whilst we weren't there.
Check the pit lane. The pit stop history on the 99 car for Attempto. They have had an 11-minute stop. We're back on that 148.
Well, that'll cost them 5 laps, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's a lot of the issue.
Right.
The rest of it made up with bad luck.
I hope, just to finish off what we were talking about, I want to be very positive about this, because I agree with you, Nick, in that even in the time that we've been going to Dubai, the attitudes to it, the amount of people who've come to watch certainly this race, obviously different circumstances this year, we know that, but the amount of people who've been in the grandstands for the start of the race in the last 4 to 5 years has grown significantly every year. The amount of knowledge and understanding about the track and what goes on there, as that little battle between Chris Meese and Jaap van Lagen continues. Not a battle for position as they go past the 428 BMW into turn 9. That's the sort of blue and swirly car, and now they're back on the back straight again, and Van Lagen is really hanging that car out. How long has he been in that car? Therefore, how long has his tyres been on that
12
car?
minutes maximum. He's 1 hour 48, so he's obviously in the second part of the.
He did 33 laps, and he's done 20 laps, so he's coming to the end of his stint. Yeah, I just think that everything about motor racing in Dubai is just getting not just steadily better, quite significantly better. And we've seen that year on year over the last, certainly, as I say, 4-5 years. And now when people say, in the hotel, what are you here for? Oh, we're here for the 24-hour race. Oh, yeah, right, yeah. They know about it now. And they might want to come, even though it's free entry. They're like, oh, can you get us tickets? Yeah, I'll get you tickets, but it is free entry. Oh, okay, fine. And we've seen, haven't we, when we've been coming from the commentary box, we have to walk underneath the track to get back to hospitality. We've seen a significant number of people, even at sort of this time of night, getting on for midnight, coming in and out of the track. AC Motorsport, by the way, in and out in the TCR lead.
You're absolutely right, John. I mean, first of all, last year, the numbers that turned up, both on the grid, which was ridiculous, and in the grandstands, and staying for the first couple of hours, was in the many thousands. I mean, that compares to the first year when it was in the many hundreds. But what I always like about Dubai is it's incredibly multicultural. It's not just expats, there's lots of locals there as well, but there's expats of every hue, and it's all family. It's really great. It's all families. If you ever want to see people getting kids into it, the amount of people you see, they're quite brave. The amount of people see pushing pushchairs with kids with little kids with ear defenders on, you've got the 6-year-olds and 8-year-olds. And it is, they can walk around, they can get to the back of the paddock, they can have a look at the track from various places around. And they don't stay for the 24 hours. They'll be there for a couple of hours or 3 hours and then go back, and they have a great time. And I think it'd be great if we had this sort of walk-up event environment for a race in the UK, but of course we don't have any tracks this close to town.
Isn't how close now do you think Dubai is to the sort of thing, the Dubai 24, to the sort of thing we see at Catalonia for the Barcelona Grand Prix? There is very odd. There's never that many people there at the start, but from sort of 9:30, 10 o'clock at night on the Saturday night as it is there, people with their kids as well start turning up because they've had dinner, and they stay for a couple of hours until midnight or just after, and then they disappear again. It's extraordinary.
Brilliantly Spanish.
Oh yeah, but there's definitely parallels to be drawn there, and the sort of, I would say, last year at Dubai there was probably as many, if not more, people at Dubai in the early evening as turned up at Catalonia, which you would never have said would have been possible even just 5 years ago.
No, the turnout has been steadily increasing. I'm hoping this little hiatus won't affect the momentum. And when we come back next year and everything's fine, cross fingers, we can enjoy another ridiculously crowded grid. I can't go from one to the other, and Sebastian and I try to run down the side to get to the TCE class. But yeah, I mean, I think it is noticeable. I think you're absolutely right there, John. What has been noticeable is, and we've done, this is our 10th, so we've done 9 in person. And it didn't take off immediately. It was just a motorsport event for the first 3 or 4, but then something happened and we started getting more and more. Initially, we started getting more and more expats. That's not just Brits, it's expats of every type. Yeah. And then we started getting some of the local Emiratis as well, which is great. And also actually some of the Indian subcontinent people who obviously do some of the more important jobs in the
economy. Absolutely. Yeah. Phil Anson reminds us that they're nocturnal in the Emirates. That is true. The other thing I think is tremendously important are the sort of championships that we saw this weekend and we've seen over the last few years. F4 is a global formula. We've seen some very, very regional formula down through the years, but with some regional drivers, and people like Khaled El Khabazi has a part to play in this. He's getting local coverage, of course, and his 2 daughters, and it doesn't really matter as the dynamic motorsport Porsche just going through there. It wasn't a pass for position though, but that's been driven rather spiritedly by Matteo Caroli onto the front straight. Yeah, people from the area have a part to play, and whether the other thing I've noted as well, and I think this is the point I'm trying to make, is that not everybody can go motor racing anywhere in the world because it's an expensive sport. But what we've seen is more people being involved in the organisation, trackside, medical personnel, and those people don't just work at Dubai, they work across the Emirates, they work in the region, they're being sent out to close Grand Prix in the close area or in Asia as well, because the marshalling community has exploded in this part of the world, and they take it very seriously indeed, as we saw with the scenes at Bahrain with Grosjean's accident, and they were well trained, they did a good job, and that's why I got so annoyed when people were criticising them and trying to say it was like the 1970s in South Africa and Tom Price's accident. This is a region for whom the motor car and therefore motorsport is becoming more and more important with whichever part of society or whichever social background you come from, and I think that has a massive part to play, Nick, to be honest.
You need premier events to be in the countries, and obviously at the moment it's mostly Grand Prix, but there's going to be some 2 weeks of incredible action here in a couple of weeks' time in the Ocean Mons Series. 2 weeks, 2 races in Dubai and 2 races at Yaz. Again, a pity it's in the current circumstances, because that'd be a great place for you to come and enjoy 4 hours of racing, perfect length, absolutely world class. It's great it's here. It's a pity that hopefully they'll be able to perhaps open a grandstand and not a paddock and people come and see it. But this is the tracks this is what we need, is tracks in countries like this, which means we can make it a full 12-month season for us, even though we've got time off.
Yeah, no, that is very true. Into the pit lane for a front brake change, the Cupra number 107, and whilst that comes in for a bit of planned maintenance. And that car currently, this is the BBR car, and that was Kantasak Kusiri who brought that Cupra in from 8th position. I have news, Nick.
Oh, go on.
When we were off, one of the first... Oh, hang on, we've got a yellow flag at turn 14. Let me just check that out first and see if I can pick up who's gone off. No, I can't. When we were off, one of the first things that Joe and Johnny broke was the 708 GT3 Poland Lamborghini Huracan. It had a nasty accident coming out of turn 16 on the front straight, and then was carried away. And it took quite a long time to get back to the pits, actually, on a flatbed, and it has been fired up. So that was a big shunt for that Lambo. And it's been a 3-hour repair, and I'm just waiting to see when that comes out back onto the pits. Meantime, I can tell you that Chiraya Nira will get into that Cupra number 107, the BB S car, and he will take that out when the brake change is done.
Battle of a TCR lead and overall TCE lead is about to be rejoined, because Matthew Detrey from AC Motorsport came in a lap ago, and now just in the pits is the top car sport for Benjamin Leutner, who of course was trailing in by 3/4 of a second until for at least an hour, and then it'll come in slightly staggered, but in a couple of minutes time we'll get to see him back out again, see whether that the pit stop has given one or t'other team a big advantage in the lead overall in the race in blue.
You're talking about the colours on our timing screen. Right, it's midnight, the witching hour. We head into the second day and Friday. That's the 708. The 708 is rolling out just as we get into Saturday, and we'll head in. So we're just under 15 hours to go, and here's how it stands. We'll do you a quick rundown, and if you're on the telly at the moment without graphic support for the next few hours as the team are rotating and getting some of their staff a little bit of shut-eye. GPX and Axel Jaffrey's lead. The 36 car has 5 minutes and 8 seconds of a lead, or if you prefer, the best part of, well, just over 2 laps actually, to HRT Bilstein, Patrick Aschenheimer. So that's Porsche 911 from AMG GT3 Mercedes, the number 4 car, the yellow and blue car. GRT, the green, Grasser Racing Lamborghini in the hands of Rick Breukers is in third. That's the 63. That's another minute further back and has 30 seconds on Dries Vanthoor for WRT in 4th position for the Audi number 31. Then it's another half a minute or thereabout to Matteo Caroli, who is really pushing on at the moment. Caroli and Assenheimer, the fastest 2 guys on the track by some margin the last time around. The dynamic number 7 car in 5th in the top 6 is completed by the leader in GT3 AM. Now that's changing on the pit stop cycle. At the moment, it's HRT Abu Dhabi Racing in the red, AMG GT3 Nico Bastian behind the wheel of that. But 2 places further down in 8th position, CP Racing Charles Putman. Those 2, depending on where they are on their fuel run, they are changing those places. And at the moment, Nico Bastian is about to pit, I would have think. Yeah, he's about 10 minutes away, whilst Charles is about 20 minutes away from these pit stops. So they're not in any way directly related when they take their pit stops at the moment. In the other classes, GT 991 Porsche class, 13th overall for Duo Racing. That car has completed 218 laps. Its closest competition is about 4 minutes behind, and that is the NKPP Racing by Bas Koeten. That is Roland Verman, who is driving the 991 car, and third is the Profiteurs by Huber, Matthias Hofstümer, the number 924. And I'm hearing that the 107 that we thought was just getting a brake change, it's a little more serious. That car's going back into the pit garage itself. That was the Cupra we were telling you about earlier on. More class leaders then. GTX, which is mainly Lamborghini Huracans, but not exclusively. The Super Trofeo single make championship versions. 19th and 20th. Leipert Oscar Lee in the 710 has got a minute and 22 seconds over Miro Konopka in the ARC Bratislava 707 car. And again, that's swapping and changing. Miro's car has been in the lead, but it has just made its pit stop. Miro's only just got in a lap ago, only did 21 laps last time around, but that's not a million miles off for those cars, actually. Oh no, actually, I'm absolutely wrong there. Zdeno was running out of time. Zdeno Milusko was running out of time there, so that's why he pulled in early. So Miro's just got in. Oscar Lee in the light at 710 has got about 7 laps to go. In GT4, ST Racing are back at the top in the BMW. That's the number 438, 21st overall. And right behind them on the timing screen is the first of the TCE race. TCE just with 2 classes, TCR and TCX. None of the smaller category cars there, with Top Car Sport, Ruddy Yost in the Cupra leading TCR, and therefore that category, that race 131 has got 5.5 minutes on Autorama, and Yasmin Preissig is behind the wheel of the 112 car in second. And who's in third in TCR? Red Camel, of course, Henry Littig, who's about another 3 minutes further back. I just mentioned, by the way, Pro Sport are in second in GT4, and Dragon Racing have got a couple of minutes on Team Avia Rennsport for third and fourth. TCX, Sally Racing's Cupra, 32nd overall, leads the M2 of CS Racing, the 208 car, by a considerable margin now. They've got the better part of 10 laps on that, and CWS Engineering still running in the 278. Ginetta Jean-Francois Bruno is behind the wheel of that car. That's how they stand then, with just under 15 hours to go, and we're into Saturday morning at Dubai Autodrome, live on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. So Nick Damon into the meat of the night now. I think we worked out earlier on, didn't we? 13 hours and 16 minutes as far as official darkness is concerned, and that's all. It's all going to be about concentration on these night hours. So we've got 7 hours exactly of darkness still to go.
Yeah, and we've started off this stint with our leader coming into the pits. Axel Jeffries has taken the car in because he ran out of his time. 2 hours has run out, and we'll find out who's replaced him. When he emerges from the fuel stop, it's going to mean the lead will drop down from 2 laps to probably about a minute and a half. But yeah, we're now in a situation where because we've taken over, John. We've managed to give them 2 hours of solid running with no problems whatsoever. I'm absolutely committing to 4 more, to 1 more hour. And it's Matthew Jaminet apparently has got into the GPX racing team, so they've already decided, still not gone with either the amateur drivers to do their run in the car. Just waiting to see if they get a point. I'm still hoping for a long Code 60 to do that, but of course, because we're here, we know Code 60. Rick Broiker's in third, and yeah, I mean, I think it's a case really where we've set things out. It does appear that GPX have hit an absolute sweet spot.
Will it hurt them though?
Handling.
Will it hurt them though, Nick? Jeffries effectively had to come in 5 laps before his fuel would have run out. So that, you know, that's 10 minutes of driving that he hasn't been able to do. He would have gone over time, so they've made a pit stop 5 laps before they needed to.
Well, that's obviously a tactic for them, given the fact they could have brought him in before. But the flip side to that, Johnny, is don't forget that car would have come in with 5 laps worth of fuel in it, and they'll have topped it up with the 105 litres. So it's now got effectively a chance to run with Mackie Jaminet for an hour and 25 and an hour and 28, doesn't it? It gets the last bit of his and some of Matthew. So Matthew actually will get probably up to about an hour and 15. So it swings and roundabouts. It really depends, you know, whether it's more important to get the drivers doing their 2 hours in one go, or perhaps or whether they're actually just wanting to run to those 2 hour limits. And normally the teams start fiddling with the 2 hour limits if there's been a Code 60 in the run. There wasn't there, so they took it to that 2 hours and they passed it over. But I don't think it's a major loss, because it's not like they've drained the fuel out of the car because of it.
Hello to Drew Adamson from iRacing.
Hello, Drew. I've got a bone to pick with Drew, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. Big race next weekend. It's a 24-hour of Daytona iRacing next weekend. And after a lot of practice, there was an update on Wednesday, and they completely changed the P2 car.
Has it made you better or worse?
Actually, it's made me better, because they've reduced the power in line with the real P2 regs for this year. And it's made the first 2 gears way more usable for people with lead feet like myself, but even a bit slow around Daytona.
Excellent.
But yeah, it was the consternation of, hang on, it's 10 days to go, we've all been practicing, and now all the setup's been out the window, because one of the main things they did was adopt I didn't realise that IMSA had a maximum camber rule, which isn't actually prevalent in Le Mans. So they actually put the maximum camber rule, but all the setups were wrong.
Drew was absolutely instrumental in the IMSA iRacing Pro Series last year that Nick, myself, Ben Constanduris and some of our real-world sponsors got involved with when there was no motor racing, and we've continued our association. In fairness, we already had an association with virtual racing. But we have continued our association through the likes of VCO Esports through the digital Nürburgring series, first series last year. Wish them well with that continuing project. Really enjoyed that, and I think we are going to be doing some more virtual racing this year, some of the big Blue Ribbon iRacing events. Well, Drew's had the race on all day today, listening to the sound waves of cars. Obviously, that is work, Drew, isn't it? Because you've got to compare them with the real thing. So that's absolutely right. I think you should be looking at the pictures as well, Drew, in order to get the idea of where the TV cameras would be for when you scan this track and put it into the game, into the sim, excuse me. Put it into the simulation.
This would make a great race on iRacing, because all these GT3s, there's a lot of the GT3s exist in the race already. The Huracan was launched just before Christmas, and of course the new M4 GT3, which isn't even out in the real world, it's in prototype form and being tested by BMW, is available now on iRacing. So you could the Audi R8, obviously, and the Mercedes AMG, both in their previous non-Evo versions, but obviously that's just visual because they update the dynamics of the car. You've got an Audi TCR, you've got a couple of GT4s, you have a fantastic Creventic race, as we've seen from the races we had last year.
We wish you all well over there in Boston, Drew, and thanks again to all the team for all the hard work that you put in down through the years. Tim Muller is pushing on. The man behind Bugatti shoes. Well, he's literally behind Bugatti shoes at the moment because it's written on his dashboard.
Is he wearing Bugatti shoes?
I'm sure he is. A big wiggle coming out of 14 there at 15, excuse me, over the top of the brow. Just had to take to the runoff a little bit, but dragged it back in that number 88 car collection Motorsport Audi, 5th position in AM at the moment. Drew, best of luck for you guys. I know you've got some more content coming on, and you've accelerated the programme. Talking to Jordan Groves of our online racing magazine programme, which relaunches next Thursday, by the way, 8 o'clock on RS1, now called Simcast. Will take in all kinds of virtual racing. Jordan telling us on Midweek Motorsport last week that iRacing increased their user base by about 8 times last year.
Wow.
And I'm not surprised, because their dedication is outstanding. And Drew and I have not met in the real world. We've spent a lot of time talking to each other on various messaging apps and making sure that we try to get the experience as close as we could for the viewers, and trying to make the iRacing events that we were involved with a spectator event, which, if you'd said that a few years ago, I have a suspicion you would have been laughed at quite a lot. But in fact, that has happened, and as a number of people have said to us last year, particularly actually if you're moving around and you've got us on in the car, the soundscape of iRacing is so realistic, particularly places like the Nürburgring and some of the bigger races we've done. But we did the Petit Le Mans, didn't we, the end of last season?
Le Mans?
The Le Mans 24, yeah, huge. How many splits did we have? How many grids did we have for Le Mans? Was it 30 something?
Oh no, there was something. I think it was 2,000 teams, weren't there?
Really? Wow. 2,200
teams, and they are. By the way, they're thinking they might beat it next week
for
Daytona 24.
Oh wow! Right, okay.
I've got a call back from Yoda's uncle. Have you seen this?
No.
From Yoda's uncle said, answer your query about car racing in Qatar. I marshalled the GP Master Series in 2016 at Losail.
Good man. I also noticed that, following up on something we were talking about earlier on, Rob Janer said, really enjoying your conversation about the growth of motorsport in the Emirates and that area of the world. Absolutely right about marshalling in the area. I went out there to train marshals in the UAE 2009-2010. Hardly any. Now, really well supported and very high standard. Thanks, Rob, for that. And thanks for all your hard work. Indeed, all of our heroes in orange or white or whatever colour you wear. Professional motorsport needs the help of our volunteer marshals. Not amateurs, absolutely not amateurs. They are volunteers, and they're professional in every sense of the word, apart from the fact that that isn't their full-time job. Still slightly rankles with me that right up to and including Formula One and all the series that make a huge amount and turn over a huge amount of money, they still rely on volunteers to make it work for them in positions without which we couldn't go motor racing. But that's just a soapbox of mine that I'm going to push away to one side. I appreciate that people want to do that and give of their time, and I'm very, very happy that they do. And as a proud ambassador for the British Motorsports Marshals Club, and I have their logo every time on my race overalls, on my silver and black Adidas race overalls. Sure, Adam made me get the silver and black for the Raiders. It's not black and white, it is silver and black, I promise you. Thanks again to all the marshals and volunteers. Now,
I think you want to define the word. Oh, sorry, if you want to define the word struggle, I think you just go no further than Colin White and the CWS team, because they currently now have the 278 car in the pits, which was brought in by Jean-Francois Bruno. Let me see, how long ago was that? Only just 3.5 minutes. They managed to get a lot of it off the car in 3.5 minutes. But they've also been fighting against the 280 as well, with the Mikhail Pitamba's currently actually got the car running. That's way down the field because it's had its own battles as well. And of course, the 279 didn't start in the first place. But that's a problem when you shake down a car in a 24-hour race, isn't it? These things happen. They're finding all the problems they might have found on a 2-day test at SNET.
Yeah, but they thought they were going to get a couple of days testing here, but the cars didn't turn up. It's interesting.
Great to put out, to be honest.
Oh, well, I think so. Tim Gray, and I hadn't thought about this, I was trying to think of any other major professional sport that rely so much on volunteers as motorsport does. And he said tennis, the ball kids, the line judges.
Line judges are paid, aren't they?
I think they're all volunteers from.
For Wimbledon, possibly. I'm sure they get paid for the ATP stuff and the general tour events.
All members of tennis clubs around the world. Very interesting. There's pro umpires in cricket now, and in fairness, there's pro umpires in tennis as well, and the top umpires do the circuits. But that's a good point that Tim makes. Turn 14's had a lot of action today, hasn't it?
It's a condensing point, that's why.
It is. And you can be very brave into it. Rotation says if you marshal at the Nürburgring, you get 50 euros a day.
Blimey. That just about covers the beer, doesn't it? The only reason the marshals wear fireproofs at the Nürburgring 24 is to avoid the being thrown into a campfire.
Well, that's true. It could be true. It's a shame that we're always too busy to go out there. I know Trussers and JP went out on a fact-finding mission, is what they told me. For a while. We're just surprised that they came back.
They come back like 4 weeks later, looking like they're men from the wild.
Drew Adamson's now sent me a note to say that he has got a spare. He's found a spare screen to check out the visuals, just for when iRacing scans the Dubai Autodrome in. Excellent. Chris Smith says an area outside the city of Dubai is the Dubai Camel Racing Club. It's possibly a bigger area than the track. I wonder if llamas are allowed. Different balance of performance for those. Chris, there's also the DSC cricket arena just over the back of the track here. If you sort of go straight on from turn 1 and keep going into Sports City, cricket arenas there.
More test matches than Lords recently.
Well, they had the IPL, don't forget, in the Emirates, Sharjah, Dubai as well. The whole IPL went into the bubble there. And in fact, talking about tennis, the opening qualifying matches of the Australian tennis are being played possibly right now in Dubai.
Yeah, I think they've got to they may have been finished, because I was reading about a couple of players who were getting very close to getting into, but that was like 3 days ago, so that may be finished now. I mean, they then have to travel to Melbourne and be isolated for a while.
Which is going to be a problem, as Emirates have just stopped all their flights to Australia from Dubai, I noticed earlier on today.
Right, that could be a problem then.
Although I suppose they'll be able to get a private flights, being pro tennis players.
Well, no, because these are the qualifiers. These are the guys who are literally scraping a living. They really are mostly doing it for love. They're not. If you're ranked 270th in the world, you're not making money. I love this car that has a cone rather than a lollipop. They just say it's a 438. If the cone's in the car, don't drive away.
Is that the deal? Is it?
It is, yeah.
I like it. I'm sure the tour will put some flights on for them.
So that's Nick Wittmar who got out of the car, that 438, the ST Racing BMW M4 GT4, that's currently leading the GT4 class.
There was supposed to be a one-day international between the UAE and Ireland today at the DSC arena, cricket arena. That's been postponed. Couldn't hear themselves think because of the car noise, apparently.
That was probably
noisy neighbours. Actually, imagine it the other way around. I'm sorry, we want to complain about your cricket match. Why? Because you keep hitting cricket balls towards turn 1. It's really dangerous. At RSL_studio, we're heading towards midnight. It's at 20 past now. Still around about better part of 6.5 hours, a little over, of darkness before the sun comes up at 7:06 in the morning, 6 minutes past 7 in the morning. Speed Lover, that's the 979 car, the white car, the Belgian stripes down the B pillar. It's the car that's had the 2 now breakages on the left rear. So what are they clonking around the circuit?
Car.
Well, I thought that earlier on, but now I'm looking at that rear wheel arch, I think that's just tyre debris that's getting flicked up from their front wheels and, you know, from the other cars out there. It's amazing, you forget, if you haven't been on a track for a while, and I hadn't until a little while before Christmas, that how much debris there is on a racing circuit. And how quickly that gets thrown up into things like wheel arches. And when you've got a car that's slightly wider at the back than the front, like my daily driver, I mean i68, then you get stone chips and rubber chips and all sorts on the bottom part of the leading edge of your front wheel arch. Just exactly where that 979 has. Was that an off there?
No, it was just a crash cut.
Okay.
As long as the car isn't wider than the wing mirrors, it's fine. Otherwise, I would never know how to get it through a narrow gap. That's the key point. Maybe to the widest part.
I'm pretty certain I was glancing at the TV screen here, and I'm pretty certain that the car that we were on board with took a shortcut through 4, 5 and 6. It wasn't on the preferred racing line. The onboards, if you have got access to the streaming video, it's been brilliant. And the GRT Grasser Racing Lamborghini, I liked the fact that it's got a dash message system on there, which when I first glanced at it looks exactly like the digital radio system that I installed in Joe's Merc for him just before Christmas as his Christmas presents.
But look, just because you're racing doesn't mean you shouldn't enjoy all the top tunes on smooth radio.
Yes.
So
exactly.
Right now got a bit of Burt Bacharach and he's happy feeling.
Yeah, I put a bit of it's exactly what that looks like in Joe's Merc. It's very, very funny, and I'll keep looking at that and expecting to see something if he switches it on to Kiss and has the umcha, you know that he's really pushing hard. But if he's on smooth chilled or magic chilled, then, you know, obviously he's just settling into the groove. It's is it still Rick at the wheel of that car, Rick Breukers?
No, it's Marco Bortolotti.
Oh, right. Back in a Lamborghini, of course, having defected to the very different R8.
Yeah, massively, completely different engine and gearbox, entirely, of the Audi.
Yeah.
Yeah, he took a couple of virtual wins in the Audi, of course.
He did, yeah.
In the Creventic virtual series. Because he was running with you guys, wasn't he, over in IMSA?
Yeah, very successfully as well. And he knows Sorry, Nick. He's been. I think it was a Lamborghini. He has been a Lamborghini Works driver. Oh, he's a VAG Works driver. Volkswagen AG Works driver. What does that say? Something. Did a pit entrance? No pit entrance.
Something.
Waiting
for pit something.
No pit entrance or at pit entrance. I can't quite read it on the dashboard there. Alan Prosser will get it and blow it up and tell me what it is. And I think he's got next to it a lap predictor as well that goes left and right to tell him whether he's up or down on his delta. Which I quite like having that, if that is what it is. I quite like that being represented graphically. Much easier to take that in information-wise. It's Nick Damon and John Hindle. Right, what do you reckon then, Nick?
I reckon that it's slightly moved away from being completely 195,000% in favour of GPX Racing and Matthew Chamonix, but that short stint by Axel a second ago just means that the lead isn't quite as bad as it was. Patrick Assenheimer, from the second place car, he's 1 minute and 35 behind, but 35 minutes ahead on fuel, if that makes sense. But he is still got some time to go, so I don't think that whole 5 minutes is actually there. The lead's not quite that great. But Patrick has pulled out 4 minutes and 45 seconds on Mirko Bortolotti, so who's got a half a stop ahead of him. So now they are running properly, John. We're beginning to see the different fuel strategies play out.
Yeah,
they all started from scratch, didn't they? Just when we came back, they all had so many code 6s, they're all in the same position. and now it's starting to diverge. And if we get through the rest of our session and through the next session with when it's Johnny and Bruce without a code 60, we're going to see them really start to play out.
I know we've had a huge audience, even probably bigger than ever, certainly at the start. No racing car show on the same days this year as we normally have for Dubai, and we certainly see the viewing and listening figures from the UK pick up as people return from the early days of that at the NEC. Well, that hasn't happened this year for obvious reasons, so a huge audience on hand at the start of the race, and I love our audience. This from Sean, he's already read it. He says, I think it says no pit entrance set on that Grasser car. And Alistair Darrant, who's another one of the Orange Army, Alistair, thank you very much indeed. He said, during a safety car interruption in the 12-hour Ford car race at Snetterton last year, one of the competitors drove past blasting tunes from the quote-unquote race car, which I think is quite proper, although, as I've just said in reply to Alistair, surely you should have had the race broadcast on. Because you haven't got pits to car radio, but if there was going to be a safety car or something, you'd find out quicker. Are my eyes deceiving me, Nick, or in the areas around the circuit where they are? And if I look down to the left of the commentary box, down to just over the, can't see turn one, of course, from the commentary box, it's over the top of the dip, but where the lights are, is there a little bit of, is it fog? Are we getting temperature inversion at the moment? But it just looks a little hazy out there. I haven't seen the wind pick up.
No. Yeah, I mean, it's very, very. I can see what you're saying. When they were coming towards us, it did look like it was a little tiny bit, but you can see on the long shots, if you're lucky enough to be able to see the pictures, on the long shots, I think you're right, there's a tiny bit of haze. Nothing in any way worrying yet. But yeah, I mean, that is always the worry, isn't it, when you've got in this time of year. I mean, do you remember the P Super we had coming out of Bahrain that time we were there? And that was about 1 o'clock when we left the circuit. It was unbelievable. It was like you couldn't see 1 foot in front of you, and you drove about 3 miles out of the circuit, and it just broke in 50 yards. That is John seeing an Audi taking a kind of evasive action to get past the TCR very quickly.
That was Bortolotti again, wasn't it? He really is pushing on. So he's trying to chase down Patrick Assenheimer, who's due into the pits in a couple of 3 laps' time. Chamonix, who leads the race, has still got 40 minutes before he pits, so we'll hand his pit stop off to Joe, but he'll be off to Johnny rather. But obviously he'll be able to do that under the full course purple, under the code 60, as soon as Johnny and Bruce, as it will be, take over at 1 a.m. Dubai time. We're plus 4 hours to GMT in Dubai, just in case you're wondering what time zone we are talking about.
Can I make a personal televisional-based announcement for people in the UK?
Yes.
At 9:30 tonight.
So that's an hour's time in the UK.
Yeah, record not going out and then watch it.
Oh! So this is Nick Damon's return to
extra work in comedies
to British TV commentary for the first time since he played, and I kid you not, Louche Man in a sports car.
Yes, my classic car debut. Yes, not going out. Me and my extended family are in the extras for a pub quiz, because my sister actually works in TV production. She works in stage managing, mainly comedy shows, and they couldn't just phone up the extras when they filmed it because the people in the tables had to be in a bubble. So we were already in a bubble. So the 4 of us are sitting front and centre. So you'll get to see glimpses of myself and my lovely wife, as well as my stepson and stepdaughter. So they're all there. If you know what I look like, you'll know who the rest are. If you've no idea what I look like, well, it's just people in the background. But it'll up the viewing figures, so that's good.
Can you
9:30 tonight.
9:30 tonight, which channel?
BBC One, of course. Only from the best for me.
BBC One? Oh, that's annoying. I can't tip the BBC from here. Because it's not on Sky Go.
We're off, so you can walk downstairs and press it on the machine downstairs.
I'm trying to do it all remotely.
It'll be available on catch up.
BBC iPlayer. I'm missing an Endeavour. I've forgot to put that on to record as well. Never mind.
Oh, you really need to get. I mean, not wishing to get talking about Pro Team. You need to get Sky Q. It's much easier. Does it all for you.
I really don't.
It records things like the following series when you've forgotten they've started, and suddenly you find things you didn't know were on, but it's only on your blog.
Across the line then, another gaggle of cars, including Stefano Monaco, who is behind the wheel of the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. Just a little bit disappointed, I think they'll be, the Dynamic team, Nick. That car insanely quick last weekend with the 6 at Bahrain, and you look at the drivers in that car, Pampanini, Calamia, Monaco, Cairoli, they are all, that's a Swiss-Italian lineup, Hop Swiss. I think they'll be a little bit disappointed to be off the pace where they are sitting. All right, they're fourth, but they're fourth, and at the moment,
Well, actually fifth.
yes, actually they are fifth. You're right, but they are. I mean, actually, you know what? They're less than 10 minutes off the lead. That's the way to look at it.
I think they'd be more disappointed they're 10 minutes off another Porsche. That's what I would think, to be honest.
Well, that's a very good point.
I think, we do have four different makes in the top four. It goes Porsche, Mercedes, Lamborghini, Audi. The first repeat being the Dynamic in the Porsche. That would be more, I think, what they're wondering. But it's not a disaster. I mean, it's very hard to make up this time in 14 hours. But they've not played themselves out, and they've not done anything silly. But it just hasn't been quite right. It's just not ticked. Much the same as it's not ticked Precipitate either, who thought, with the fantastic French like they'd been further forward as well. And I'm surprised how well it has ticked for GPX racing. Because if you told me, who's going to be leading by net 3 minutes, after less than 10 hours, they wouldn't be in the team I'd have picked. But it's really interesting. But they have, GPX have really stuck at the top of their driver rotation, so there could be weakness to come.
I'm impressed, Mike, by the pace that we're seeing at the moment in the front of the field. Last lap around for the leader, 1:59.1. That was a tenth of a second away from that car's best lap in the race. The GRT Grasser Racing team, Mirko Bortolotti, as the second place car, by the way, Patrick Assenheimer for HRT, comes into the pits, 1:59.911, which is wrong clearly for a Lamborghini. But so we've got two cars in the top three lapping under 2 minutes. Now, in fairness, they're not replete with fuel, so they're through their stint a little bit. 13 laps, so about halfway through his stint for Mathieu Jaminet. It's a 30-lap stint for Assenheimer, so spot on the nose for HRT. What's Bertolotti? Bertolotti is, for 5 laps in. Kelvin von der Linde, by the way, has got into the WRT Audi. He's on the same pit stop strategy, fuel strategy, as the GRT Lamborghini in third. And Kelvin will not be hanging about either. Emmanuel Collard is in the Racetivity car, of which Nick was speaking earlier on. And yes, I think you are right, because again, when you look at the drivers, I think you said riders there, the drivers in the Racetivity car, I think they'll be thinking they might have been a little bit close. I can't remember them having issues.
No, they had a couple of little bitty things. They've fallen foul of the stewards a couple of times, but not issues
not
as such.
In terms of people, that car's got Emmanuel Collard and Francois Perotto, who are well known to each other, and Perotto is a very fast gentleman driver. Mathieu Vaxivière, fabulous pedigree and everything up to and including Le Mans, although it looked like for a while he was never going to get to race at Le Mans because he had no luck other than bad luck running up to each Le Mans. And Charles-Henri Samani, Charles-Henri Samani, all French in a French flagged car.
And so, because Collard and Perotto won at Le Mans. So they're certainly on the podium there.
I think
so
Manu Collard's driving as well, if not better now, than he has done at any time in his whole career, and I would say has been for the last 3 or 4 years, and it's very similar to me to Pedro Lamy. I think Pedro Lamy's found a new lease of life in the last 2 or 3 years with, driving with Aston Martin, Paul Dall'Anna and various other people. Those drivers, they don't forget how to drive, Nick, do they?
No, I think it's that Lamy always, when Lamy was at the top of his career, which obviously was his time at Peugeot, he always seemed grumpy. But since he was teamed up for a long time with Paul Dall'Anna, and he always seemed happy. And it's pressure, it's expectation, it's how you're respected within the team. Just felt he was a happier person. But now he's a bit older as well. When he was working with Aston, then he was working with Peugeot.
We were talking on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday with Shea when she was doing the sports car roundup about Nico Lapierre, and you would have said the same thing, particularly towards the end of his time at Toyota. And he's now in the last few years driving P2s, he's been happy smiling, Nico, again. He's been driving better than ever, and he's taken over what was effectively Cool Racing, and he's going to be managing that as a new entity, which is fabulous news for him and the team, and good luck to him. And he's rediscovered, I remember talking to him maybe the year after he left Toyota, maybe a little bit, maybe 18 months. And don't forget he left in a really strange way, where very
he was dropped
strange
for a race, and then they went, he's not going to carry on, and he's going to be our test driver. And anyway, I'm sure there's obviously the story behind it. It probably isn't for our consumption. We're not going to find out, but it wasn't a clean break or even a pleasant break.
It wasn't. I don't think it was particularly amicable, was it?
That's probably true. But then didn't he win Le Mans P2 like 4 years in the spin or something?
Yeah, and he was just a nice bloke to talk to again.
Yeah, I think he is to me someone who you could always see going into team management. He's an intelligent guy, he's personable, he seems to get on well with people, and understands the mechanics, not only of the mechanical parts of a car, but the mechanics of running a team as well. So some racing drivers think, no, that's never going to work, they're far too selfish, and then some racing drivers think, no, I can see them being part of a team process moving forward.
Yeah.
Just a quick thing on the pro battle. Shane Lewis is now in the CP racing car. They came in from the lead actually, because they are on the rotation, getting ahead of the HRT M&A racing car, the 5. So Mercedes are swapping, and it's Kalle Arcabezi, of course, the 3-time winner, of the overall winner of this race, 2012, 2013, and then the third time I think was 18 or 19. So he's a 3-time winner, and he's now leading not leading the AM, because what's happened is, again, on the Super Stagger, car collection got ahead in the 34 car with Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff. He's been there a long time, an hour already. So those 3 cars are battling it out, but never actually even occupying the same sort of half minute of track, John.
So well into Saturday morning, and still with the bulk of this race to go, just over 14 hours, nearly 14 hours and 20 minutes to go. The 280 Ginetta is back on the pit lane. So many of the teams using the quick loader style fasteners for their wheel nuts, or centre lock nuts as it is for the Ginetta G55. Remember the first time Joe did us the show and tell down in the pit lane of those quick loader, where you stuck the gun on the end of it and it tightened all of them at the same time, or you did it with your hand actually to get them all started and then put the gun on. Brilliant idea.
Well, of course, the most famous lug nut series is going centre rim, isn't it? Is it next year or the year after, when NASCAR goes to single bolt?
It's the end, mate.
It is. Well, they've already gone fuel injection. One day they'll get independent rear suspension.
It's ruining it. It always, all of there's a parody on the Fast Show of football pundits. Ron Manager's on there, jumpers for goalposts, isn't it? And the guy there's a presenter, and the guy on this side is a Scots former football manager. Is the character he's playing, and everything is ruining it. No, that's it. Not like this in our day. They've ruined it. This is ruining football. And I sometimes feel we're a bit like that in motor racing as well, or some parts of motor racing. You know, can you imagine if you'd been involved in motor racing in the early days of Le Mans, 1923? What, a 24-hour race round the same track? We're not going from point to point, ruining it. And then, you know, 3 years into Le Mans, what we're not doing it as an aggregate over the 2 years. So 48 hours of it ruined it. Not coming back. Ruined it. What do you mean? We don't have to put the hood up for the first 10 laps. You know, there was a different attitude. You know, we get stuck in our ways, don't we?
Yeah. Since when was a bow tie a fire risk? What's wrong with that? Why can't I have a gin at a pit stop?
Oh, I read a race report about. I think it might have been the first ever Le Mans, actually, 1923. We're coming up doing some Hindhoff doing research ahead of Time Shocker. So 2023 is like 100th.
3 years ahead.
Yeah, well. But just starting to get things into my mind, and there was corporate hospitality at the first ever Le Mans in 1923, and a spark plug manufacturer, which is long since defunct, also had effectively a driver's pavilion, and the report was talking about somebody jumping out of one of the cars, nipping off for some chicken and a glass of champagne, and then getting back into the car.
Well, why not? I mean, you know, we've got several of the food groups there. The alcohol food group, the protein fuel group.
Absolutely.
Well, you mentioned Le Mans, and I meant to mention this. Have you seen the more recent Steve McQueen documentary about his failed attempt to get an F1 film out?
Yeah, and you know my affinity with Le Mans and with McQueen, and with the movie Le Mans. Michael Kaiser's book, A French Kiss with Death, there's mention of Day of the Champions, isn't it? It was meant to be called, and it ended up being made or starting to go into production at the same time as the Frankenheimer movie Grand Prix, which Steve McQueen was meant to get the part for, and then didn't. And long story short, the movie didn't get made, or they spent a lot of money on doing a lot of the early work on it, including test filming some fantastic footage at the German Grand Prix in 66, was it? Right, 66 at the Nürburgring on the Nordschleife. How close! The Nordschleife, by the way, in those days, no guardrails, just box hedges at the side of the road. Just extraordinary, and it's beautiful footage. If I have a slight criticism, and it is only a slight criticism, they made a 90-minute documentary. Sky did this, and fair play to them. And believe it or not, I think it was Victor Lewis Smith, wasn't it, who had a slot for a documentary, and it ended up getting made through a circuitous process I won't bore you with. They made a 90-minute documentary, which could easily, I think, have been covered in an hour, because there wasn't enough of the footage that I wanted to see more of that footage. Although there's a strongly held belief from Jonathan, who found the footage, who was also involved in Andrew Marriott's movie, McQueen, Le Mans McQueen, the man in the movie, that there is more to be found. There's still more to be found, which would be brilliant, because that was great. If you haven't seen it, it's available on a number of platforms. It is. It's called McQueen the Lost Movie, I think, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. I just realised it was a 65 German Grand Prix, not the 66.
65, yes.
It's the last of the smaller cars. Yeah, I mean, I concur with they had 4 minutes of footage and stretch out, but I quite like some of the Frankenheimer stuff they had from the Grand Prix as well.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Grand Prix shooting too.
Have you ever seen the Grand Prix at a movie theatre?
No, but I have bought the Blu-ray with the extended bits, which has got 2 making of documentaries, one made in period and then one made
afterwards
in about 2005.
Is that the Villeneuve one?
Yeah, and the one made in period is brilliant. It's worth the cost of the Blu-ray on its own. They've also obviously got those fantastic overly announced pre-trailers they do. Yes, somewhere in France right now they are filming fast cars, filming the danger. Yes, next year John Frankenheimer brings you Grand Prix. Yeah,
in Cinema Panoscope.
Yes. For some reason, the lens was so important. I've no idea why.
It wasn't the lens necessarily. It was the cameras as well, because there was 14:9 anamorphic, and it looked better on the screen. And I can't remember which one it was and which way around it was. Which, as a bit of a film nerd, I'm sorry, that's pretty poor. I have seen the Grand Prix on the big screen at a Newcastle art house cinema when they were doing a film festival of films from the 60s and 70s, and in fairly close quarters I saw Get Carter, which of course was filmed around Newcastle, the absolutely quintessential British gangster movies upon which everything else has certainly been influenced. Guy Ritchie in all of his movies influenced by that. The book Jack's Return is fairly graphic, and the movie was as well. In fact, it was an X-film, 18 as it would be called now, when it first came out. And then Grand Prix, I think within a couple of weeks at the same cinema, and of course there were people there who'd been involved in the movie, which was fabulous. And when you see Grand Prix on a big screen, Nick, it looks great on a good television, but my goodness me. By the way, we've got the one-on-one in. We'll drag ourselves back.
Had a knock, I believe, from a bit of information I've received. Let me just fire up some
They were replacing the sill cover on the left-hand side.
Right.
And they're now looking into the engine bay of the Cupra. Looked like they were checking the engine oil amongst a couple of things.
Yeah. It's had a whack on the, as you're quite right, the skirt's damaged on the side of the car. And they've hopefully they've used a lump power and some tie wraps and some duct tape is my major wish, and of course the iPhone torch.
The smartphone torch was not utilised there, so they will be getting a stop and hold penalty.
I'm sure that's. Let me just check that on the penalties list. Yes, not making Nick's 4 major points. 5 second stop and go.
Yeah, absolutely. To be timed on a smartphone app. To be
by me.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Coming up in about 10 minutes, Bruce Jones rejoins the commentary team in sound and vision all the way through to dawn and beyond. Johnny Palmer back as well as we are heading towards 1 o'clock in the morning in the Emirates. Just over 14 hours still to go. We'll do another little rundown for you before Johnny and Bruce take over. Well, so far, Safari so goody, mate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering whether we get. I'm not tempting fate because obviously we are marvellous. I'm just wondering whether we're going to get a prize for not having a single code 60 during our almost 3 hours. Will Bruce be able to keep Johnny's bad luck, banger racing experience away from the track?
Yeah. We started not too badly, didn't we? Did we have an early...
No, we had one early on. There was an early one on, when the Porsche went into the
yeah, that's right.
Barriers. So they started, which was an interesting one because it meant that some people didn't take it up, which is why we saw Joe Osborne in the lead for a lot of the first hour, because he didn't, and his car didn't come in.
I think I think we might be in the longest stretch of no
definitely
60 in the race.
Definitely.
If we can get through to the
100%.
end of our sesh. Oh, hang on, somebody's going slowly. I'm pointing in the wrong... Oh, no, sorry, that was a car outside the track, I think. This was somebody on the
And that is
return
the
road.
first time that happened.
No. I remember one of the early years... No, it was somebody going the wrong direction.
It's one of the BMWs.
It is one of the M4... BM...
he's
keep
stopping.
going, don't stop! No, we had 8 minutes to go!
Oh, come on, Control Alt Delete. Is he just waiting for that gaggle of cars to go past?
Yes, hope so.
Is he on the outside of 10?
6. That's the outside of 6, isn't it? Oh, hang on.
He's rolling.
He's rolling. Excellent. No, you might be right. It might be the outside of 10. It's the 138 car, I think. So it's not a BMW then, is it?
That's the Audi RS3 then. It was 138. You're right. Rodrigo Simpson Motorsport. He's late.
Yeah.
He's the Audi. My fuzzy picture at the distance identification. Saloon.
Come on! Don't stop there. And you're right, by the way. It's at the Bilstein. It's in front of the Bilstein hoardings, which that is at turn. Is that at turn 10? He's definitely in sector 2. It's either 10 or 12, but so dark out there. He's still got lights on the car, and
no drive in the belly.
he hasn't run out of fuel, has he? Please tell me he hasn't run out of fuel. 138 Simpson Motorsport. They've had no, he's only been out 7 laps, and the car ran perfectly well for 38 laps before that, with Michael Samfir at the wheel.
Squares to ground, so I don't think it's tyres or suspension. Oh!
I'm a broken man.
I just mentioned Johnny and this happened. Oh, well, that was ultimate tempting of fate. Well, that's good news for the 72 car, which is serving a penalty, but they started serving the penalty before Code 60 happened. So the Optima Motorsport McLaren, who is serving what's he serving? Fine 72. He's using high beam headlights penalty. He's got 10 seconds. He won't have to extend it to 20 seconds because he got in there before the Code 60 was called.
I am being told that because we are all socially distanced, we are all working in separate places at the moment. So none of the 5 voices that you hear are actually in the same place. However, I'm told that it happened as Johnny walked back into his workstation for his shift. Can you believe that?
Yes, entirely. That makes perfect sense.
I think it's at 12, by the way. I think it is at the top of the hill at 12.
And there's an incident involving car 114 and 138 under investigation.
So maybe there's been a little bit of
together.
Bump and, if you will, grind.
So
they wouldn't have been battling for position, but they are both at least in the same class.
And the 114 is now in the pits, which is Rito Baumann in the Autorun Motorsport by Wolf Path. That car carried on and ended up in the pits. That's 112.
So 2 Autoramas in the pits at the moment. 7 Dynamic is in, soaking up a penalty.
Sort of. Kind of a jaunty parking angle there, isn't it?
Yeah, well, there may have been somebody else in there. They were called for that penalty some time ago, overtaking another car during a Code 60. So they've got 2 minutes. Oh, no, that was cancelled. So that's...
That 1 minute cancelled, yeah.
Yes. So have they had another one since then? Exceeding speed limit. That was a 24-second time penalty, double that. That'll be 48 seconds that they had to sit still, but that's still working for them. Tim Pappas has just gone back out in the, I was going to say the Black Swan car there, the MS car.
Lots of cars going for fuel. A lot of stoppers here rolling through, including our leader, Mathieu Jaminet. He's in the pits, as is Patrick Assenheimer from second. He's going for fuel. We've got Stefano Monaco, the Dynamic Motorsport car. He's come in.
I don't think there's any point in doing a rundown with all these cars in the pits at the moment.
No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. It's really full of everybody. There's about 26 cars in the pits, not including the ones that are broken down, John. So the rundown is, at this point, what's the word for it? Irrelevant. There's a couple of cars going to service. Now, this is also a good time, of course, to do your brake. If you have a scheduled brake change,
it's a great call.
Normally you've got a kind of a window about 6 hours when you can do it in. It might be a really good time to get your brake change done. You're just coming up to 10 hours. It's the beginning of that kind of window. With mostly night, which is easier on the brakes ahead for the next few hours. Certainly if I was a team that was doing one stop and I can get almost there half and half, then definitely this is when I do the brake change.
Yeah, that makes sense. 63 Grasser car soaking up a penalty in the pit lane as well. Now, that was a little while ago that car got that. You've got to do it within the 2 hour window, haven't you?
Or you get another 10 seconds, as we found out from 91, who couldn't serve it because their car isn't actually moving.
Okay, I can't find that penalty. Oh, there we are, exceeding the speed limit in the pit lane. So that was a 42-second penalty issued about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's a silly speed. Exceeding the speed limit in the pit lane. That's a silly thing to get.
The problem is now, Nick, of course, is how many fuel pumps are available.
Yes, there were 2 out of order.
Are they still out of order?
That appears. Well, the items not on the messages not on the. No. Fuel pump 16 is back in service again, so I think
Excellent.
They are back up. The only problem with the 16 has been in and out 4 or 5 times. Its last report, which was only about less than an hour ago, it was back in service again.
So,
Fuel pump 2 and 7 are back in service as well, so I think they were back up to a full set, sir.
So the advantage here, as we come down to the end of another racing hour, for those that do get into the pits and head to fuel, Patrick Assenheimer had only done 8 laps, so he can take and get to a full tank fairly easily and probably won't put a new set of Hankooks on. He'll just continue. And I know that sounds odd.
No, they've changed. Ryan Ratcliffe has taken over the car.
Oh, really? I wonder if he did he do the previous stint? Yes, he did. Well, that's worked lovely for them because he wouldn't have been able to do a full stint anyway. Okay, but still they won't need a lot of fuel in that car because it was already in 8 laps ago. Bortolotti was in 17 laps ago. Von der Linde was in 17 laps ago. Jaminet was in 22 laps ago. That's the cars that at the sharp end of the field. It's 1 o'clock in the morning in Dubai. We're into yet another full course purple. The Code 60 flags are out, and as I suggested some time ago, if we were likely to have another Code 60, some of the marker boards that have been blasted to smithereens will be replaced, and track services are doing exactly that. My thanks to Nick Damon. I'm John Hindhaugh. This is RSL, the Radio Show Limited network of audio and video channels, and the next hour of racing with Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer starts right now.
Great time to be joining the coverage with this natural reset point then at 1 o'clock in the morning. Dubai 24 always delivers, and this year perhaps more so than ever with another Code 60. The first 6 hours were just bonkers, and Joe Bradley and I were happy to take the blame for some of that when we came on shift and did 2.5 hours and saw several cars crashing, and not even in the usual places either, some of which came a cropper on the main start-finish straight, well clear of any corners it seemed. We are now under another caution period then, a Code 60, but it has been a fairly long time since the previous one, which was called just after 9 p.m. last night and continued only for 4-5 minutes. But this one all to deal with the 138 car that came to a halt at turn 12. and virtually the whole field has headed into the pits because they were due for a stop. So Mathieu Jaminet now listed as the leader. We're going to have to really wait for anybody to cross the line, though, for the order to reset a little bit. But Jaminet's advantage was that great for GPX Racing that he will surely still maintain the lead. Ryan Ratcliffe clambering on board the number 4 HRT Bilstein Mercedes. So a driver change taking place there. The Lamborghini Huracan fielded by GRT, the Grasser Racing team, remaining in the hands of Mirko Bortolotti. Car 63 is in third, ahead of Kelvin van der Linde's Audi for WRT and the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche of Italy, but with very much the Swiss driver Stefano Monaco. TCE Series is led by Ronnie Joost for the Top Car Sport crew. That's the Cupra TCR DSG. From in second place, the Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf, Gustavo Javier. And the AC Motorsport Audi is in third position in the TCE race, Stefan Perrat. I'm going to give you a more detailed rundown, including class leaders, just as soon as everybody's headed out of their most recent pit stops and crossed the line, because that will give us a more definitive order. But a chance, therefore, to say a good morning, as it is in Dubai, to Bruce Jones. It's me and thee for the next 3 hours or so. And, well, we kick things off, hopefully, as we don't intend to continue with a Code 60 after actually a stable portion of the race for the best part of 3 hours, Bruce.
Yes, in your previous stint, Johnny, it was all kicking off all over the place, which we didn't think would happen because we had a field of 54 cars. We've had nearly double that number in the past, decided 100 cars was too many, 80 is possibly about right. But anyhow, it did settle down. It was a good chance in the last hour with John and Nick commentating on it to just watch the natural pace of the cars without interruption. But what I do notice at the top of the time charts, we have 4 different manufacturers. We've got Porsche from Audi, Mercedes and Lamborghini. Bear in mind, after qualifying, it was 4 Porsches in the top 5 positions. So a really good shuffling. But GPX Racing on their home patch have literally not put a wheel out of line. And with the driver of the caliber of Mathieu Jaminet completing his outlap, you know it's going to go very quickly indeed. It's a question of what the rest can do. I still think that number 63 Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini is looking pretty good whenever particularly Mirko Bortolotti is at the wheel, able to lap as fast as the race leader. But again, it's about crews of four, sometimes even 5 drivers. So really, it's about the mix across the hours. And also, Johnny, it's also how the Code 60s, how your team reacts to them. If it's a long Code 60, how do you use it? Traditionally, we used to Precott Herbert just using it superbly. But their best placed car after a race of mishaps for the team is down in 10th place. So really, it's not quite what we're expecting.
Yeah, previous race winners in 2017, Daniel Alleman, Ralph Bone and the 2 Renaulters, the twin brothers Alfred and Robert, out of the race with their more regular 91 car. That was to fall after only 56 laps completed. We're up to 258 for GPX Racing and 2 remaining Precott Herbert Motorsport Porsches, but as you say, 10th, and the next best one is 14th with pole position man Sven Muller just rejoining the race now. The car in the penalty box is, I think, still the better of the 2 AC Motorsport cars. Yes, 188 is outpacing the sister machine from Belgium, 199. So 188 in and out of the penalty box, and Stefan Perrat will head down to the team now for a proper pit stop. Still incredibly busy down pit road though, and most have obviously judged this to be the more lengthier of the Code 60s. Particularly as John was making the point that it's been such a long time since the last one, then it's also a chance to do a little bit of track maintenance as well. So a fair assumption that you should be able to get 2 stops in back to back, bearing in mind though you've also got to account for an over 5 kilometre lap at 60 kph. One other car to come in has the look of a TCR car, and that stops actually. Might have been the 7 actually, which car ending in number 7, which came in for a stop just then. The 63 Lamborghini is definitely in again, so Mirko Bortolotti took that over and then has pitted 1 lap later for more fuel, and will rejoin imminently. Back there it goes, heading across the nose of another car that is pitting at the same time. It's the actual 7 car which served a penalty as well, which was Stefano Monaco in the Porsche. So that's the reason why the fuel is going in directly on the nose. It being a Porsche, that's where the nozzle is attached for dynamic motorsport. Car in the background that you can hear is the MP Motorsport Mercedes, earlier driven by Bert de Hoys, and he's just brought that car in actually for more fuel. And we're pretty much, I think Nick and John worked out, we're pretty much back to the full complement of fueling zones now as well. It's been a troublesome lead up to this portion of the night because at any one time there've been at least 2 pumps out of action, and that has rather compromised your options when you get to the very end of the pit lane. Red Camel Jordans.nl Cupra is in, still carrying some right side damage, but it's still close to the podium positions, having just dropped to 4th place in the last few hours. But TCE Series topped by Fabian Dance, who's just taken over the Top Car Sport Car. So Porsche, Audi, Mercedes, Lamborghini, Porsche in the GT Series. In TCE, it's a Cupra leading a Volkswagen in the form of the Autorama Gustavo Xavier driven 112 car. 3rd place is the AC Motorsport Audi, the Cupra from Red Camel, as I've just mentioned, and another Audi from QSR Racing with Kobe De Bruyke doing the driving in the 154. Clear sky. The fireworks and the smoke from those is long clear. They were set off about 5 hours ago now, yes, at 8 o'clock in the evening. And we're left with barely a cloud in the sky, as you'd become accustomed to in this part of the world. So conditions great, just need to get some more racing in. And a big question mark on everybody's lips, how on earth can they beat this GPX racing car, which is so dominant? It proved to be such a couple of years, or year and a bit ago, in Belgium at the Spa 24. And GPX have been at this event, Bruce, a number of times, not always in the Porsche. I remember they had some Renault RS01s in, if you go far enough back, and have often traditionally had some pretty poor luck here. It seems to be coming good, at least at this stage.
Yeah, traditionally they park themselves down towards pit exit alongside Dragon Racing, and sometimes have several different sorts of cars. Certainly the year they ran the Renault RS1, they had something else. I won't stick my neck out to remember, but they've sort of upped the ante, and winning races like the Spa 24 Hours has been phenomenal for the team based out in the United Arab Emirates. But one thing that's always worth pointing out is that you were talking of some of the refueling pumps not quite working. Even when they are all working, the teams have to put one of their crew members down there just to tell them how many pumps are occupied when they're thinking of bringing a car in. And if you've got a couple of the pumps down as well, then it really does mean that if you come in and all the pumps are occupied, you're going to cost yourself as much as a sort of stop-and-go penalty, if not more. So teams really need to stretch their crew to get them down. And if you're by pit entry, I can assure you, as someone who's walked the pit lane many, many times over the past decade or so, it's a long old pit lane, and it's a long walk down to check whether those pumps are working. And particularly in the middle of the night, like now, of course, you maybe don't have your full complement of mechanics awake at the time. You might have given a couple a chance for a little bit of kip, but and then you suddenly remember, oh my gosh, no one's watching the pumps. Just another thing to think about. And for the 138, Audi looking less than good in that front right-hand corner, punctured tyre, but I don't think actually that was the problem. Clearly there was contact, and it's being investigated at the moment. Just waiting to see if there's any further message on that. No, there isn't. But is that damage superficial? Quite possibly, but the car didn't come back under its own steam. The dolly jacks are going underneath. And the Simpson Motorsport Audi RS3 will go back into the garage, and then they can get the right number of mechanics on it to see what exactly needs to be done to get that back into the race. But a bit of a hiccup for them.
Yeah, it was a Californian, Rodrigo Sales, driving at the time, coming out of a more or less a full season in the European Le Mans Series, joined by teammate Gunnar Jeanette. Missed one round of last year's ELMS, but also was able to take in the Road to Le Mans events last September that supported the main 24 hours at Circuit de la Sarthe, running a Ferrari 488 in the GT3 bit of the Road to Le Mans, which kind of forms part of Michelin Le Mans Cup, although Rodrigo was focused on the main European Le Mans Series races as opposed to the support events during those. Michelin Pilot Challenge the season before that, but certainly some damage on the front right corner. Tyre is down and now being scooted towards the team in the wrong direction down pit road. Hopefully that'll be a relatively quick repair, and therefore if the car's back, that's indicative of us needing to, or being able to go racing fairly shortly. A number of those polystyrene marker boards will have been replaced, so let's keep our fingers crossed that the sound of race engines will again thunder around the Dubai Autodrome very, very shortly. And depending on where you've fed back in after your pit stop, if you were brave to not take advantage of this window, then you might have been in traffic, and maybe not so much now, and eager to get use or to make use of the clear road in front. But one car that does have some slower traffic to deal with is the number 19 Mercedes. There's an Audi in front which looks like a GT3 car actually by the size of the rear wing, so that will be at a similar speed once the Bert de Hoyst driven MP Motorsport AMG gets rolling again. So probably a good time now, just before we do get racing once more, to give you the class leaders along with pretty much the top 8 which I've given you. There's still a yellow flag, by the way, at turn 11, which is the left-hander which starts the incline to 12. So the long back straight runs 9 to 10. 11 is the next corner, the left-hander, and 12 is that tricky uphill approach to the right-hander immediately afterwards. And why is turn 11 under yellow flags as well as the code 60? Can't get you an answer on that just yet, but I will get back to you. Some advice as well to everybody that marshals are working on the track between 10 and 16. It might just be to cover those guys and girls then that are on the track looking after the repairs and replacement of marker boards, etc. So GT Pro is as the overall lead is concerned in GT Series, so that's led by Mathieu Jaminet, Ryan Ratcliffe for HRT Bilstein, and Dries Vanthoor now taking over the WRT Audi. GT3 AM led by Khaled Al Kubaisi in the HRT Abu Dhabi Racing Mercedes. Second position is the Audi from Car Collection of Max Edelhoff, number 34, and the CP Racing Mercedes is third for Shane Lewis, number 85. In the 991 division for all the Porsche Cup cars, Duvo Racing continue to lead that in 909 for Sergei Peregudov. Roland Voerman in the NKPP Racing by Baz Kooten Porsche is second, and in third it's the Profile Doors by Huber Racing, Matthias Hofsummer driven 924. In GTX, Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeos first and second. The third place car quite a way further down the order, third in GTX, is, you know, I can't even find it because it's that far down. There it is, the Vortex for Alban Varuti, and quite some catching up to be done on the top two. As I mentioned, there are both Huracan Super Trofeos for ARC Bratislava and for Lippert Motorsport. Thomas Padovani and Fidel Leib in the 707 and the 710 cars respectively. GT4 is led by the ST Racing BMW M4 of John Miller, car 438. Second in GT4 is the Aston Martin Vantage of Pro Sport Racing for Nico Verdonk, and in third place it is the Mercedes for Dragon Racing and Adam Christodoulou now at the wheel of the 488. In TCE Series, it's a Cupra that leads, Top Car Sport for Fabian Dance, number 131. Second place in TCR and in TCE is the Volkswagen of Autorama Motorsport for Gustavo Javier. And in third place in TCR, it's the Audi of AC Motorsport for Stefan Perrin. In TCX, Cupra at the head of that order as well. Sally Racing's example for Niels Ulrich Nybo, 218 is the car number. The BMW M2 CS Racing of PK Car Sport for Peter Guelinks, 2:08, and in third place for TCX is the Ginetta G55 for CWS Engineering, and Adam Hayes in 2:78. The Vortex that I was struggling to find in the GTX order has just come into pit lane to serve its latest penalty, and still we wait, Bruce, to go back to green. Everyone will be raring to go.
Certainly they will. And one thing that really struck me, with 54 cars starting this race, it means the garages are seldom shared by more than 2 cars. And just watching the 138 Simpson Motorsport Audi being given a bit of a fix, there's a bit more space for them to play. So many times, as luck will have it, you get 2 or 3 cars that are sharing one garage that all need remedial work at a time, and they get in each other's way, and they have to sort of then stop their repairs to let one be brought back to the pit lane from the back of the garage. Much simpler with this number of cars. So at least for the Simpson Motorsport crew, they can get on and fix that number 138 Audi without any external bothers, and they look as though they take parts off the car, all is fine. A lot of remedial work going on around the track, a lot of brushing, and that whole climb, as you said, from turn 10 up through 11 up to 12, I think a fair bit of liquid was dropped as well. So I don't know if it was dropping liquid had a problem and then was collected by someone else, but certainly I'm surprised the liquid seems to be spread the whole way up the hill to turn 12, where the 138 Audi came to a halt. But they have this opportunity to clear up. It could be from other incidents, and certainly looking at some of the bodywork that's come off the 138 Audi. The front right corner went down, the front right tyre got punctured, and there were certainly shards from the lining of the wheel arch, and we all know they are not the friend of fresh rubber when it comes around at full racing speed. So best to get that bit of track cleaned up, Johnny.
Power to the pit wall is the message on the back of the Audi, which is now receiving repairs. Hashtag this is endurance. You're tuned to the first 24H series race of the year. The traditional start to the season, I was about to say. The car, the Audi, that is being worked on, suddenly dropped to the ground on the rear there, which was not part of the plan. The incompressible jacks have been fitted on the front, but on the rear, are they just relying on that centrally positioned jack, and the rears haven't yet been put in, presumably for a bit of freedom to be able to work there? But worryingly, the car dropped virtually to the concrete then and needed to be lifted back up again. Thankfully, nobody was underneath at the time, and therefore the 138, the work can continue. But only one guy underneath it as we speak. Max Edelhoff goes across the line now. Car Collection Motorsport, winners of this event a couple of years ago. They are entered into GT3 AM this year and certainly have a chance of winning that class. Second position, and a gap of, well, with the gaps timed obviously behind or underneath a code 60, they're a little bit deceptive. It's 90 seconds between the GT3 leader, Abu Dhabi Racing Mercedes, and the Edelhoff car, with Shane Lewis in hot pursuit just a couple of minutes further back.
So just taking a look, it's effectively a 2.5 lap lead, Johnny, we're looking at. Mathieu Jamet over Ryan Ratcliffe. So the GPX Racing Porsche over the Bilstein livery HRT, that's the Hauk Racing Team Mercedes. Very tidy advantage for GPX Racing, but we're having a long code 60 here. Have all the drivers on board in this stint waiting for the restart. Had a restart before, had a restart at night. Air temperatures a little bit cooler at night this time of year in Dubai, and we always think about this: heat in tyres, heat in brakes. Let's hope they all have thought about that as they foresee what's coming up ahead when we will go green again at some point. Still looking for any further messages to see what is being sent to the teams from the race control. Slippery track, turn 11 to turn 12, so that's why they're still trying to tidy it up, that ascent. So car number 99, your Tempter Racing Audi dives in under this code 60 to get some fresh rubber. And they're a team that hasn't run quite as they'd like, but if you've got a driver by the name of Marcus Winkelhock at the wheel, which they do, we know it's going to go well when it hits the track again.
One or two people, including Luke Stokes, asking for slightly more fleshing out of the difference between the TCR category and the TCX. It's my understanding that TCX is sort of a catch-all if you don't run a TCR car. TCR now a world class within touring car racing, only for front-wheel drive hatchbacks pretty much, though. Must be a front-wheel drive car, and steadily more and more manufacturers are making available a car that will run in TCR. So obviously the Cupra, the Volkswagen Golf and the Audi RS3, they've been around in TCR racing for quite some time. Prior to the Cupra, it was the Seat Leon and another model as well, I think, but Cupra became its own brand. We used to have a Seat Cupra, of course, but Cupra became the more sporty end of the Seat brand, and a manufacturer in its own right, very similar to how Arbath is with Fiat. TCX, well, we've got the BMW M2 CS racing car, which in NLS racing and at the Nürburgring 24 hours you can get a full class of BMW M2 CS racing cars. We haven't quite got the entry in order to do that here in Dubai, so that goes into the T6 category. It's obviously a TCE series car with a more touring car type shape, and the engine size will fit it into the TCR division. Same goes really for the Ginetta as well, although that's the least like a touring car, you could argue. And we have in the past had a category called SP3, Special 3. That doesn't exist any longer in 24H series, so the Ginetta G55s for the CWS engineering outfit have found a new home within TCX. There's also one BMW M240i Racing Cup car, again a class in its own right in NLS racing, but Fun M Motorsport have been given the TCX category, and it ensures that the majority of those cars in TCX will find somebody to race, but it is far more eclectic than the TCE division, whose regulations are firmly defined in world motor racing. And these days, in what was the World Touring Car Championship, it became the World TCR Cup a few seasons ago. But what it does mean is we've got potential for a crossover with one or two that are regularly seen in the WTCR Championship, like Ben Leiter and Manuel Lauk, I think, has done some racing in that, can cross over with their TCRs, although Lauk this year, in a very different beast, the Dodge Viper from Team Zakspeed, that sadly became a retirement fairly early on, car 13, when Hendrik Still had troubles.
Talking of still, it's still being cleared up, the track at turn 11, so much so that I just noticed riding on board, looking through the windscreen of number 88, one of the two car collection Audis. That's the one driven by Milen Donci in 11th place. They don't get to drive on the track there. They're flagged beyond. They go into the sort of the tarmac runoff area, and the course vehicles are covering the entire track. So clearly whatever was dropped at turn 11 was dropped in a major way, and they keep the cars very much to driver's right as they go up the hill, and then eventually the track starts kinking a little bit to the left before it starts arcing to the right towards turn 12. The cars are allowed back onto the circuit. So having thought that lights on the starting gantry would be turning green very soon indeed. That was a while ago, Johnny, and we're still waiting, and still a lot of course vehicles and marshals down cleaning the track at turn 11. Even on the rise up to turn 12, I noticed there are some scattered bits of polystyrene marker board. That's not a concern. It's whatever's on the circuit at the moment. It's clearly really rather serious. So a lot of cement dust is being put down there.
So this is your chance to make a brew, get a snack, make sure you're stocked up for the remaining 13 and a half minutes. 13 and a half hours. There's a lot longer to go than that. And we are finally ticked into Saturday morning, isn't it? Friday into Saturday, it being in Dubai. And therefore, a little bit of a milestone reached already, an hour and virtually a half into the new day, racing through till 3 o'clock this afternoon. And John Hindhoff on Twitter helping me with the description as well. I think I've pretty much covered most things there. TCX regarding the TCX versus TCR differences. TCX has become a catch-all touring car category, similar to GTX. So, I mean, you could say that the X stands for extreme, quite possibly, those that fall out of the normal regulations. And the TCE series has had other subdivisions within it in the past, but fairly simply for 2021, at least so far, it's just TCR and TCX forming the TCE series, and there will be a completely different podium and completely different points awarded to all that run in the TCE series. They were made completely separate races, 2 races within 1 race a few years ago. So much so that when it was first introduced like that, we actually had separated starts by about 30 seconds. The danger there, though, is that there was an accident sometimes in the GT series field, which you then launch the TCE cars directly into down at turn 1 or 2. So this year, the race got underway as a combined grid, but the cars are separated irrespective if there's a bit of overlap between the qualifying times, i.e. the fastest TCE is marginally faster than the GT series cars. They're split after qualifying to ensure that there's at least a couple of rows between each of the individual races. Car 401, which is the lone Aston Martin in the entry for the GT series, has come in, and Nico Verdonk for Pro Sport Racing serving another stop. And that for the German outfit will be, just to get an idea of what the sort of distance that the GT4s are doing, it's 10th pit stop. And we are not yet halfway through, another 90 minutes and we will be 12 hours down. So could be that that car will have stopped 11 or 12 times by roughly half distance. So it's not far off doing about an hour per stint.
Yeah, that will change, of course, if we have less time under code 60 in the second half of the race, because clearly we've had quite a lot. Going very well in GT4, second in GT4, a lap down on the race leader in that class, and the race leading car is the ST Racing BMW M4. John Miller at the wheel. He's got a full season of racing lined up ahead of him, and great to have that car entered from Canada coming over to play here in Dubai. But I must say, whenever I look at that Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin, I think it looks fantastic in its current race livery. But a good lineup there. Nico Verdonk at the wheel at the moment. Rodrigue Guillon, Stéphane Lemeray, he knows his way around, particularly Spa-Francorchamps. Patrick Matheson, a young racer, going increasingly well. And Constantin Scholl, normally actually driving a little further up, has been racing in GT3, but pretty handy in GT4 as well. So a good lineup for them. Still, the work goes on to repair the front right-hand corner of the Simpson Motorsport Audi, but it all looks pretty much under control, and right number of jacks under the car at the moment, which is good to see. But again, it's much easier when you can focus on just one end of the car, and it all looks fairly much under control for them. And just to point out, I was just talking about Constantin Scholl. He raced a Bentley in the ADAC GT Masters Series last year. So he races sometimes GT4, sometimes GT3. Just has to remember which when he gets down to turn 1.
And his only other Dubai experience was actually last year in the much shortened race behind the wheel of a 991 Porsche with TM Racing. So lots of experience at only 22 years old, the man from Vienna. And yes, some decent mileage in the ADAC GT Masters, with a full season, I'm sure, planned ahead of him in 2021. Headlight being refitted on the Audi, with nearly another half an hour of the race about to tick by. So this is the 7th Code 60 so far this race, and it's been out for over half an hour now, verging on 40 minutes in fact. So you could say that the officials were eager for a slowing of the pace, just so that they could address any spillages, any markables that needed to be replaced, and possibly the odd tyre wall that might need the once over after there've been some contact. You always have to be careful with tyre walls. Sometimes they react absolutely fine to a crash. Other times they're significantly dishevelled, and therefore their safety, the job in protecting cars and drivers, is compromised. So they have been keeping an eye on all of the various tyre walls around the track, will the officials. There are parts of it that are not protected by tyres, and it's therefore bare Armco and concrete wall, as one or two found out on the main straight earlier on today. We had two near identical incidents, one involving a Cup Porsche from HRT Performance, the other for the Lamborghini from GT3 Poland. Strange moments which both instigated a code 60. Actually, the second of those, the GT3 Poland Lamborghini, had its moment, we think, when one of the code 60s had already been issued because of another stranded Lamborghini from Lippert Motorsport further around the track, and Joe Bradley and I were scratching our heads to work out exactly what had happened to the GT3 Poland car. It was eventually recovered, and I think is also on the retirements list. It had an awful lot of damage done to the rear left, and that car, well, at the moment being shown in the fueling area. It might be that the car's just ended up there for Bartosz Opiola. Let's wait and see for the 708 car. Certain retirements are Fabio Citignola's car, which we lost very early on in the opening 15 minutes after a nasty-looking crash at the first corner for the HRT Performance Porsche. Henrik Still's Dodge Viper for Team Zakspeed, as I mentioned, is out. For some people, their favourite for this year's race, the 91 Herbert Motorsport car, already out of the race, and Holger Harmsen was the HRT Performance pilot when their second Porsche had a nasty crash on the start-finish straight, which involved the nose of the car making significant contact with the Armco barrier, if not the pit gate, on driver's right out of turn 16. So Holger Harmsen was taken to the medical centre and judged to be fit after that, thankfully. But a weekend to forget, certainly for HRT Performance, in the first half of this year's Dubai 24 Hours. The 16th running of this fantastic race. 138, a lot of work still taking place on that, with a significant number of the body panels stripped away from the front of that car. And still, the wait goes on for the dynamic Porsche, which at the moment is being followed by the V10 that you can hear in the background of, or the V8 rather, for the 5.2 litre V8 of the car collection Audi that is heading down the back straight.
So it's a bit of a waiting game, waiting to get any signal, any message from race control. Obviously, the drivers will be keeping an eye on how much work is still being done, remedial work to clear up the slippery surface, particularly through and out of turn 11. Another chance to look at it, as the drivers are still being pushed out beyond the white line on the right-hand side of the circuit as the track turns left and up the hill, still running in the runoff area, still course vehicles on the track and to the left of the track. All the way through turn 11. So it is a major bit of remedial work. You might think tar walls, Johnny, they take a long time to replace. They most certainly do. Barriers likewise. But whatever went down onto the track at turn 11 is clearly of the slipperiest nature.
And it started to be dropped onto the track at turn 11. And as you said, then just continued further and further round. And if it's come from the 138 Audi, it probably didn't stop until that car finally reached the pit lane. So that is the reason why it is taking a fairly long time to deal with the latest drama out on track. And there's a reminder to everybody that the track is incredibly slippery at turn 11 and up to turn 12, somewhere that you're really pushing, because you'll have been pursuing somebody potentially all the way down the straight from turn 9 to 10. And as we've seen many times already this weekend, not least in the single-seaters that supported the main race, the FIA F4 United Arab Emirates Championship, they were often overtaking one another side by side through 10 and 11. So all the more reason for everyone to have lots of grip across the track, because you're not necessarily going to be on the racing line there. You need full confidence to be able to lean on your car on the Hankook tyres through 11, which is slightly off camber, and then getting enough grunt and enough traction out of there to pull you up the hill towards turn 12. And then the very technical section, which might also be affected by a slippery track surface at 13, 14 and 15, although the message indicates that it is worse at 11 and 12.
Johnny,
so, yes,
one bit of good news is the car actually came to a stop, the 138 Simpson Motorsport Audi, at the top of turn 12. So it didn't drag it the rest of the way back. It was put on a flatbed and brought back to the pits, front right tyre down, front right suspension had damage. But it's all seems to be concentrated on what was done at the bottom of the hill. And maybe the fluid that fell out is stuff it needed to keep going. That's why the car came to halt at the top. But the fact of the matter, clearly it's not a blown engine, because they're just replacing the suspension, not the engine. So fingers crossed for them.
Yeah, but as you said, the crucial internal fluids from a racing car work far better when they are being circulated within rather than on the track surface, and cars don't last that much longer when crucial fluids are lost. So 138 needing outside assistance, as so many have earlier on in the race. And just as I was preparing myself ahead of this stint with Bruce, looked up at the timing screen when this code 60 came out at 7 minutes to the hour, and virtually everybody had decided to take a pit stop. So thirsty for fuel most were, and it left no more than about 5 cars, I think, out on track. But now that everything has reset, I think 14.5 minutes is, yes, a real-time gap. Admittedly, with a code 60 in place, so that gap will come down between Axel Jeffries and Ryan Ratcliffe, but it's sending some statement out to the rest of the field to show that if you can have an uninterrupted run and tick your pit stops off as metronomically as possible, then that can be the reward. A gap of nearly 15 minutes under code 60. It'll condense to 7, 8, 9 minutes when we get back to racing speed, and Axel Jeffries with no immediate pressure for the Porsche 911 of GPX Racing. HRT Bilstein, I thought on paper that driving lineup looked very strong, and HRT really do prepare a very good Mercedes AMG. I'm not sure I've ever seen it in that combination of colours before. It's certainly been backed by Bilstein before at places like the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but a dramatic and striking paint scheme for this year's Dubai, and Welshman Ryan Ratcliffe given the responsibility to drive it at this stage. Not with a huge pedigree with Mercedes, Ryan, to date, but I do remember him racing BMWs in the past, so certainly knowledgeable of grumbling front-engine GT cars. Certainly the box that the AMG fits into, and the 2020 version of that, it was facelifted, remember, heading into last year, with the much wider grille, the wide mouth, and one or two people suggested it wasn't necessarily an improvement aesthetically. It certainly was, though, from its drivability perspective. I mean, no real complaints from Mercedes pilots prior to that. Always known to be quite a forgiving car, gave you plenty of notice if it was about to have a bit of a moment, and they've improved upon that iteration to iteration. The green flags are waved, though, now finally. We didn't quite get to the hour mark for that code 60, but it was very close indeed. I think 45 minutes, as it's now nearly 20 to 2 in the morning, and that's the code 60 came out at 7 minutes to the hour, so 41 minutes is the duration for that latest code 60. And finally we hear race engines once again, with the GPX car looking very strong indeed out front, pursued by Ryan Ratcliffe and Dries Van Tor, not long been in the Audi, which is running in third place, Bruce.
So the gap you talked of 14.5 minutes, it's effectively 2.5 laps between the race-leading GPX Racing Porsche, the HRT Bilstein Mercedes in second place. But watch out for Dries Van Tor. We've watched him, Johnny, over the years. He is very, very quick indeed. And Audi on the slow burn in the 24 hours. They only qualified 8th and 10th. They're two best placed R8 LMSs in qualifying. But it's a very strong lineup in car number 31. Certainly when you can pop Kelvin van der Linde out and put Dries Van Tor in, two of the drivers right at the top of the GT3 tree. Very, very handy lineup for them indeed. So let's see how they can go forward. Sharing with Louis Michiels, young Benjamin Goethe and Frank Bird. Certainly the stars in the car are Van Tor and van der Linde, but the others in the car will be learning from them all the time. So running third, but it's Porsche leading from Mercedes, and then that third place WRT Audi. Now, Johnny, let's cross our fingers and pray that we can have a good hour of clear running and let this race settle down all over again. And in fact, give the mechanics a little bit of a break. Why not?
Yeah, fine time for that to happen at 22:02 in the morning. And in the TCE division, likewise really, Top Car Sport have regularly been out front with their Cupra for Fabian Dance at the moment. Second place, the Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf for Gustavo Javier. And then three cars separated by just over a minute each of them in third, fourth and fifth, with AC Motorsport given no peace really from Red Camel Jordans.nl in the early stages, and they're still only separated by a minute and 20 seconds. And then the Audi of QSR Racing for Kobe de Bruyke in the 154. And always after a code 60, there's a fair bit of untangling to take place, as GT cars will have caught TCE machines, and it's not altogether that easy to clear those cars quickly and the bottom line safely as well, because the last thing you want to head out of a 45-minute code 60 and then be involved in an incident that causes another one straight away. Cautions often breed cautions, and as Bruce says, we're desperately in need now of some longevity. An hour, maybe a couple of hours would be very useful indeed for the strategists to get the calculators going again and realise exactly where they are in the race. But a big chunk of time that is the advantage for GPX Racing in the GT Pro and the overall lead in the GT Series. It is closer in AM, just 30 seconds separate Khalid Al-Kubaisi from Max Edelhoff, and Max is able to lap quite a bit quicker than the Emirati at this stage, so 34 might not be very far away from closing in, really closing in on the HRT Mercedes.
Always worth reiterating that Khalid Al-Kubaisi, one of 3 drivers who's got 3 wins in the Dubai 24 Hours to his name. He's got 2 chances of winning this year, because he's, as he does in many of the times he competes here, he's got 2 cars in the race. His number 5 he's driving at the moment in the AM class, leading the GT3 AM, is one of them, and the other is the sister car from HRT, the Hout Racing team, and that's running second, of course. So if he feels one is fading a little bit and isn't looking for GT3 AM honours, well, why not go for the car that's running in second place? But he's such an enthusiast, and of course he doesn't just come here to race, he comes here to watch his racing daughters. And you were commentating on, was it Hamda?
Yes.
In the first of the races. She's very good, isn't she?
She is, yeah. A race winner in last year's F4 Championship, came very close this weekend to getting another one to her name, but featuring on the podium, supported by older sister Amna as well, who has been racing in Italy, I think last year, possibly the year before, taking a break for studies though now. But oh dear, another problem out on track, a load of polystyrene all over the road and a car off the driver's right. That was on the approach to 14. And I somehow suspect we might be going back into code 60 if that car stays where it is, and it's more about the debris, Bruce. It's right across the track there.
Yeah, strange incident there. Car sitting to the right of the circuit at 45 degrees, and certainly coming through, riding on board with the 34 car collection Audi driven by Max Edelhoff. He didn't expect to find a car there, and at that point you're drifting wide out of turn 13, the left-hand kink. Turn right, you'll do what I think it was the TCE class car at the side there. Need another look. It was black and yellow, but it was stationary at the wrong angle. So you were talking about nice smooth restart under green. I was talking about getting heat in your tyres and heat in your brakes. But there's certainly something a little awry there. Wait to find out which car is sitting sideways at the edge of the circuit there. I better look at the tracker map and try and work it out for you. Nothing listed. Might have got going again, but it was a big surprise for Max Edelhoff, that's for sure.
It seemed to have the shape of a TCR Audi, but so quickly did Max Edelhoff drive past there. I didn't get a good enough glimpse of the car in order to identify it, but a freshly renewed marker board made of, easily destroyed polystyrene, and yet another one, I'm afraid, is not going to go back to wherever they keep these things, in a little shed, I'm guessing, at the back of the circuit. And that's not going to be retrieved for ever, because the track will need to be swept, I guess, but in due course. And the last thing the officials want to do is slow the track's speed again. If the car has recovered itself, engine restarted, then that snow effect down at 13 will probably clear itself anyway. We'll get a racing line appearing very quickly with enough racing cars still circulating. So with 4 definite retirements and 3 cars currently in the pits. We didn't have obviously 1 car start, which was the extra Ginetta from CWS Racing, but otherwise we should still have 40 plus cars in the race 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, probably on the money, 40, 42 at the maximum, still competing. So it feels like a very attritional type race. We've only lost so far 20% of the field, though, which probably is comparable to other entries we've had in the years, and at this point in the race, which is an hour and 15 away from half distance. The problems on the McLaren were sorted eventually after some contact for Nick Moss whilst he was at the wheel of the 72 car, which did damage to the rear right corner, and they had to replace a wishbone and a shock absorber as well. But the car back in the race, and 72 obviously lost time, is running in 16th position and in 6th place in the GT3 AM category. Can't see a car on the approach to 14, so I think our synopsis there that it got going again. Was it the 31? No, that's not lost enough time, but it was a similar paint scheme and similar car shape to that was off track. And Dries Van Tor on a tear here. He's got the gap down to Ryan Ratcliffe to less than 30 seconds and has just produced the best time for that car all race, a 1:59.214 for the young Belgian.
Yeah, I said look out for him, and immediately he got on the pace. When he did that lap, he was, with the exception of Milan Donche, going very well in the 88 car collection Audi. Maybe it's an Audi time of night or the early hours of the morning. They were appreciably quicker, 2, 3, 4 seconds quicker than some of their rivals. But for Dries Van Tor, that was the equivalent of a driver who's just, well, it was a case of being able to cane it as soon as the circuit went green again, and you know, have the confidence, have the poise and balance to find grip in tyres that were a little bit down on their required temperature. But that's what he's paid to do, and he does it very well. 3rd place at the moment, closing in on Ryan Ratcliffe, who's starting to pick up the pace, but is lapping at the moment about 3 seconds a lap slower than Dries Van Tor. Dries now 25 seconds down. Do the maths, 8 laps, he should be on his tail. But I expect Ratcliffe in 2nd place in that number 4 HRT Bill Stein Mercedes to pick up the pace. He's just being a little bit more cautious at the moment.
25 seconds now the deficit for Dries Van Tor as he tries to close in on Ryan Ratcliffe. Rolfin Eichen is running in 4th place. He's 4 laps away from the GT Series leader in the all-green Lamborghini Huracan of Austrian outfit Grasser Racing Team. And then the dynamic motorsport Porsche of Stefano Monaco, also running in GT3 Pro, is in 5th place. The scrap for the 991 lead is only separated by 43 seconds between the two Porsches of Duvo Racing and NKPP Racing, Bas Kouten. Actually, as I say that, they switched places, and that wasn't as a result of either of them coming in, was it? Let's just have a look. Duvo Racing, no. Oh, yes, it had. It just made a pit stop. So Andrei Mukavoz returning to the racetrack at turn 1. And because of that, those two cars are close enough for the lead to have changed. And NKPP then will spend a bit of time out front in car 991.
Just to do a little bit of housework, Andrei Mukazov took over from Sergei Peregudov, so there was a driver change there. But Duvo Racing looking very, very strong in that 991 plus. Enjoying at the moment a chance to ride with Ollie Milroy. Just to reiterate the problems for that Inception Racing by Optimum McLaren, they lost around 16 laps with all those repairs after the contact, but going very, very well. Ollie Milroy taken it over, and he's really stretching his legs very well indeed. But Johnny, you were talking about gags of cars from the slower classes, the junior classes, if you will, and Milroy's just got his way through a pack of those. Now he can start to stretch the legs again. But the pace of the 720S McLaren is very good when it needs to be. They just don't want any more delays, because give them those 16 laps back and it would put them in the top 3 positions. So what might have been, but still they're plugging on.
Also, keeping you up to date with what's going on in the TCX category, the leader in that has completed 232 laps and has near enough an 11-minute advantage now. So the Sally Racing Cupra, perfectly positioned for Niels Ulrich Nybo. That is one of the more questionable cars, and there are reasons why Sally Racing decided the TCX category rather than TCR for the Danish squad. So 218 the discrepancy, if you like, because that car on paper would automatically go into the TCR division, but it was the team's decision to put it into TCX, and it is ahead of the BMW M2 CS racing car for PK Car Sport. Might just be a little tweak of the regulations which automatically put it out of TCR, but it has chosen the right category, it would seem, at the moment, because it's leading it from PK Car Sport, and in third place the Ginetta G55 for Adam Hayes, for the car that Colin White started yesterday afternoon at 3 o'clock, the 278. One car was never meant to be raced, it's the 279, and the 280 car, also from the same stable, is running again for the all South African lineup, and Michael Stephen at the wheel of that, and Ian Salvestrian, our pit lane reporter, taking the time out to catch up with Michael at length, actually, and the amount of support he's receiving at the moment from his homeland in South Africa, together with all of his 3 other teammates as well. A hotbed of motorsports all the way through the year, but a great place to have a bit of an away day here at the Dubai Autodrome to kick off 2021.
Looking at the pace of Axel Jeffries, he's now picked it up in the lead of the race. He's sitting on an advantage of 5.5 minutes now, when Johnny talked about it just under the code 60, which ran for 40 plus minutes. It was 14.5 minutes, but of course each of those laps under code 60 so much slower at 60 kph, but 2.5 laps is still the advantage. But now in real time it's 5.5 minutes for GPX Racing with their Porsche, ahead of Ryan Ratcliffe, who's getting quicker with every lap in second place, but Dries van Tor now close to just 20 seconds down on the yellow and blue number 4 Mercedes, getting closer all the time, but also particularly Dries van Tor just got his way through a lot of traffic. So he should start to close it even more. Mind you, Ratcliffe might have had to clear them first. Just depends where he found them on the circuit. Rolfin Eichen going well too in the Lamborghini, the best of the Lamborghinis, the one in the GT3 class. He's 4th overall, 4th in GT3 Pro. He's also lapping on 2 minutes flat, within a 100th of a second of the pace of the chasing Stefano Monica, the Swiss racer, really impressing, as he has a very good run for Dynamic Motorsport. That car, bar a few penalties, should be closer to the front, but he's doing a great job in 5th overall.
Questions remain as to how hard anybody can push around turn 11 and 12 currently, which was massively affected by the spillage earlier on, and the marshals will have done a splendid job in mopping that up, by the way, in spreading the dust on the track surface, and that quickly then soaks up whatever it was, coolant, fuel. It will have been something more suspect than just water, obviously, but the first few laps coming out of a 45-odd minute code 60, you're taking your life into your own hands a little bit in terms of how hard to push. Very difficult to pick out the areas that were affected in the darkness, especially as turn 11 is often blind anyway, in terms of as you're going into it, you don't necessarily know what's on the exit, so where do you put the car in the first few laps? Thankfully, everybody's been round there a number of times now and will know where it's most grippy. The dangers are if you are in a GT car and have a face full of TCRs in front of you, and you're left with little choice but to go a radically different line than the natural racing one. 63 able to stick a lap on the Mercedes from the GT4 category, and does that perfectly fine out of turn 16. I think that was Adam Christodoulou actually in the Dragon Racing Mercedes that was being overtaken by Rolf Eichen.
You get little cameo roles as the field is sorting itself out. The driver in 12th place, Vincent Kolb, the Herbert Motorsport 92 Porsche, just put in the fastest lap of anybody out there, the only one under 2 minutes recently. There he is down in, what did I say, 12th position. He's just overtaken the Attempter Racing Audi, but that is because it dived into the pits. Marcus Winkelhock, not so long ago, was at a standstill, is all over again. But I think at the moment, if you can lap in 2 minutes flat, you're doing about the right pace. Oh, and there we have Dries van Tor, 1 minute 58.705. No wonder the gap came down from nearly 30 seconds to 25 to 20. It's now down to 15 seconds. The Belgian is chasing after Ryan Ratcliffe, chasing after second place and doing a very good job indeed in that number 31 WRT Audi. He's on a flyer.
We're very far away from bettering the fastest lap of the race, which still stands as a 1:58.4. 0.3 of a second for the Belgian to try and find then, but conditions near perfect in order to do that. Lap 2 was the fastest lap of the race at 6.5 minutes past 3 yesterday afternoon, set by Klaus Bachler. His previous effort on lap 2 was pretty handy as well, a 1:58.8, but he went 0.4 of a second quicker than that. And then, as always happens in an endurance race, you hit traffic and your window of opportunity to do a fastest lap pretty much goes until we get to nightfall, when the air is of that consistency that the race engines really like, and lower temperatures, relatively speaking. They don't get that low here in Dubai most of the time. We are in Dubai's winter period, being Northern Hemisphere just about, and therefore the temperature has ducked enough to give us this great environment. I wouldn't be surprised to see another green sector time from Dries van Tor, maybe next time around. He's whittled that lead, which was significant coming out of the Code 60, to just 15 seconds now between the nose of his Audi and the rear of Ryan Ratcliffe's Mercedes. Over the line, oh, it's slower this time for Dries van Tor. Obviously caught a little bit of traffic, but still was faster than Ryan Ratcliffe, and the gap now 14.2 seconds between Mercedes and the Audi. Definitely one to keep our eyes on. Also a car starting to turn up the wick is the number 88 Milan Doncha driven car collection Audi. You've already mentioned Milan's name, Bruce, as somebody to watch. He's down in 11th, but again has produced a personal best time for that car.
The most recent full course the Code 60, the 7th one of those, 41 minutes, caused, just to reiterate, by the 138 Audi sitting at the side of the circuit. There had been contact with between that car and the 114 also Rama Golf. No further action is being taken. Maybe they got away with it under cover of darkness, but it's good. We don't want many more penalties, but 41 minutes was a big interruption for the teams. Had to keep their cool, keep their calm, get those cars refilled, do driver changes if required. But now, thank goodness, we're back to full speed green flag racing. It's still 2.5 laps the advantage on the race leading GPX Racing Porsche. Axel Jeffries knows this circuit very well, Zimbabwean by birth, but lives in the Middle East, and he's absolutely loving it on home ground. 2.5 laps clear. That equates to 5.5 minutes or so over the HRT Bill Stein Mercedes, but Ryan Ratcliffe has got a battle on. Johnny mentioned last time round it was 14.2 seconds, his dwindling advantage over third place, and third place is Dries van Tor, and he's stringing together another very quick lap in the WRT Audi. So just worth also pointing out, it's Porsche from Mercedes, from Audi and Lamborghini. Will we have a car not from a German manufacturer taking victory in this race? Well, it's down to Rolfin Eichen and the gang in the 4th place GRT, the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini, car number 63. Let's see what they can do. They're on the pace at the moment, but overall, well, they've got 272 laps under their belt, as does the WRT Audi, as done the HRT Mercedes, but 274 completed, soon to be 275 by that racing. Now 275 by the race leading GPX Racing Porsche. Looking very good.
Alan Prosser, who is at Lanzarote Camel on Twitter, doing his usual splendid job of nabbing screenshots from various onboard cameras, and has caught the incident into 14 brilliantly well. Just need to be able to zoom in on the car in question a little bit more, but that's definitely the incident. And I think the tail lights on that car are very Audi looking indeed. The RS3, but it's one with the yellow bumper and yellow skirt, black and white, quite possibly. That's what made me, I was drawn actually to the Dries van Tor Audi, but he's going so well and he's catching Ryan Ratcliffe. Quite clearly it wasn't him. It's a car from the TCE series, definitely, and I'll maybe be able to work that out a little bit later on when we next knock off shift to try and eliminate those cars that it couldn't possibly be, and through a process of elimination we'll get there. But the key thing is we didn't need another Code 60, and the car that was involved has obviously continued either with a visit to the pit lane or without that, because it will have done zero damage to the car. It will have shocked the driver somewhat and had to leap on the anchors, but has now rejoined, it seems. Another hour is done. We are very nearly at half distance, another 60 minutes and we'll be there. It's 2 o'clock in the morning at the Dubai Autodrome, and it's the 16th edition of the Hankook sponsored Dubai 24 Hours. You're tuned to RS1. It's the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Delighted to have your company. So, a chance to do the order, and let's do TCE series to give them a bit of love first of all. The Top Car Sport Cupra TCR is leading the TCE part of the race, with Fabian Dance in the 131 car out front. From the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Volkswagen Golf, Gustavo Javier 112 is the race number, and then it's Audi Cupra Audi for AC Motorsport, Stefan Perrin, Ivo Breukers in the Red Camel Jordans.nl, all orange Cupra, and the QSR Racing Audi number 154 is Toby de Broeke. Sixth place is the Autorama Volkswagen of Konstantin Kletzer. That team, that car, were champions last year. Seventh place for the AC Motorsport Sebastian Lejoie Audi RS3. And in eighth position, Niels Ulrich Nybo for Sally Racing, who is also, by the way, the TCX leader. And the TCX top three, so following the 218 car, is in second place the PK Car Sport BMW M2 CS Racing, and that is driven by Peter Guerlinks in car 208, and in third place in TCX the G55 Ginetta of CWS Racing with Adam Hayes currently doing this stint. GT Series, Axel Jeffries, Zimbabwean born for the GPX Racing Porsche number 36. Second place for Welshman Ryan Ratcliffe is the HRT Bilstein Mercedes, trailing the race leader by over 5.5 minutes, which equates to pretty much 3 laps. 2:76 completed for the race leader. Car 31 is in third for Dries Vanthoor. Both 4 and 31 about to cross the line, with only about now, well, less than 10 seconds I'll make it between the two. You should be able to get you a real-time gap as Dries Vanthoor goes across the line now. It's 8.6 between second place Ryan Ratcliffe and third place Dries Vanthoor. That one really hotting up nicely. The GRT Lamborghini for Rolf Ineichen is fourth, ahead of Stefano Monaco in his Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. Sixth place for Charles-Henri Samat for the race-tivity entered Mercedes, and the HRT Abu Dhabi Racing Mercedes AMG is driven by Khaled El-Khabazi, who is in seventh place. Eighth position for a chasing Max Edelhoff in the Car Collection Audi, and they are the two GT3 AM leaders, Khaled from Max, and in third position it's Shane Lewis in the CP Racing Mercedes. A little bit further down the order, in 13th position is Andre Mukavoz. He leads the 991 division for an all Porsche class for Duvo Racing. In GTX, the race leader is the Liebert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Fidel Leib with the responsibility of driving that car right now, car 710. And GT4 is headed by a BMW from ST Racing, the Canadian squad, with American John Miller driving car 438. There's your rundown. Just less than 13 hours still to go here on RS1. Axel Jeffries is leading the 16th edition of the Hankook 24 Hours. We are, and have been for many hours now, in full darkness at the Dubai Autodrome. And after a 45-minute wait to hear race engines at full chat, we finally got there after a much anticipated Code 60 from an official perspective, provided the opportunity to do quite a bit of clearing up. It was by necessity, I suppose you could argue, at turn 11 anyway, because the amount of fluid that was dumped by the 138 Audi, and that car, which had to be recovered, is still, I'm afraid, in the pit lane for Simpson Motorsport and the Audi RS3. Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones looking after this segment of the race then. Find me a bit of rhythm, Bruce.
Let's hope so. We said that a while ago. They need to be able to get down to the racing. Just let everything settle down, because it interrupts stint length. It also, if you know it's going to be a long Code 60, you do tend to pop in one of your, let's say if you're a Pro-Am team, you put your Am drivers in. But right now, the teams need to just get into what would be the natural rhythm of the race. It gives a bit of a break to the mechanics if they know the next pit stop in the small hours of the morning isn't for another hour or 50 minutes. But if it suddenly comes at them 10 minutes after they've just completed a pit stop because it's code 60 again, it really is an interruption. One thing that really strikes me as I look out across the circuit is when this race was first held, this is the 16th running of the Dubai 24 Hours. Gosh, those years have gone fast. There was a lot of darkness when you were out at the back part of the circuit, not just on the track, but the other side of the main road that's just beyond the circuit perimeter and beyond. But the lights are so much closer now. Even if they're just street lights for developments that have only got the road and the street lights so far, but year in, year out, the development of the city of Dubai comes closer to the circuit. It really, really has changed the nature of the event. Of course, the tarmac still as it ever was. It's fast, it's flowic, 16 turns, 5.6 kilometres. But again, night doesn't feel quite as night-like in 2021 as it did back when it kicked off in 2006. But hey, it's still a great circuit.
Plenty of people doing some detective work, following up on Alan Prosser's hard work, trying to identify which Audi visited the scenery on the approach to turn 14. And, well, being led by me slightly, including Yoda's uncle, who says, well, if you're right, if it is an Audi, the tail light certainly suggests that it was, then it would match the paint scheme of car 111, which is the entry from RKC and ZRT, Ricky Coomber's team, effectively. Coomber joined by the two Jonathans, Mullen and Simmons, and Umair Khan. So, yes, let's say it's the 111 until we have any better ideas. And that car, thankfully, is still on the move. Jonathan Simmons currently driving it in 12th place in the TCR order, 17th in the TCE race. They have an Audi RS3 LMS with the sequential gearbox for RKC ZRT. Out of 13 and 14 go two GT cars, very closely positioned indeed. That's the Dynamic Motorsport car, number 7, chasing down the 5. So they are relatively close together on the screen, but they're not racing for position. That's a GT Pro car trying to recover some time, at least, after a tricky start to the race. Stefano Monaco at the wheel of the gold and black Porsche, and he's just been able to just slip up the inside of Khaled Al-Kubaisi, who is still leading the GT3 AM division, but only just from Max Edelhoff. Now, I'd suggested that young Max might be able to up the ante a little bit and catch up with the Emirati. That's exactly what's happened. Only 1.3 seconds now between the two leading cars in GT3 AM, Bruce Jones.
Blinkered, you'd missed that coming down. You called it very well, and at the moment, a little bit of traffic dependent, but 4 seconds gained in one lap by young Max Edelhoff. He's 8th, 7th place to be coming his way very soon indeed if he continues like that. But it's not just 8th and 7th, it's 2nd and 1st in the GT3 AM class, so plenty to play for. And both the car collection Motorsport Audis going well. There's Edelhoff in 8th, 3 places further back, going faster even than him is Milan Donci in the sister car. That the number 88 entry that had a few sort of setbacks earlier in the race, but now starting to really go well. Milan and his brother Indy Donci, doesn't matter what you put them in, any form of GT car, whether in the Middle East, in Europe or in the States, very, very quick indeed. And this is one of the best drives I've seen from Milan. So his next target, of course, is Ian Logie, or John Logie as they've listed him in the programme. 30-odd seconds to see if he can depose him for 10th, but certainly Milan Donci has been putting in a series of really good laps indeed.
Yeah, if you recognise the Donci surname, brother Indy Donci, very successful these days in the US, but also in the ADAC GT Masters, runs regularly in the Spa 24, and also did the Dubai 24 last year. Assuming, you know, I haven't interrogated the entry to see if Indy's actually here this year. I assume he's not, Bruce. You will have done that.
I have, and he isn't.
No, I didn't think so. I mean, he may well be here supporting younger brother Milan, but last year in the curtailed race, Winwood Racing and HTP Motorsport were his mount in the GT3 category, and they eventually finished in 16th place. That car was very nicely qualified by Indy, 3rd position on the grid for last year's event. So Milan Doncha running in 5th place. And the next car on his list, as you say, is Ian Logie in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. One of a couple of Herbert cars that remain in the race, 91 and 93. Sorry, 92 and 93. 91 is the retirement. So Doncha in a bit of a Herbert sandwich there, with Vincent Cole also trying to make up some places. Andre Mukavoz is in the leading 991 Porsche for Duvo Racing, and that car briefly lost the lead in the 991 division after it made a pit stop, and Gijs Bessem took over the NKPP Racing by Baskouten car. So that briefly put the 991 numbered Porsche ahead of 909, but they're a more familiar order now, with Duvo looking pretty dominant at this stage. Gaps over 2 minutes now between the two 991 leaders. GPX
just had
back across the line, Bruce.
Just had a change for second place. We had Dries van Tor hunting down Ryan Ratcliffe, and he passed him just before the start-finish line. 0.068, 68 one-thousandths of a second, his advantage over Ryan Ratcliffe, but importantly, up to second place. His next target, of course, 2.5 laps clear. Axel Jeffries in the race-leading GPX Racing Porsche, but the WRT Audi, that's number 31, going very nicely indeed. Thank you very much for Dries van Tor. Series of really quick laps, worked the traffic well when we went green again, and then just lap after lap was taking sometimes 3 seconds, sometimes slightly more out of Ryan Ratcliffe. So the HRT Bilstein Mercedes, that's number 4, bright yellow and pale blue, that is no longer second, down to third. We've had the change. It was coming, and it happened very quickly.
And Ryan Ratcliffe probably wise not to fight that too much, because you run the risk of losing time in the greater picture. Just admit that in this phase of the race, a car is marginally quicker than you, and so it has proved anyway over the last the last half an hour or so, really, for Dries van Tor. And they're running their own race. HRT Bilstein very much will allow those stints to work their way through. They'll be, barring major incident for the car 4, it certainly has the speed to be in the shake-up for second place. For the race win, that seems quite a big ask at this stage, but you never know, because bad luck can often befall any car in the order. GPX Racing only need a slightly longer stop than they have had so far, and everybody all of a sudden is back in the fight. Lamborghini Super Trofeo coming into pit lane, which will have been the 710 of Fidel Leib, who leads the GTX category. Also in on that pit stop was Marcus Winkelhock in the Attempto Racing R8 number 99.
Just looking across the driver lineups in the top few cars, and the race leading car, it's worth pointing out Alain Ferte was very quick in Formula 2 and then into Formula 3000, but he is 65 years old, but he's not the sort of driver who'll let that affect him too much, and he has won here 5 years ago, 2016. The French veteran went, but I must say, interviewing Alain, particularly in recent years, he is having the time of his life, and just so delighted at this point still to be racing. He's quick too, so he's certainly not going to hold back the GPX Racing Porsche. Julian Andlauer has never done anything slowly, neither Mathieu Jaminet. Axel Jeffries is going from strength to strength in GT3, so many years in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo around the world. And then there's Frédéric Fatien. We know, he knows he's the weak link in that car, but he will get in, he'll do the minimum amount of driving that he can get away with doing according to the rule book, and if they're, he'll probably do a bit more if they stay in a really strong position. But if it's getting to the nip and tuck, Fred Fatien will reduce his time in the car to the bare minimum and leave it to his teammates, because he'd be desperate to win this race on what for him is home ground.
I'll tell you what, Alain Ferte may be 65 years old, but he comes here with a 100% record at the Dubai 24 Hours. Only done the event once before in 2016, but won the thing. So you can see why Ferte is an obvious signing. That year was an Audi year for WRT. Ferte, Laurence Vantor, Stuart Leonard and Michael Meadows. So yeah, get him on the sheet as one of the drivers you desperately need in your lineup, making that Porsche a combination even stronger, arguably. Axel Jeffries due across the line very shortly indeed in the 36 car then. and sweeps over the line now with 5 3/4 minutes as the advantage. Pretty much 3 laps back to the team and car that won this race 5 years ago, with Alan Ferte in the lineup, the WRT Audi squad, and Dries van Tor very busy indeed, producing once again the best lap time of anybody right at this point. Nobody is sub 2 minutes apart from the young Belgian, a 1:59.1 this time. So hasn't quite nicked the fastest lap away from Klaus Backler, who set it on lap 3 just after 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, but got perilously close to the 1:58.4. I remember a 58.7 from Dries van Tor. Let's see whether he's got anything better than that up his sleeve during the rest of this stint, which is now, by the way, an hour and 8 minutes old. Drive limit is still, to my knowledge, 2 hours. It always has been in 24H Series racing, so he's got a little bit of wriggle room. It really depends how much fuel is left in the WRT Audi.
Well, looking at the timing screens, he's managed a 1 minute 58.5, so he has, in recent laps, got to within 1/10 of a second of the fastest lap of the race. And you never know, there could have been traffic on that one as well for him. Certainly what we do know, there wasn't any traffic at all when the race's fastest lap was set, because as you said, that was lap number 3. The only traffic was the traffic around. I don't mean slower cars blocking your way, just fighting with like-minded individuals at the front of the field in those opening laps for the fastest lap. But you do feel another good lap from Dries van Tor, and it could be his. But how does a driver react when he's 2 3/4 laps down on a race-winning car? You're almost at the halfway point in a race. You see that GPX Racing has not put a wheel out of line. They've read the code 60s well. They haven't made a mistake on the track. How do you keep motivated? There's the question.
I don't think Dries van Tor necessarily has that problem. He just drives every race as if he's leading it, I think, and fully focused on the job in hand, which is producing the best lap time possible in the lap that he's on. And once that's completed, you do the same thing again until your time is finished. And we're within 50 minutes of that, I would suggest. It may well be a slightly earlier pit stop, because these cars can do generally an hour, but it also depends on when the next caution period, if we get another caution period within this pit stop window, how well that falls. Pretty much everybody, I think, when we got underway after a lengthy code 60, which was about 45 minutes all told, I think everyone coming out of that will have had a brimmed fuel tank, because they will have done at least 2 stops. So there's your 2 50% allocations done, and then you can just keep coming into the pits really and topping off where necessary. So fuel will not be an issue, at least for the next hour or so, for the big GT cars, even at full race speed. So GT Pros first all the way down to 5th, and then a 3-car scrap for the GT3 AM division. And the advantage now for new leader Max Edelhoff is 11.5 seconds over Khaled Al-Kubaisi. It'll be more than that now, because car 5 has just come into the pits, in fact. So the HRT Abu Dhabi Racing run Mercedes has run very close on fuel, and they've decided to bring that car in. That may also be end of stint for Khaled Al-Kubaisi. We'll confirm once the car rejoins the race, Bruce.
Indeed, and also I was just looking at the pace of the others in the GT3 AM class. Certainly Max Edelhoff lapping very nicely, 2 minute 1 seconds lap, but so is Shane Lewis. Shane, of course, has been around the block more than a few times. Lengthy racing career for the American. Great to have him here, but he's running the CP Racing Mercedes, 3rd in the class, and he's matching the pace. In fact, last time slightly exceeding the pace of the new class leader. So how close is he? He's gone up ahead of Khaled Al-Kubaisi's car. Still waiting to see if that number 5 Mercedes, when it returns, if it's got Khaled at the wheel or has to be in a drive change. It's in refueling, but Shane Lewis going super well here, and good to see the American shifting it. An American has had at least 50 candles on his birthday cake, so well done to still be licking it seriously through the night here in Dubai.
And always mixed with good company at this event, including Koreuser in previous years. Did 2013 and 14 with the famous Dutchman in the SP3 category when that still existed. First year for Shane was 2012, and this will be his 6th Dubai 24 hours. Far more recently with the CP, Charlie Putman Racing outfit, has done the race with those guys for the last 2 years, in fact. So this will be a hat trick for CP Racing and Shane Lewis connection. Cars shooting through the very quick kink at 13 and into 14, and the 131, which still leads the TCE series, is driven by Fabian Dance. Now, Fabian's been at the wheel for over an hour and a quarter now, so an eye certainly to the fuel gauge. Little blip of the brakes as well to make sure there's the required pressure before he really leans on them into turn 16. But Top Car Sports Cupra, I'm sure many people knew that car was going to be strong, but outdoing Autorama Motorsport for the time being. But they've got 2 cars there or thereabouts circulating in the top 5 in the TCE series, with AC Motorsport, usual protagonists as well, and Red Camel, Jordans.nl. Far too early, not yet half distance, to call the direction that TCE series is going in terms of the plot through the race. But Top Car will be chuffed thoroughly, I'm sure, with the start of their 2021 Dubai.
Well, we have an answer for whether it was going to be Khalid Al-Kubaisi staying in the number 5 Abu Dhabi Racing Mercedes. He has not. The car was refueled. He was not on board. It was Florian Scholzer, the German racer, who's taken that over. So that's fallen to 3rd place in GT3 AM, meaning Max Edelhoff is leading the class from Shane Lewis. It's Audi from Mercedes, Car Collection Motorsport from CP Racing. Now it's up to Florian Scholzer to start to pick up the pace in that number 5, the dark red Mercedes. The sister car, though, the number 4, the bright yellow and pale blue car, is running in the Pro class, and that's at 3rd overall. But having recently been passed for that 2nd place by Dries van Toor, Ryan Ratcliffe is now 10 seconds down. It'll be about 13 at this end of this lap, because the Audi is escaping in that 2nd place. There's also just been a change of 10th place as well. Ian Loggy, the Herbert Motorsport number 93. Porsche hunted down and passed by Milan Donci. We picked out Donci for some very quick laps. He's among the 3 fastest drivers on the track for probably about the last 20 minutes. Axel Jeffries, Dries van Toor, 1st and 2nd in the race, the 1st and 2nd fastest, but Milan's been super competitive for the Car Collection Motorsport number 88 Audi, now up into that 10th place.
Still, Alan Prosser hard at work to identify which car came to grief a little while ago, and discussions ongoing on social media. If you've got some input as far as that's concerned, or any other topic for the 16th edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai, at RSL_studio is where you need to address your tweet. And I'm sure there's probably a hashtag to include as well. Hashtag 24 Dubai, 24H Dubai seems to be the consensus, and also at 24H series you could include as well, which is the official Twitter handle for the championship. Into another year of 24H series racing. Did amazingly manage to complete 6 races in 2020 in amongst all the turmoil, and included trips not only here to Dubai but later on in the year to Portimao, Monza, Hockenheim, to Sicily, to Ennepegusa, and to Mugello to end the year. And this year's calendar even more fulsome should everything go to plan. Mugello will be next in a couple of months' time, so the traditional season start to the European part of the campaign will be on the 27th of March at Mugello in Tuscany. Spa-Francorchamps just a month later on the 25th of April, and then visits to Germany, to the Hockenheim Ring, to Portimao for a 24-hour race. Barcelona will also be a 24. Ennepegusa for a 12-hour, and the Sebring event in November I think is down for a 24-hour race as we stand. So of course Sebring, well known for 60-odd years for the 12-hour there every March, but we're going to be going potentially twice around the clock in November. I've not misremembered that, have I, Bruce? It's planned for a 24-hour race in Florida.
I'll have to have a quick
do you?
No, I do. I do. I was just checking something else, and I had the information on my very desk.
Oh, there we are.
You know my bits of paper?
Yeah. Oh, yes, I know those.
Bits of paper. It was on here earlier, but anyhow, it was my dates for the year. Like all of us, we try and fill our diary with as many race dates as possible, and just hope that the sort of longshore drift doesn't take them away. A lot of them will be done from studios rather than having to go to the races, which is a big shame. in so many ways, a bit more convenient, but we do miss getting on planes and going out around the world. But hopefully, just fingers crossed, everyone, that 6 months from now, maybe even 3 months from now, we can get ourselves back to all of the circuits. It's what we do, it's what we love, and it certainly adds that extra layer when we're bringing you just information. It's the little things you catch, Johnny, when you walk up and down a pit lane, be it in the early hours of the morning or in the early stages of a race meeting. Just an idle comment here or there as teams are handing us envelopes full of cash. Oh no, sorry, a cup of tea. But those are the things you pick up, the little things you notice, and they just add something, I really feel, to a commentary. And just also the ability to suddenly be able to say, oh, look, the wind's changing direction. You can't always tell that from a commentary studio, but if you're working the pit lane, as I've done so many times in the Dubai 24-hour, these little things just, I don't know, they sort of make you feel more grounded to the event. The TV director doing a great job here, though. Very difficult in the night because while it's certainly super bright down the start-finish straight and looking down to the pit garages, out around the back of the circuit, particularly if someone goes off nowhere near any of the cameras, trying to pick out where the car's gone off, which the car is, that's our job, of course. Very difficult indeed.
Yeah, and we will have Ian Silvestrin a little bit later on, by the way, to fill in some of the blanks down pit road. So Ian doing a splendid job at the start of the race on the grid, and also getting driver interviews and team updates to us as well. So Ian back in the early hours of this morning. To answer my own question, it is planned at the moment to be the Hankook 24H at Sebring. So it will be the 4th 24-hour race for this season by the time we get to it in November, over the weekend of the 12th, 13th and 14th of November. So after Dubai, the next 24-hour race will be Portimao in the south of Portugal. Barcelona follows about a month and a half later at the start of September, its traditional date, and that event has got a long history in being a 24-hour touring car race for many years, and now GT's firmly welcomed onto the bill as well, after an idea that Creventic brought to the table to introduce to the Catalan Drivers Club. And therefore the 3rd, 4th and 5th of September has been exclusively reserved for the annual 24H Series visit. So that's 3 24-hour races, and the 4th being on the concrete in Sebring. Very much looking forward to that, much later on in 2021. But Dubai is the matter in hand, and down at turn 10, looking very busy indeed, with 6 cars all having to negotiate that part of the circuit. Still, some of it will be offering rather limited grip after a 138 Audi had a drama down there and spilt a load of fluid. It took a good while for it to be mopped up, and grip levels will be at a premium, particularly on the edges of that circuit, as there's almost another half an hour that has ticked by in this year's race, and GPX Racing more and more dominant. Every time I look at the gap, it's grown very slightly. 5 minutes and 44 seconds now, and that is well, on that particular lap, Dries van Tor very slightly slower than Axel Jeffries. They've been trading decent lap times. The best times produced by those individual cars favours the Audi number 31 that is doing the chasing, but Axel Jeffries a very solid drive to this point from the now Middle Eastern based Zimbabwean. Welshman Ryan Ratcliffe remains in 3rd position. There's no immediate pressure from Rolf Ineiken in the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini. He's about 90 seconds further down the road in car 63. And Mauro Calamir for Dynamic Motorsport, the 2nd Porsche in the top 5, still there in 5th place.
Yeah, I don't want to be picky, but Dries van Tor had fallen the wrong side of the 2-minute mark. But as I say that, 1 minute 59.7. So traffic clearly was what slowed him for. Took probably 2 seconds out of him on the previous lap, but it's still 5 3/4 minutes, the gap to the race-leading GPX Racing Porsche, however you look at it. So Axel Jeffries actually, in recent laps, had really picked up the pace. He found about a second a lap, but the fact that Dries van Tor was able to fight back just as I was about to conclude that his tyres were going past their best, he's proved that under cover of darkness, nobody is a match for him in the small hours here at the Dubai Autodrome. But it's a big mountain to climb. Just reiterate, 5 minutes 45 seconds, 5 minutes 43 seconds, but anyhow, somewhere near 6 minutes is the advantage for the GPX Racing Porsche. So nearly at the halfway point in the race, that's a comfortable buffer.
Oh yeah, and if you'd asked them at the start of the race, would you like that sort of margin prior to the 12-hour mark, they would certainly have snapped your hand off. Would GPX Racing traditionally not gone so well in a variety of cars, as we were touching on earlier on in our segment, but at the moment that Porsche looking very strong indeed, and a number of other teams deciding to go the 911 GT3R route, including Herbert, including Dynamic Motorsport, as we've mentioned, and then of course you've got the plethora of Porsches down in the Cup class as well. But I often go by the numbers of cars that have been entered, numbers of type of car that have been entered into a race, as to which may well be the strongest. And Mercedes here in numbers as well. The Bilstein car only recently overtaken to demote it to third position, but it had been running in second for a while. The other two cars, well, their priority is to win the GT3 AM part of the race, and two cars going strongly in that in Shane Lewis and Florian Scholzer. Lewis, or rather the Abu Dhabi Racing Mercedes, was overtaken during the last stint by Max Edelhoff, and Max will be a fair bit into his current stint. Let's have a look at an hour and a half gone currently for the 25-year-old German. So we'll be seeing Max in for his latest pit stop within the next 30 minutes, so as not to breach the drive time limit for each individual driver. But again, Car Collection's aim will have been to be ending their stint in the lead of the class, and it's looking very likely that that's going to happen now, with Shane Lewis very nearly 90 seconds adrift.
Yeah, it's been a really, really good run for Max Edelhoff, that's for sure. Herbert Motorsport, though, what could have been for them, starting at the front of the grid. But now, 91 there, flying car. That was knocked out of the race. Daniel Alleman, less than happy. In 93 and 92, their remaining cars. The AM1, which is 93, Ian Logie at the wheel, ahead of their Pro Car 92, Vincent Cole, but he's closing in all the time. But they're outside the top 10, 11th and 12th overall. The team that really is the master of the 24H Series races has got a long way to go, and their sharpest tool is no longer in the race. So big frustration for the German team.
Yeah, and you get the odd race like that, I suppose. They have had some times of success in the past, and you need to take the rough with the smooth, particularly in endurance racing and motorsport as a whole. But you can get all your bad luck and all your good luck sometimes within the same race. What does Joe Bradley say? A soap opera behind every garage door. We've certainly had that in Spadefalls, and not even at 12 hours just yet. The first 6 hours were eventful enough, particularly when Joe and I were on, actually, and many of you actually blamed us for that. Well, we've been accused of worse through the years, so we'll take that on the chin. It did mean the demise of a couple of cars, and in some bizarre places as well, in strange incidents that seem to just involve those single cars. But you do get that from time to time. The climb out of turn 11 is what faces now Max Edelhoff in the 34 car. He's got some traffic to get by safely in a moment or two, including one of the Autorama Motorsport VWs. 3 of them entered in this year's race, the 1, the 112 and the 114. And he says, trying to identify exactly which one that was. I have no idea, frankly. They're both, they're all liveried in a similar scheme. But the 101 car has just been overtaken by Max Edelhoff. Now, didn't I mention a little while ago that the Red Camels car was being pursued by an Autorama car? No, but it's Konstantin Kletska, and he's a bit further down than that gap would have indicated. So the Golf and the Cupra that have just been lapped by Max Edelhoff, not actually on the same lap. It's Ivo Brokers back at the wheel of car 101, and he remains in third position. Kari-Pekka Laaksonen is the nearest to him in the second-placed Autorama Motorsport car, but that wasn't Kari-Pekka being overtaken, because the gap at the last split was 2 minutes in the favour of the Golf. So 112 remains second, and the leader is still Fabian Dance. And this has been a long old stint for Dance, 90 minutes into it. Again, somebody due into the pits then in the next 5 to 10 laps.
But the beauty for Fabian Dance's team, for Top Car Sport, with that number 131 Cupra, is they have had the equivalent run to the race-leading GPX Racing Porsche. It's just been super smooth, and any time over the past nearly 12 hours you looked at the top 2 or 3 positions in class, almost always in first place, but often just a little bit behind, is that 131 car. They're having a really, really good run. Tiny little advantage for them, but as you said, they will have a pit stop coming up soon, but sitting on an advantage as they are of quite a few laps now. It's really looking... Hold on, I have to do some maths here. They've got 263 laps on the board, the best of the rest. Kari, Pekka, Laskinen, 4 laps fewer. So that's a big, big margin in TCR.
It is, even in an endurance race where they have found a home very much in recent years. To put a time on a story that has broken in the last 15 minutes, and some sad news as far as Christopher Meese and the rest of his team is concerned. Attempto Racing are out of the event because of a broken drive shaft. So that's the Attempto car number 99, which had Chris Meese, Marcus Winkelhock, Finlay Hutchison, Alex Arkinaka and Philippe Saga as the driving lineup. But with thanks to Jamie Peters-Ennis, who is again paying close attention to this race, probably for the duration. Why not, Jamie? Stay up all night. Reporting to me that Chris Meese has posted on his Instagram feed that car's an official retirement. You can add it to a list which looked like it might be huge at the start after those eventful first few hours, but I think it's still only now 5 cars that are definitely out of the race. So the 99 has been dropping for quite some time. It's down to 31st now and 25th in the GT series order. We're not going to see any more of car number 99, the Audi.
Well, for Attempto Racing that were running the car a handful of years ago, their cars would turn up at GT races and they really were the outsiders, but it cannot be stressed how much they've come on in the past couple of seasons in particular. This was not their day. And let's face it, if you've got a car with Marcus Winkelhock in it and you have a clean run, they're definitely going to be in the top 5, maybe even the top 3. But here it has not been their race. So it's parked up, they go away. But a big shame because, as much as anything, when you get any driver to the end of a 24-hour race and allow them to go on a podium, they get pretty excited. But Marcus Winkelhock, he's just such a lovely fellow, and it's just great to see his smile and how many races and championships has he won over the years. If it says 24 hours and it says Winkelhock, you know there's probably going to be a podium attached to it come the end. He's won the Nürburgring 24 hours, the Spa 24 hours, both of them multiple times. I think it's 3 Nürburgring 24 hours and a couple of Spas thus far. But not a Dubai 24-hour to be added to that list, not this time around. In fact, I don't think he's ever won it, he says, quickly looking for his list of winners, and he turns past Hans-Joachim Stuck on the end of the first page, 2006 wins, and we don't find a Winkelhock on the end, but we do find Toto Wolff. What did he go on to do next after winning that opening race here, 2006?
Do you know, I've sort of lost track of his trajectory. He's somewhere within motorsport, I believe, and has already had a mention actually from 1 or 2 Mercedes followers. Funnily enough, we were talking, or Ian Silvestri was chatting to Patrick Assenheimer, and of course the Mercedes connection there. Patrick, a very much a strongly connected customer racer with the 3-pointed star and a regular winner actually in the now called NLS Championship with the Outer Arena Mercedes. So yes, a big grin on Patrick's face when Toto Wolff's name was mentioned. He was hoping that with not a great deal going on in the world and many people trapped in their homes, that Toto would have been given little choice really but to follow the event, something that he won in 2006, and why not? Hello to Toto if you're watching and listening.
Well, it's also good to know that I just mentioned Hans-Joachim Stuck, who was one of his teammates along with Dieter Quester and Philipp Peter. So 3 out of the 4 were Austrian, and very entertaining for their Duller Motorsport BMW M3. 3rd place in the inaugural 24 hours of Dubai was a driver who's still competing here in the ARC Bratislava, Miro Konopka. This time, though, he's not driving a GT3 Porsche, but of course he's driving a bright yellow Lamborghini in the GTX class. Just trying to see where the ARC car it's in. It's 19th place overall. His son Mato Konopka, he loves racing with his son, is in the car at the moment, 2nd in the DTX class. So a bit of continuity from the first race here to the 16th, and Miro Konopka still smiling.
Yeah, very much so, and a real enthusiast within motorsport. Miro has raced at the 24 Hours of Le Mans as well in LMP2 machinery, and has become a regular fixture as well, mainly in the GTX category with that Lamborghini Huracan. Visitor to the pit lane is from the 991 Porsche division, and 979 Philipp Wiles is the driver of the Speed Lover car. So suspiciously looking like a retirement down towards the bottom order of the timing screen, but absolutely not. So we cannot include the 979. 708 is out of the race, although it's been back into it ever since the initial problem for that 708 car on the main straight, because I remember that it wasn't Andrei Lewandowski doing the driving in the GT3 Poland car, but that car has now been in the pits for... Do you know, I think that's still running. I beg your pardon. So GT3 Poland car has only just visited the pits as well. So 7808 cannot be included into the retirement list, even though seemingly I wanted it to be there. It's back in the race and trying desperately to get back into the top 3 of the GTX division. Got a long way to go. 3rd place in GTX. Well, arguably is in touching distance. The gap is still hours to try and catch up with the Vortex V8 and Lionel Amrouche, but it's not out of the question that the 708 could potentially get back on the GTX podium, and these are the little nuggets that you've got to look forward to in a race that is still yet to reach half distance. So 979, the Speed Lover Porsche, in a slightly less dramatic paint scheme than the sister machine. It is an all-white car with the Belgian flag illustrated on the B pillar of the Porsche Cup car. Engine restarts after I noticed the engine cover was lifted briefly for 1 or 2 checks and possible adjustments, and now that Speed Lover car that was being driven by Philipp Wiles will head down to the fueling area.
Looking back at the very sharp end of the race, Axel Jeffries is still sitting on a 5 3/4 minute advantage. An increasingly good lap from Dries van Toor, another one in the low 1 minute 59s versus 2 minutes and 2 for the race leader. But Axel Jeffries counting off the laps so far in the race with 296 laps under the belt of that GPX Racing Porsche. 14 pit stops, exactly the same number as the chasing WRT Audi. One car that has got rather more under its belt is the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini. 20 pit stops so far for the car in 4th place, but plenty of good speed went out on the circuit. And at the moment, it's Mirko Bortolotti who started the race, ran 2nd in those early stages, and he's taking 2.5, 3 seconds a lap out of Ryan Ratcliffe in the moment, but he's about 5 minutes down on him, nearly 2 laps down, so it's all rather sort of debatable at the moment if he's making progress or not. But all he can do is chip away, and the Italian really putting in some very, very good laps in that Lamborghini.
Milan Doncic brought the Car Collection Audi that was 4th place in GT3 AM, so Car Collection lead the class with the 34. The 88, which has been a pro car in previous years and indeed a race winner, is back to being in GTE AM, but one of the quickest drivers in that combination is Milan Doncic, a semi-pro, as judged by the 24/8 series and organisers Creventic, and he is joined by 4 AM drivers, so Kim Holmgaard, Martin Lechman, Tim Müller and Johannes Stengel joining Milan Doncic. May well be a driver change having taken place there as well. 88's just arrived in the fueling area. Flashing of lights on the Vortex V8, or is that just a wobbly headlight? I think it is actually for the car that's overtaking the Vortex V8, which is a Porsche number 92. So that is the Herbert Motorsport entry, and not quite the best place from Herbert, but it is a close run thing now between Ian Logge and Vincent Kolb. They're together on the timing screen, less close actually when you look at the interval, which is 12.5, nearly 13 minutes. But Vincent Kolb is going the right way in the GTE AM car, the GT Pro car rather, GT3 Pro car, and that 92 lineup really wants to be towards the sharp end, joining the 5 cars that are out front in Pro. The AM car of Ian Logge is doing absolutely fine actually, 5th place in GT3 AM and only 30 seconds away from the Milan Doncic Audi that has just made a stop. 19 car also in, So we have reached a point, Bruce, where cars are naturally running out of fuel because we're going at full race speed, and Bert de Huys in the MP Motorsport Mercedes is in to complete another stint.
Yep, Axel Jeffries in the refueling area in the race-leading GPX Racing Porsche, or is it him? Was there a driver change for the race-leading car? We'll find out when that leaves refueling, goes onto the circuit. And also in the pits, Dries van Tor. So first and second in the pit lane. Will Ryan Ratcliffe be coming in soon? He ended up about nearly 30 seconds down on Dries van Tor. But now I think we're going to have a Herbert Motorsport Porsche coming into the pit lane. Certainly one of the Renard brothers coming out to take a look at the action. He'd rather still be in the race, but his was the one of the three that retired early on. Daniel Anneman less than happy about his car being hit very hard indeed and taken out of the running very early on. That was the car in the lineup that won in 2017, so a big disappointment for them.
Ryan Ratcliffe due in now because the crew down at HRT, looking after the Bilstein-sponsored Mercedes, have the marker board out where the car needs to stop. That's often the board that is popped out of its position as well. You need to be careful not to be standing right next to that when a car arrives. And there is some damage to the 9th placed Porsche, which is the other Herbert car. So I mentioned the 92 going strongly. The 93 has had to come into pit lane with Ian Logie at the wheel and rear end damage that is going to have to be addressed, Bruce. That looks suspiciously like maybe a shunt from behind out on the track.
I've got half clue. Very, very fleetingly, there was a warning on the screen, yellow flags at turn 12, top of the hill, something has hit something, and it's not too hard to imagine that it was the 93 car being hit up the back. So Ian Logie, I've never seen the rear bodywork on a Porsche being sort of effectively shunted forward with the rest of the car staying in position, but the parts are being pulled off very quickly indeed, and clearly a whole new rear section of bodywork will need to be added. Tyres being taken off at the back, perhaps to take the wheel arch inners off, because those have been damaged as well by the contact from behind. So in fact it was much harder, the impact, than I expected when it came into the pit lane. But maybe the main concern was just getting that liner of the wheel arch out from inside. It's been chipped, it's been damaged. Let's hope it's a quick fix for Herbert Motorsport. We touched on the fact, Johnny, that they've had a bit of a rotten run, but it seems to be getting a little bit worse for them. Just 3 minutes ago, you were saying it was the 92 car, the sister car, with what you thought was a wobbly headlight, but that's nothing in comparison to what happened to poor Ian Logie out there. Don't know who hit him. I'll keep an eye on the messages, and you often get a little bit of a help when it says incident involving cars X and potentially 93. We'll see what happens.
So it's a busy time down at Herbert. The 91 car sadly parked up in the garage and will be there for the rest of the race. That was announced as a retirement, as Bruce mentioned just a short time ago. 92, though, in on the same lap as the damaged Ian Logie car. And Vincent Kolb, more of a standard stop, I believe, for the 92. They may well try and work on the headlight, because I imagine that's a fair bit of a distraction for Vincent Kolb, who's done a lot of racing in a Phoenix Racing Audi in the past, particularly at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, getting a taste of a fierce German rival in the form of a Porsche this weekend. But you're right in your description in the damage on the rear of Ian Logie's car, because the left side wheel arch, the outer skin, the arch itself had kind of been pointed skyward 90 degrees to its normal position. So such was the force after that contact was made. No idea which other car was involved, but it looked to be more so on the left side of the rear than the right side, but it had torn away a significant chunk of that bodywork, which is easily replaced. But bear in mind that on a GT3 car, the engine is still right at the back of the Porsche, unlike the GTE Porsches these days, where the engine and gearbox combination was spun through 180 degrees a couple of seasons back. So we've had 2 iterations of GTE Porsche like that now, where the engine is closer to the driver than the gearbox. It is the much more traditional lineup at the back of a Porsche in the GT3 world. And if you do get contact there, obviously that engine is rather delicately positioned, so they'll be checking all that out as well, and hopefully the flat 6 is good to go just as soon as the bodywork around it is repaired.
Driver changes of the first 2 cars. We thought there'd be changes. Out gets Axel Jeffries, in gets Julian Andlauer into the race-leading GPX Racing Porsche. Out gets Dries van Tor, and in gets the other really quick driver in that quintet. It's Kelvin van der Linde, the South African. So just remember the gap between them, 5 minutes 45, 5 minutes 50 seconds. Seems stable in and out of the pits. They went driver changes, refueling, and it's still 5 minutes 48 seconds between them. So let's see what sort of pace they can get out to. Maro Engel has also just taken over the number 4 Mercedes, the HRT Bilstein example. That's running third. So 3 of the very quickest drivers in GT cars out in those first 3 positions. Oh, and I've ignored Mirko Bortolotti. We can put him in that group. He's in 4th place in the GRT Lamborghini.
Yeah, Mirko very close to a pole position yesterday for the start of the race, and was pushing hard from the outset, pressurising people like Maro Engel, which you don't often see, although I don't think the HRT Bilstein Mercedes was quite in the sweet spot in terms of setup for the opening stint. It did seem to be very skittish, moving around on the road, which Maro is obviously capable of dealing with, but you're never going to produce a good enough lap time to match the other cars around you, and Mirko eventually forcing the error. It took a while, mind you, and Maro Engel was edging Mirko Bortolotti towards the pit wall down the main straight before he finally conceded that place. Fortunes have changed slightly. Speaking of the devil, Maro Engel now back at the wheel of the number 4 car as he rejoins in 3rd position. And well, are we going to be in a situation where the 2 cars find one another again, Engel and Bortolotti? The time at the moment is 4 and a bit minutes, but that will drop considerably because one car's stopped, i.e. the Mercedes, and the Lamborghini continues on. Where are they in terms of their drive time? Well, Engel, as I've just mentioned, has just started a stint. Mirko Bortolotti's been at the wheel of his for just under 15 minutes, so they're still relatively fresh, both of those drivers, in 4 and 63. 8 minutes to go, and we will have reached a key moment in the race. 3 o'clock in the morning, and that is officially half distance, so something else that can be ticked off on the plan for the race. And certain teams, namely GPX Racing, will be thoroughly chuffed with their efforts to date. We are also, Bruce, working lap 300. Not sure whether we're still on course for a record distance, which from memory is 6:28. I'll go away and check that, but yeah, we're going to be well short of that with nearly half the race done. We'll do well to get north of 600 laps, but nevertheless that'll be good going.
Yeah, I'm confident we will top 600 laps. I think simply it's been a very, very stop-start first half of this race, the 16th running of the Dubai 24 hours. But oh, good to see the 93 Porsche. Sorry, it's a 989. It's another car with a red, white and blue livery on the front end, but it's a 989 on the pit lane, pit apron. I got a bit excited there, thinking the 93 car Ian Loggy had brought in was going to be back super quickly, but again, looking at any shots of that, it really was given most unusual push from behind to effectively push the rear part of the rear bodywork down and the top part up, which took with it the 2 linings of both of those rear wheel arches. So big problem for the Herbert Motorsport car. Very unusual. Turn 12 is still the clever money on that as to where that happened. Just seeing if there's any message yet saying incident involving under investigation. No such thing as yet on the timing screens for us to tell you about. Oh, 989 Porsche tried to rejoin the pit layer from the pit apron and had to be pulled back just at the last second. So a car that's had problems, didn't want to add any further to those. Luckily, the RS GT Racing mechanics saw what was happening and delayed. Well, Tim Pappas brought it in. I don't know if it was Tim taking it away, but anyhow, these things do need to be avoided.
I was right in recalling 628 laps as the record distance, by the way, with thanks to Paul Truswell for these stats. A record that was set 9 years ago now, in 2012, by the Black Falcon Mercedes. And when he was messaging me those details, his forecast at the time was actually 631 laps. Didn't quite factor in as much code 60 as we've had. So that has dropped away, and at the moment is looking like 606 as a race distance, but of course that does incorporate the same amount of code 60s we've had in the first half of the race, and fingers crossed it'll be a lot clearer. So 610 certainly possible. Any more than that might be a stretch, and I really do think the race record will stay safe for another year. 2012 was a Mercedes year. And what I wanted to try and do was pull up who were the drivers on that occasion. I'm going to
Khaled Al-Kubaisi.
Oh yes, of course, yes. Go on.
Jeroen Blekemolen and Thomas Jaeger, and that was the winning crew. And the following year, 3 of those drivers joined by Bernd Schneider. So Khaled Al-Kubaisi, Sean Edwards again, the late Sean Edwards, sadly. Jeroen Blekemolen, they made it 2 wins on the trot for the Black Falcon Team Abu Dhabi team. So great results for them. And the next time Khaled Al-Kubaisi won was 2020, last year.
Yep, so a hat-trick of victories, and therefore we were touching on that during the F4 races that took place here this weekend to kick off the 2021 FIA F4 United Arab Emirates Championship, powered by Arbath. They're in action again next weekend at the Yas Marina circuit, just over an hour up the road in Abu Dhabi. But Hamda Al-Kubaisi, who was going so strongly in those races, looking to her dad, having a chat, I'm sure, about the secrets of this race after his hat-trick of victories stemming or stretching over an 8-year period from 2012 through to last year, as you mentioned, Bruce. The number 4 car looks even better, arguably, at night, with the arc of amber strip lighting along the roof line there on both sides of the car. The Bilstein livery, well, you have to wait for it to head under some of the floodlit areas of the track for it to suddenly pop into sight, but Bilstein emblazoned on that car, and in a very bright yellow livery for 2021. Looking forward to seeing how that looks as the sun rises later on in the race.
Still circulating, one hope. So running in 3rd place at the moment, Maro Engel, actually quicker than both of the 2 drivers ahead of him, but some distance back. Just having a look at RSL Studio, and a nice tweet here from Fraulein Hody. It's great to be back with endurance racing. We'll endorse that. After last week here in the US, the 24H Series Dubai is the content I crave. Rooting for the Red Camel Jordan Cupra. Where are they at the moment? Such a popular team. 3rd in the TCE class.
Yeah, keep your tweets coming at RSL_studio. You can include at Bruce Joe Racer 1. Is that your handle?
No, that's totally
the old
top
one.
Secret. It is the old one.
Don't tweet to that one, for goodness sake. Might have a new owner now. But you can also... go on, Bruce.
I was going to say RSL Studio. It's on my screen, so I'm keeping an eye on that now as well.
That's fine.
As well as the tiny strings.
RSL_studio is the safer way to do it, and we will definitely be able to see all of your tweets. One quick question about the one and only Paul Truswell, who is involved in this race for... I understand a couple of teams here and there. I cannot go into much detail at all, but Paul Truswell is always at the end of a WhatsApp line for me to ask questions. Or I think, don't say it too loudly, he might have gone to bed, for a little period of time. Very unlike Paul during a 24-hour race, but he's had quite a year, 2020, as some of you may well know. He'll be back in the morning looking after all sorts of things, and ready to answer any Johnny Palmer questions, as he has done so many times through the years at Le Mans and other places too. 1st, 2nd and 3rd remain the same order. Julian Anlauer, Kelvin van der Linde, Maro Engel in the number 4 car, ahead of Mirko Bortolotti in the 63 and Mauro Calamia in the number 7 Porsche. Some lappery on the main straight for the aforementioned 101 Red Camel Jordans.NL car, almost an ever-present in 24H Series racing, a bit like the Opel Manta is in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Somebody else doing a bit of detective work regarding the 2012 running of the Dubai 24 hours. That only had 7 Code 60s for a total of 91 minutes. It's Janos, I beg your pardon, Janos Wimpfen, who is always on top of the stats. So thank you for that, Janos, who's obviously tuned in. At 91 minutes, the total of Code 60s will be well above that already, with a minute to go before we get 12 hours done, and the same distance still to elapse. Visibility possibly at a bit of a premium right now. Some dust in the air, it would appear, Bruce, particularly down that back straight. Something else to become accustomed to as the dust descends during the night.
first time I came to this circuit, I was driving in, I couldn't even see the road in front of me. We had such a sandstorm. There don't seem to be such a thing as more and more of the desert is built over. I need to have a look at the end of the back straight. Of course, there's still a fair bit of dust being kicked up at turn 11. They put down so much cement dust after whatever liquid has dropped by the Simpson Motorsport Audi down there. But yeah, it does seem a little bit hazy looking out around the back. I know you've got long sight. Oh, yes, absolutely. The headlights picking up all the sand that's hanging in the air. Oh, another little factor.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about an endurance race is that conditions don't stay consistent for very long at all. And is it better to be in the car to follow the transition at every moment, or is it better to come to the car with a fresh mind and say, right, this is the start of my stint, let's deal with it, whatever is thrown at me. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, whether you're solely in audio or have found the visuals on the Radio Show Limited website as well. Audio and video perfectly synced on there, and with thanks to 0221, the television company who bring us the pictures, many of whom are staying up all night to man the cameras, whether they be the locked off ones or indeed the remote camera down in pit lane. It is very much a team effort, as is the case for all of the teams down in pit lane. But as we reach the top of another race hour, we reach the milestone of half distance, a chance then to do the standings in both the GT Series and the TCE Series. GPX Racing continued to lead the motor race with Julien Andlauer at the wheel of his number 36 Porsche. 6 minutes is exactly the margin between that Porsche and the second place Audi from Belgian outfit WRT, and Kelvin van der Linde, the South African driver, is currently at the wheel of that. I think I might have all of a sudden found the answer to that spinning car from an hour or so ago down at turn 13, which cleaned out a polystyrene marker board as well. I'm positive that it's the Treble 1 car now that has finally come into pit lane with Jonathan Simmons at the wheel. Third position is the number 1 Mauro Engel BHT Bilstein car, with the Mercedes only 12 seconds away from van der Linde now. It's hotting up with all of the very fast pro drivers taking charge of their mount. So Andlauer, van der Linde, Engel and Mirko Bortolotti fourth in the 63 Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini. Then it's Mauro Calamir in the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, car 7. Sixth place for Florian Scholzer in his HRT Abu Dhabi Racing Mercedes. Race Tiberty's entry, which is another AMG GT3 for the French squad, with Charles-Henri Samin at the wheel of the 83. And Elmar Grimm leads no longer leads GT3 AM, because that car has dropped to second position. Florian Scholzer back to the head of the order in the AM category, who, as I say, is sixth place in the GT Series overall. Third place in AM is another Mercedes, CP Racing's example for Charles Espenlau, car number 85. And the class leaders further down the GT Series order, for 991, it's the NKPP Racing by Bas Koeten Porsche Cup car for Gijs Bessem. That's number 991. They are continuing to battle with Duvo Racing's machine, Andre Mukavoz. A minute and 22 seconds is a minute and 12 seconds is the difference between the two leaders in the 991 division. GTX is led by Lamborghini Huracan, the Lippert Motorsport prepared car for Greg Gorski. That's car number 710. And in the GT4 category in the GT Series, it's the BMW M4 of ST Racing for Nick Wittmann, car number 438. Nick Wittmer, rather, for the ST Racing crew. In TCE, it is the Top Car Sport Cupra for Adrian Specher, car number 131, who continues to lead. Second place is the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing Volkswagen Golf of Kari-Pekka Laaksonen, car number 112. And in third place, the AC Motorsport Audi for Philippe Thirion, number 188. Fourth place is the Red Camel Jordan-Stott NL Cupra for Willem Meyer, the 21-year-old Dutchman, car 101. And Jimmy De Broeke is fifth in the TCE series. These are all TCR cars, by the way. That's the QSR Audi. TCX, which is a catch-all division within the TCE race, for anything that looks like a touring car but doesn't quite slot into the TCR regulations. So it's a Cupra again that leads that, but that car, for whatever reason, cannot fit into the normal TCR regulations. We think that was a team decision from Sally Racing, and it looks like a clever one at this stage, because they lead TCX with Henrik Thompson doing the driving there. Thompson, rather, doing the driving in the 218 car. Second position in TCX is the BMW M2 CS Racing entry from PK Car Sport, and that is being driven by Stijn Lovette, probably being Belgian, 208. And third in TCX is the Ginetta G55 from Glastonbury-based Colin White's team, CWS Engineering, but it's Michael Tischner, the German, now putting in a stint in car 278. There's your order. It's 5 minutes past the hour, and RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones taking you through it.
Absolutely spot on, Johnny, about the identity of the spinning Audi. It was the number 111, the RKC, Ricky Kumba's car. Good call. I had just had the similar thought. I was just checking the livery and I thought, yes, it was the yellow back lower part of the Audi RS3, but it was a quick recovery. We were busy looking for it on the tracker map, but it didn't stay stationary for long enough to do anything other than scare. I think it was one of the car collection Audis that was coming through, and suddenly saw that Audi in the dark, pointing at 45 degrees to the norm, stationary after a spin at a very quick left-hand flick. Car in the pits at the moment is the Racetivity 83 Mercedes, and that's had a race mainly with punishment, but Charles-Henri Samin just hopped out of that, didn't gather who's got on board, but we'll see exactly who is going to get into the car and drive back onto the track. Came in from 7th place overall as the 6th place car in GT3 Pro, so a good run. And if you don't know the name of Charles-Henri Samin, I'm with you on that, but the other three we know very well last year as well, the 2019-2020 GTE AM champions in the World Endurance Championship, Francois Perrodo and Emmanuel Collard, not with their regular teammate Niklas Nielsen, but a very, very quick replacement. More than that, he's Mathieu Vassivière, so expect that car, the Racetivity Mercedes, to go ever closer to the front once we've got the quick trio on board.
You're right, Charles-Henri has got an eye on the end of his surname. I completely missed that because the column's not quite wide enough. I'll need to try and address timeservice.nl's column width there, but Charles-Henri Samani, to give him his full name, in the Racetivity Mercedes AMG. Quite possibly his first ever car race. If not, he's kept the rest of his career very quiet indeed, but as you say, joining a very knowledgeable and experienced crew there, so a good way to kick his career off. Bronze rated by the FIA. I had a question from Tom Groves, who's very much enjoying the race. Not sure where you are in the world, Tom, but from the comfort of your own bed, and would love to know how the 24H series races work in the series when they're not a straight 24. Very good question, and a discussion that I've had many times with timeservice.nl as well, who are often scratching their heads as we get to the end of one portion of the race and set up for the next. Basically, if it's a split race, which happens a lot in the 12 hours, when we go to a circuit that has a strict curfew that we have to be done, let's say, by 6 o'clock, Mugello has always been run like that, whether it be a 3+9, so you do 3 hours on the Friday night and then the bulk of the race on the Saturday. It can be split 4+8. And we quite possibly had a 5+7 if you go far enough back as well. There is a checkered flag at the end of day one flown, and really the priority in that first segment, which can be 3 hours, can be 4 hours, and Bruce reminds me that it was actually Zandvoort when we've had a 5 and a 7. The priority there for the teams is to stay on the lead lap, because at the end of the day, the order is taken. And if you're on the same lap as a rival within class, the gap completely goes. So it might be as much as a minute and a half. As long as you're on the same lap as the leader within your class, then the gap is ignored when the cars are gridded up. If you get more than a lap away from said car, then yes, you're feet away from it when the cars are re-gridded the following day, but the lap increments are retained. So then you've got a real job on your hands heading into day two to try and catch that lap back up again. But it really does add a completely different complexion to a Creventic race when it's split like that, because it's all about one priority on day one. Day two becomes more like a conventional endurance race when you can be racing for as much as 9 hours on the Saturday. They've also introduced, have the organisation in recent years, this thing called restart laps, which means it's quite complicated, but it means if you fall foul of the overall race leader, which is between you and the class leader, sometimes that really went against you and displayed a full lap when actually you might have only been 5 seconds off the back bumper of your leading car in class. And they have introduced a little calculation to mean that that's no longer a problem. We've got some of those races to look forward to, of course. The next race is the Mugello 12 Hours in March. That will be done to split race format and with the restart laps included. So we'll obviously delve into that in more detail when we get to March and to the Tuscany area of Italy. I also remember that we've had the odd 24-hour race in the past that has also been split. At Kota, in the early days of the 24 hours there, we had a pause overnight, which made it a very long 24-hour race, because I think it stretched over about 30 or 35 hours eventually. We were very tired by the end of that one. But I don't know of that format being used many other places, Bruce, particularly the split time for the 12 hours. And it means, well, for a Friday night in Tuscany, we get a chance for a pizza, for some pasta, for a beer, before we can get going again the following morning.
I was heading there. I was just thinking back to the Zandvoort race, and I was actually going to go for steak and chips and wine. But it is good, but always with a split event. You've talked about stay on the lead lap. What my heart always goes out for teams that have nearly got to the end of that first stint, the first segment of the race, and then they suddenly have a problem, and suddenly they're another lap back, and it swings and roundabouts. But I think it's a really good system, and the fact it allows you to compete at circuits that are constrained and can't really have good endurance racing because they've got only a certain number of days they can run, or a deadline, a curfew. But I think it's a really good mix. And again, I think it's the 24H series over the year. They have thought on their feet little things. It might have been, I remember, I'm sure you were there as well, really, really hot 24-hour 8s at Paul Ricard. And what did they do? It was about 35 degrees constantly, day and night. They gave all the teams paddling pools so they could keep them in the paddock, and the drivers could get into them after their stints. It's just little things. And in the longer races, going around in the pit lane at Silverstone, where it's very cold, offering you meatballs along with the mechanics in the middle of the night. It's just things like that, big flasks of hot chocolates, things to make people enjoy their racing. It's very human, but I actually really like the split in an endurance race, not just because I'm getting older and I need my sleep a little bit more, but I just think it's interesting, Johnny.
Yeah. And some of you will say, hang on a minute, the series is called the 24H series, but there are some 12-hour races along the way too. But the point is, the strapline that is used so often within their Twitter feed, hashtag this is endurance. A 12-hour race is very definitely an endurance race. And if you can add different versions of competing within that, and, you know, not through design necessarily, you've got to fit in with the track that you're at and their carefully written regulations. You don't want to upset any neighbours, and that's the main reason why we have these split races, to wind things up at about 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening and then get going again. But everybody now that is experienced in that format of a 12-hour race, it's great to see them utilising the strategy in a very different way on day one from how they would on day two.
Yeah, and it's not just enabling us to compete at circuits that do have a curfew, it's also just enabling us to make sure we have these races at the sort of circuits that drivers really, really crave.
Agreed.
Look at this year. Dubai, Mugello, beautiful flowing circuits. The next one, not too shabby, Spa-Francorchamps, good lord. Then Hockenheim, something totally different. And then perhaps my favourite, Portimao, the circuit that just has so much gradient change. And I quite like the Portuguese food as well. That's in the middle of July. That's a hot one. And then Barcelona, another totally different circuit. Enna-Pegusa, I haven't been there in the Creventic run events, but I used to go there for the Formula 3000. I loved it in the mid-1990s. Great place in the middle of Sicily. Sebring, something totally different. If you've still got fillings in your teeth at the end of that, you do well over the fractured concrete. But what a mix of circuits. And if I was a gentleman driver, I would love to compete in this series. It provides so much variety and a really human touch. And look at it here. Even in these difficult times, 54 cars came out to play. It's an accolade to the series.
Definitely is, and there will have been plenty more that wanted to get involved but for whatever reason couldn't in season 2021. It'll be top of the list for 12 months' time, no doubt about it. This is always the time of year we get the official announcement that this event will take place in a year's time. I'm sure the date has already been identified and being organised with the Autodrome, if not already booked for season 2022. A quick question that is easily answered from F1_AMC on Twitter. Thanks for your tweet to @RSL_studio. What time is sunrise at the Dubai Autodrome? 6 minutes past 7. and it is now 3:15 in the morning, so just over 4 hours away we will start to see the sun emerge on the horizon. It's quite a quick sunset here at Dubai, and likewise the sun shoots up into the sky very rapidly indeed as well, and that golden period where the sun just pierces above the skyline of Dubai, that sprawling and ever-growing metropolis away in the distance, with the Burj Al Khalifa very much visible, and it seems to be joined by another 10 to 15 skyscrapers year on year. Also, Simon Tibbett making a comment about the 24H at Kota, agreeing with me actually that it seemed more tiring than a full 24-hour race. Sleep didn't seem to be quite enough to really sleep. Well, welcome to our world for any 24-hour race actually, when we're living off 1 or 2 hours overnight, but yeah, very much like a tease, then back for a full day on the Sunday. I think that was the key. You know, you got some of the race out of the way, but had a whole day at the racetrack then to look forward to in the main part for the following day, but you did not feel like you'd been through it by Sunday evening. And those competing in this year's Dubai 24 hours will feel like they've been through the mill somewhat. It was a race of survival in the early stages. Thankfully things have settled down somewhat now, with 11 hours and 44 minutes on the clock, as arcing its way through turn 14 is the 63 Lamborghini Huracan of Grasser Racing Team, Mirko Bortolotti, a minute away from Mauro Engel, who in turn is a lot closer this time to Kelvin van der Linde. The gap's now only 13 seconds, slightly slower lap than the South African for German driver Mauro Engel last time through. But for the main part, I reckon the number 4 Bilstein-backed car is steadily catching the Audi in second place, Bruce.
Absolutely correct, and in turn Kelvin van der Linde is falling away. He's lost about 20 seconds to the GPX Racing Porsche that's leading, and that means he's the wrong side of 6 minutes in arrears. Now, what I sort of sensed that Kelvin van der Linde, of course, the last driver in the car was Dries van Tor. His pace, of course, he'd started his stint, and they were under code 60. But once he got going, he really flew. But I actually think the Audi is better on its tyres at the end of its stint, whereas the Porsches and the Mercedes, this could be just a hypothesis that's not correct, but that's my feeling at the moment. They seem to be really good very quickly on their tyres. So maybe I'm just trying to cut Kelvin van der Linde some slack. His last lap was almost the same as the race leader, but he still lost 20 seconds since the pit stop. And remember, it was 4 minutes 45 seconds, sorry, 5 minutes 45 seconds between them before the pit stops. It's 6 minutes and 6 seconds now. But actually, as I say that, Kelvin van der Linde, the South African in second place, has suddenly banged in a 1 minute 59 and is now going away from Mauro Engel. So maybe this is the point at which the sweet spot for the Mercedes is now starting to disappear, and the WRT Audi, maybe slightly lighter on its tyres, is now starting to come good in second place. It often happens between the manufacturers here in Dubai, and indeed many other circuits around the world.
Simon, who is at Man From Shed on Twitter, thanks for your company this early on in the morning. Just gone 3:15 in Dubai. 24H Series races that he's been to at Silverstone, been fantastic for spectators through the years. Yeah, sadly for the moment, Silverstone absent from the calendar, I think partly because it's so tricky to find a date at Silverstone, and that was always traditionally run very early on in the year where it was so cold, and I think teams complained at that, or registered their unrest at how difficult it was to get the cars performing and the tyre temperature up as well. They wanted a date really closer to possibly April or May, but Silverstone's such a busy track now, particularly when, I mean, last year when all the calendars were torn up and Silverstone were able to provide 2 weekends for the FIA Formula One Grand Prix circus, of course. I don't think it's necessarily never going to happen again, but obviously a 24-hour race at Silverstone with a long history, even stretching back to the brick car days, so I'm certainly hopeful of that happening in the future. But Simon makes a point that access is so readily available within a Creventic paddock, and teams so accommodating as well, letting you look at the cars up close, answering questions, and that's very much a style that Creventic have obviously adopted. I mean, that's the way that you go 24H Series racing. Fans, drivers, teams, we're all one. We're at a racetrack for the same reason, and there seems very few barriers between the two, Bruce.
it's old-fashioned in the nicest way, and whenever I look at photographs, old photographs from the 60s and 70s, slightly in the 80s, they were days when the public could get really close to the drivers, could ask just an innocent question and gain so much from what they receive in return. In the modern age, not always so easy, but in the modern age, we commentators get help from people on the collective. Tom Firth has just tweeted in to @RSL Studio, the leader at 12 minutes past 3 Dubai time. That's car 36, the GPX Racing Porsche. 26-second time penalty for exceeding the speed limit in the refueling area. So a tap on the wrist for them. But for Julian Andlauer, it doesn't cost him too much. He's 6 minutes and 7 seconds in the lead of this race, sitting pretty. But thanks very much for Tom Firth keeping us another pair of eyes to help us out in the small hours here in Dubai.
Now, you get an instance where a team announces through one of their drivers on Instagram that they're out of the race. Clearly the message didn't get through to one of the co-drivers. The Instagram message came from Christopher Mies, by the way. Nobody told Marcus Winkelhock, because that Audi's back on the track again. I didn't expect to see that, but the 99 has obviously been fixed. So Chris Mies, I can't believe he's been told to go home. And if he has got back to the hotel, it'll be a very quick turnaround as well, because he might be due in the car after Winkelhock is done and dusted. Very unlike Marcus to give up, though, on a failing attempt to get back in the race. He may be even mucked in with some of the mechanical work. So you can scrape one of them. You might well have put a black marker pen mark through the 99 car. Try and remove that as best you can, because one more has returned, Bruce. Great news.
I had put a black line through him, but down in 36th place. I could just read the team name under my scrawling, but good to have him back. So Christopher Mies do try and hurry back from the airport. But for Marcus Winkelhock, well, we'll just see how high they can run. But they've got 259 laps on the clock, and that puts them 55 laps down, just a mere 55 laps down on the GPX Racing Porsche. But that's been pegged back, as we found out from Tom Firth. 26-second penalty. It's not going to knock them very far back. But great that I can get the Tipex out.
You'll have to, yeah.
Made a terrible mess. I'm going to have to start again.
Well, you've got another 12 hours in order to make your entry list perfect. The message to remind you from Chris Mies couldn't be more blatant. We're out. Drive shaft broke. Sad face. Well, Chris, you're back in it again. They've fixed the drive shaft. And the 99 car in 36th position, but has 10 TCE series cars to get ahead before it can start to make any inroads into or back into the GT series order. Kelvin van der Linde and Mauro Engel still separated by the same sort of margin. It's actually grown back out in the favour of the South African, who is in second position, 15 and a bit seconds now, the lead margin for that second place fight. Mauro Calamia due across the line imminently with Florian Scholzer on his tail. They're not on the... Are they on the same lap? Just bear with me. Separated by 2 minutes and 23 seconds, so there is a lap between those cars. 3:11 completed for Bortolotti. Calamia, it has completed 3:10, and actually it's more than 2 laps. It's 4 laps now that separate the final GT3 Pro car in that block of 5 at the top of the shop, and the GT3 AM leader with 3:06 laps completed for Florian Scholzer, who pilots the Abu Dhabi Racing Mercedes, car number 5. That car, I think, could have been in a much better position than it currently is. Now, they're still leading the class, so that was the priority. But before Patrick Assenheimer ran out of fuel during one of his stints, that car could easily be troubling the top 4 within the pro lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. It was running in about 5th or 6th place in the first couple of hours of the race. It looked good, looked very, very strong indeed. So maybe they can find that form again. And Florian Scholzer lapping at a decent pace. He took over from Khaled Al-Kubaisi, but for Khaled, his cars, when I say his cars, he's entered in number 4, which is running in 3rd, and number 5, which is running in 6th place. He's got the bases quite well covered at the moment, and he'll probably decide which one he's going to finish the race in. If they're both still going at the finish, Johnny, we've had just over half the race, but we've had more than enough incident. But I think you made a very good point. the incidents we had were largely drivers on their own or minor taps, but it's really quite unusual, particularly in a field where you have 54 runners, which is about 30 runners fewer than normal, with drivers having incidents on their own. I just didn't really get it in probably hours 3, 4 and 5, or was it 5, 6 and 7, but it wasn't the case of the track being crowded, it was drivers just not getting it right. Most odd.
Yeah, unusual for this event, and especially because we normally heap praise on the Dubai Autodrome for having so much runoff as well. So if you do make an error, often you can recover that. But for a number of occasions, cars have found the scenery. Sometimes that's movable scenery in the form of the marker board that are designed to be blown apart. But other times, particularly down at turn 1 for poor old Fabio Citignola, 12, 13 minutes on the clock of a 24-hour race, and the car is out after a significant smash into the tyre wall at turn 1. And we've had other cars finding walls, namely on the main straight, and 2 within about half an hour of one another. A Porsche, the sister car of HRT Performance, also in the Cup class, and the 708 GT3 Poland entry for the Lamborghini Huracan. So 1 or 2 puzzling moments. I remember at other venues, including at Barcelona, we had a strange one for the Czech Republic entered Ferrari that isn't here this year. Matteo Magliucelli often part of that lineup, of course, and Josef Kral, but the Ferrari 488 of any description, actually, not only for that team, but up and down the order, is an absentee, a notable one at that, to have no prancing horse in the field. Meanwhile, the thunder of the Mercedes, which is car 4, heads towards turns 4, 5 and 6. Mauro Engel very much with his head down, trying to produce as consistent a lap time as possible in near perfect conditions, arcing its way now through the left-hander at turn 9. And a rare thing is pretty much a clear road in front of, actually not Mauro Engel in this instance. Engel's a bit further around the track, but the 19 car, which is being driven by Daniel de Jong for MP Motorsports, again with the thunderous sound of the 6.2 litre V8 in the nose of this Mercedes. This is one of the older spec cars, incidentally, so if you're peering at a timing screen, hopefully it's one as detailed enough to tell you that the Evo 2020 cars are ones like the 4 running in second place, the 5 that leads the GT3 AM category, and the 85 and 83 cars further down the GT series order. But we have got at least one 2019 car from Mercedes, that is, and that is the MP Motorsport machine that you heard in the background. The other 2019 cars being 4 Audis, and one very neatly placed indeed, the WRT Audi R8 LMS. But that's the latest Evo spec of Audi, by the way, from a couple of years back.
First 3 cars, first 4 cars lapping within 3/10 of each other in terms of their lap times. Just a whisker over 2 minutes for race leader Julian Andlauer. He's 6 minutes and 8 seconds clear of Kelvin van der Linde, who's 14.5 seconds clear of Mauro Engel. We haven't talked too much about the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini in recent moments, and that's Mirko Bortolotti at the wheel of that. He's half an hour. He's not quite half an hour into his stint, scratch that, but he's lapping very much at the same pace. In fact, he was fastest of all of them last time around, so he's chipping away, seeing what he can do. But it's a very strong driver lineup in that 63 Grasser Racing Lamborghini, so that could come good. Rolfin Eichen was the previous driver in the car. Adrian Amstutz, so much GT racing experience, and Rick Breukers, winner here in 2019. So that car could yet get in the top 3, could yet go higher than that. And in fact, just looking down at the driver lineup, of course, Rolfin Eichen was the winner here. I was going to say it's a few years ago. It was 2014, 7 years. How have they gone that fast? But they've passed, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's sometimes a worrying pace. The 99 car, by the way, I with thanks to Kevin Poole, noticed that was back in the race, but only after I read his tweet, which he addressed to @RSL_studio. Did I not hear that you mentioned the Attento car was out of the race? Well, yes, because we were steered in that direction by Christopher Mies, but he noticed that Marcus Winkelhock was back out on track again. I don't think I did thank you, Kevin, so indeed grateful very much for drawing our attention to that at @RSL_studio. If you've got a contribution, it's very much a team effort, this broadcasting lark. We can keep an eye on a timing screen, and what's going out on track, but some of it we will miss and you won't. So if you've not mentioned something you've spotted, by all means start it up as a discussion topic at RSL_studio. Very busy on the back straight now for the 63 Lamborghini, which is right behind an Audi from the GT3 category, a Porsche Cup car, 979 quite possibly, and Mirko Bortolotti has to slot his way up the inside of both of them in one move at turn 10. So that was the 88 car collection Audi that he was sticking a lap on. Car 88 being run by Johannes Stengel in this stint, and Stengel is fourth in the GT3 AM part of the race. Generally the instruction is, I believe in the driver's briefing, that if you feel like you're being caught on that back straight, or indeed the main straight, stay to the left and allow the faster car to use the right-hand side of the circuit. The right-hand side heading into 10 is the natural inside line, and actually both cars very well behaved there. I'm sure for Mirko that is such a familiar scenario, but when you join him in the passenger seat, it looks a little bit dicey. But Mirko had it all in hand.
He certainly did, and with that calibre of racing and excitement, it's not surprising we get tweets like this one from one of our regulars, Ian McCarthy, saying it's pushing midnight here where he's living in Hungary. 7-year-old William still going strong. It's the racing action that keeps him young, and Dad not doing too badly either. Great cracking race, it certainly is. We thought in the early laps, when we were losing a few runners from the 54 car field, that it might thin out, but there's plenty to be looking at as we're now quite comfortably past the halfway point in the race, and the onboard footage is still very entertaining indeed. Again, it always is likely to be exactly like that in multi-class racing, and we talked earlier about how experience in multi-class racing really does help drivers, because if you've raced in this race before, you know precisely where you can pick off the TCR class cars, and likewise the 991 Porsches, etc., and the experience really is everything. Natural pace is great, but easy to make a mistake. Now, didn't seem so long ago we had the number 5 Florian Scholzer car leaving the pits. Now it's back in the pits. That seemed, to my mind, for the HRT Abu Dhabi racing car, quite a short stint.
At this point, of course, the timing screen will revert to the pit stop time, so we might be able to pick that out from somewhere else. But yes, it does feel like it came in not so long ago. Might be that Florian Scholzer was just looking to tick off his amount of drive time for the race. Remember, that's a GT3 AM car, so 3 AMs, a semi-pro in the form of Patrick Assenheimer, and Nico Bastian is the sole pro in that lineup. Mirko Bortolotti just taking his right hand off the wheel briefly there, almost gesticulating, but there was nobody there to receive it, the frustration, so perhaps just a scratch of the nose before he focuses again.
He's just practicing his gesticulation. You have to have it spot on. These drivers, they can do so many things at the wheel at pace. I couldn't do it.
Well, being an Italian, it's something you have to practice every day, I think, regardless of whether somebody's upset you or not. It's just what Italians do, and we love them for it. So, no, I think it was more of just slight discomfort of maybe balaclava riding slightly down on his forehead, and a chance to adjust it on the run into turn 14. Dave Alcott getting less and less paranoid about the weather as we go through the race, tweeting to at RSL_studio. You can tweet to at Blackpool Johnny as well, to make sure I pick up the message. Given what happened last year, he's been watching the weather forecast for Dubai very closely. He was doing that all of last night in the lead into race day, and he says, now we've got 13 hours in the book, can my paranoia take a rest? It certainly can. I take it perfect weather for the rest of the race, he says. Well, the next bit of cloud, I think, is due next Friday here in Dubai. Otherwise, it is a gold disc for the rest of Saturday and for the next 5 days, and there is a 3% chance of precipitation in the space of about a week. So Dave, if that's keeping you up, you can relax and go to bed, or more like it, just settle back, grab another snack, and get all settled for another portion of the 16th running of the Dubai 24 hours. 11.5 hours still to go. And judging by the amount of incident we had in the opening phase, I still think this race has got plenty up its sleeve, despite the dominance of the GPX Racing Porsche. It's going so well for Julien Anlauer, but he will be on high alert, listening out for any unusual noises in the cockpit of the Porsche in that radically reworked Gulf type livery, I think we should call it, with the day-glow red triangle on the nose of the car and the Gulf blue down its flanks. WRT Audi in second position, Maro Engel doing the chasing in third, 14 seconds still the gap, and almost within a minute now of those two cars is Mirko Bortolotti working very hard at the wheel of the Lamborghini. TCE still being bossed by the Top Car Sport Cupra TCR of Adrian Specher and his teammates, who are going so strongly: Fabian Dance, Patrick Singh, Ronnie Joost and Ben Lauchter.
Now, one of the things, if you've started watching the race and you went away for several hours, fully within your rights to do so, is the lack of loftiness of the position of the McLaren, the 720S, Inception Racing by Optimum. 12th place at the moment, but it lost its 19 laps down on the lead, but it lost at least 16 of those with rear end suspension damage after rear end impact. It's been going really well since then. It's running in the GT3 AM class, is 5th in class now, nearly 2 seconds to good over Daniel Lloyd in the Herbeth Motorsport 93 Porsche, but really had high hopes for that McLaren in the race. Joe Osborne got out after a really good opening stint where he led the race by not coming into the pits. Well, those in front of him decided under Code 60 they'd do so, but he didn't let his enthusiasm run away with him. He said, yeah, we'll see what we can get out of this race, but it's working its way back towards the top 10. And when it was sitting in the garage, Johnny, it was falling down to the tail end of the top 30. So they are chipping away, they are coming back.
No, yeah, definitely so. And you've got to try and react to these things that set you back. It was a significant suspension breakage after some contact. They had to refit or fit a new wishbone together with a shock as well, sourced from a spare car in the back of the garage. Not the work of a moment, and it was always going to take some fighting to come back from that. But Nick Moss back at the wheel. I assume Brendan I actually don't remember seeing Brendan's name against that car, but I was away for a fair portion when obviously John Hindhaugh and Nick Damon were doing their stint. They are due back at the top of the hour, by the way, to take you through the next 4 hours. And yes, the 72 crew were always going to be in it for the long haul. Just brilliant to have the McLaren 720S as part of the lineup. And their priority now is getting the car to the finish. Chris Bell has drawn my attention back to the 99 Attento Porsche, by the way, and for the wrong reasons, because it's returned to the pit lane, I'm afraid to say. So the Attento Audi, I should say. Attento have run Porsches in the past, hence my slight confusion, but the Audi R8 of Marcus Winkelhock returning to pit road, and it's been there for over 10 minutes now. So maybe a similar issue has returned to that car, although they will have done an awful lot of work on it to repair the drive shaft that had failed, according to Chris Meese's reports. So maybe a connected issue. Often if a drive shaft goes, then that can start to stress other parts as well. Let's keep our fingers crossed for the 99, but it returns to the pits for the moment.
Gosh, the comings and goings, the Dubai 24 hours, tick them off and they are revived, and that's the nature of the race. Of course, the first car to tumble very early in the race, Fabio Citignola, the German racer for HRT Performance, we immediately discussed whether they'd try and get that back in the race, and we heard confirmation from the team manager they were going to try and do so. That was Kim-Andre Hausschild, but it wasn't to be the case. The damage was too much, but always the intention is there, because even if it takes you 2 hours, at that point in the race, they'd still have more than 20 hours of racing, enough to get your season underway, get your drivers sharp. But you don't travel the whole way to Dubai not to continue in the race if you possibly have a chance of doing so. But alas for them, the damage was too great, so that was the first retirement. But still, mercifully few retirements thus far in this race, which is very good news, Johnny.
Cracky stuff, and I think the direction of the narrative of this race had to change, really. Otherwise we would have been left with nobody by the finish. It was always going to settle down, and also a chance for the cars that hit drama early on to do the necessary repairs. If they had the parts, they were always going to show the willing to do that, but it's also about the time that you're going to lose in repairing the cars, and understandably, for teams like HRT Performance, there was not a lot they could do with either of their Porsches after big hits on the noses of their cars. And still within daylight hours, both of those, sadly. But they'll be back again to fight once more. No matter how much bad luck a 24-hour race can deliver, often the bug is already caught in terms of the need to finish a race and then try and get a result out of it as well. And HRT Performance have already competed in enough 24-hour races to know that some better luck is just around the corner. Meanwhile, the race leader, for whom it's going very nicely indeed, exiting turn 7, just reaching the end of the first sector, clearing a bit of traffic as it does so, and the hazy nature of this portion of the night not phasing Julian Anlauer one bit. 6 minutes and 10 seconds now. He has an advantage over Kelvin van der Linde in second position. The HRT Bilstein Mercedes of Mauro Engel remaining in third. And the TCE Series TCX leader, there's no chase there either for the Danish squad, Sally Racing, making a return to the Dubai 24 for the first time in the TCX category. First time ever outside of an A2 Renault Clio, I reckon. And it's been quite a wait to see Sally Racing back at Dubai. 4 years, I make it. And Hendrik Thompson is doing a great job in car 218 to retain the TCX lead.
Just taking a look at our race leader, the GPX Racing team has long run in the blue and orange, pale blue and orange of Gulf Racing. But what I really liked in recent years was when they ran as many as 3 cars in the Spa 24 Hours, and they all had a slightly different arrangement of those arrows running down the noses of their cars, as the Porsches did when they used to compete on the Targa Florio back as the 60s fused into the 70s. I just love that sort of tilt of the hat to the past, particularly with Gulf having had such sort of iconic cars, not over the years, over the decades. And I'd say it's been a very good last decade for them, because there's much more Gulf presence, and it's just nice having some form of continuity. And if you've got it on a Porsche, why not just echo how they ran back all those periods ago when they really were making a splash, Johnny? I think it's a lovely touch.
Yeah, and you get those little stories and nuggets up and down the field, little cues to the past as well, as through the tricky left-hander that leads to the back straight goes the number 7 car, which is being driven by Matteo Cairoli. Looked very impressive indeed, particularly in night practice yesterday evening for the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. But again, they haven't had their fair share of luck necessarily, and now trying to go about their own business and see where they end up. Not out of the question for that car to make the podium in its striking gold and black livery. Now, is there a Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche about to emerge back into the race? This can't be the... I was about to say this can't be the 91. It is the 91. There's another car that had announced its retirement, but they've obviously been secretly working on this machine. The one that came in with Daniel Alleman at the wheel after he incurred some damage after being rudely assaulted, his own assessment, by another car. And it looks very much like we'll get another Herbert car into the race, Bruce.
That is really good news and really intriguing. When we saw the 93 car, the sister car, being fixed up in the garage after having that rear impact, I could see the 91 diagonally backwards behind it in the garage, but I thought they've just parked it there, they've got nowhere else to put it, no rush. And then what, 2-3 minutes ago we were talking about how if your car's damaged early on, you can go out and play again as long as you can get the car fixed. But that has been, what, about 10 hours since the 91 was hit. Daniel Alleman will be very pleased indeed, maybe still slightly fuming. But yeah, great work from the crew, and that's why we love endurance racing. Just looking at the Twitter feed, Sarah Rigby, just to remind you that I'm still here enjoying the live action. Superb comms and input, thank you very much for that. And it's great. This is the action that keeps people like Sarah going. Dave Alcock, another regular, thank you. Been enjoying great racing, great coverage. Only plans are to top up for coffee and settle in for the next 11 and a half hours of racing. I couldn't go 11 and a half hours of racing with just coffee. I need snacks. You must be the same, Dave.
There must be crisps or nuts at an arm's length, I'm sure, around Dave's house. Sarah, of course, in support of the only Aston Martin in the field. Known even in the bigwigs at Gaydon at Banbury to be Aston Martin's biggest fan, and the Pro Sport racing car for Nico Verdonk will be receiving her full support, I'm sure. It is running second in the GT4 category and trying to hunt down the BMW M4 for ST Racing, now with Chandler Hull at the wheel, the American, driving 4.38. 15 minutes to go before a shift change in the global commentary centre here at RS1, the Radio Show Limited network. So Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones will be stepping away to allow John Hindhaugh and Nick Damon to rejoin the coverage. There's a car stranded on the outside of turn 14 I've just spotted, and now the yellow flags will come out. So it's only just happened, this. Caught sight of it from Matteo Cairoli's Porsche as he drove past there. I realised there was a car stopped just the other side of the curb, and that's going to be covered initially by yellows. If it stays there for too much longer, we could be back into a code 60, Bruce. I didn't see what sort of car it was, couldn't even tell whether it was a GT or a TCE car, but it's an awkward place to be positioned. Thankfully, though, the crew here at Dubai Autodrome are well experienced in recovering a car from that position. Now, does the concern on Ivo Bruyker's face tell us that it's actually the 101? It could very easily be the Red Camel Jordan Stott NL. Yes, it is. That's confirmed, Bruce.
Yeah, turn 14, Ivo not looking too happy with life, and the crew suddenly having to jump into life. And with our crew about to change, just a message from John Hindhaugh pointing out that Daniel Alleman's car, number 91, delighted to see that back in the race, but it's not going to make any difference. But they've got a time penalty to serve for their part in the collision that took them out. So, but when you've lost 10.5 hours or whatever, 10 hours, 10-second penalty doesn't matter too much. But it's good view to suddenly see the 92 and 91 Porsches from the Precourt Herbert team sitting in the pit lane, ready to go back into the race. So for them, well done for the work.
They never give up. It's one thing I've learned from Herbert Motorsport through the years, whether they're on course for a race victory, as was the case in 2017, or whether they hit what appeared to be early retirement, and the 91 looking very likely that it's going to rejoin now. A code 60 confirmed. Hopefully it can be completed very quickly with the recovery of that 101 car, but Ivo Bruyker's stepping to the back of the garage, maybe quickly on the radio to the driver of 101, Willem Meyer. And Willem has done this race before, though not with Red Camel, does have experience of TCR cars, so should hopefully be able to give some useful feedback to the team as they prepare whatever may be necessary. It's tough to tell from the distance whether the tyres, all four Hankooks, are inflated. That's the first question on my mind. Is there a puncture? And if not, has the damage on the right-hand side that it's been nursing for the bulk of this race started now to interfere with the race speed? Or is it something completely different? Maybe a car going into limp mode. But Willem Meyer, with experience with both the LMS racing by Bas Kouten outfit or another Bas Kouten car as he drove last year, the NKPP example, where they finished 58th in the total order, but much better position than that in the TCR division. Now, front axle completely locked there, so it's in gear, and maybe Willem can't get it out of gear. It'll be it's a DSG box, isn't it, in that car? But the front wheels not rotating, never a good sign, Bruce. There's not going to be much of that Hankook tyre left by the time it gets back to the pits.
Well, you can see the brake discs actually sending sparks into the night as that's dragged home, sitting that low, smoke pouring out the back of the car. It's just tyre smoke, but actually it might be tyre and a bit of underbody smoke. And I'm just trying to think how far down the pit lane the Red Camel crew is. They've got a little further to drag it yet as they turn to the right. Well, the tow truck turns to the right. The Cupra behind doesn't really want to do so, and it's bunched up, unfortunately. The GT4 Mercedes has come into the pit lane. The Dragon Racing Mercedes, Ollie Hancock, just coming in, got a little bit delayed behind it. So problems there for the Red Camel Cupra. Very unfortunate indeed.
And Ollie deciding this is a good moment to get some fuel on board. Only 50% of each car's allocation permitted under code 60, remember, but this is far enough away from the previous caution for it to be useful and to be utilised within the strategy. The last caution was withdrawn at 1:38 this morning, so we've had over 2 hours of running. Over 2 hours of running there, 2 hours and 8 minutes, I make it, before our 8th code 60 of the race. So everybody restricted to 60 kilometres per hour in an effort to try and retain the gaps between the various cars, and therefore, theoretically, coming out of this, we should still have over a 6-minute gap for the GT Series race leader. Top Car Sport running now on lap 294 for Adrian Specher in the 131 car. Possibly due a stop as well. Hasn't yet come in, but it may not be in an ideal position to make that stop. Remember, if you're just heading down to turn 1 on the main straight when the code 60 comes out, that's the most awkward place for you to be, because you've then got to pretty much complete 5.3 kilometres at a much reduced pace, and that can be so frustrating if it's a quick code 60, which that proved to be. 3 minutes, if that, maybe, to recover the car, and we're racing again. So no track repair necessary. Let's confirm just how long the code 60 was in that instance. It was 4 minutes to be exact, or 3 and a bit maybe, but a very quick one indeed. Every credit to the recovery crew involved, and that was partly because of the good positioning of car 101, surely through good luck that the Cupra wasn't very far away from pit lane. The front left wheel's almost dropping off that car, Bruce. Something majorly wrong with the suspension, therefore.
Absolutely. Again, when cars are dragged in cover of darkness, not always to pick things out, but it's often when the car then gets picked up onto the jacks, you can see that what should be sitting sideways is now dangling down at an angle. And unfortunately for the Red Camel Jordans, the 101 Cupra, that was a problem with the front left corner. Immediately in behind is another car with a Dutch interest, of course, the number 19 in the pit lane, the MP Motorsport Mercedes. But it suddenly got busy in the pit lane. When you get a short full course yellow period, sorry, I keep calling them full course, I mean code 60, everyone dives in, and they're actually having to angle the 101 Cupra past the nose of the MP Motorsports Mercedes as a wheel wobbles into the fast lane of the pits and has to be avoided. I think that was I thought it was a speed lover Porsche, but anyhow, had to slow down in the pits to avoid the rolling tyre. I'm afraid that will come with a penalty, and it looks like it's MP Motorsport. Was that from the MP Motorsport Mercedes? I fear it was.
Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, the 19 car, which is a next door neighbour to the Red Camel Jordans.nl machine, and like you, I was struggling to identify the Porsche Cup car that needed to head around the outside. Duvo Racing possibly, which was in the pits, if not the profile doors by Huber Racing Porsche. It did seem to have a flash of German flag down the B pillar, so may well have been rejoining number 924 that had to quickly steer out of the way of a loose wheel and tyre rolling right across its route to the end of the pit lane or to the fueling area. Not for the first time, John Hindhoff reminding me that we've seen front suspension broken on Cupras. We had a spate of them last year as well, with Benton broken shocks. I do remember that in the opening 7 hours of the 2020 running of the race. The more unusual thing for this year is the amount of rear suspension going bang on. Not always TCR cars either. We've had BMWs in the GT4 category suffering that fate, and of course the McLaren that runs in GT3 with a rear suspension go. But that was, as we eventually worked out, from contact rather than abuse over the curbs. But Joe Bradley and I making the point earlier on that over the years Dubai hasn't proven to be that much of a punishing circuit. Yes, there are curbs, but they're not particularly high. There are curbs that you absolutely have to get the car right over the top of, including at turn 2, which is where the car collection Audi reaches now, and that's precisely what its driver Elmar Grimm does, leaping over the curb at 2, because that's what produces a good lap time. You have to do exactly the same at the turning point at turn 5 as well, and obviously relentless pounding over those curbs can start to stress out the odd suspension component. But I'm not used to, apart from last year for the front-wheel drive cars, and this year it seems as well, I don't remember a great deal of rear suspension failing as we've had in 2021. The 979 Porsche left rear suspension gone on that car twice this year as well. Yeah, so on the same Cup car, the 979 has had a similar problem, which is needed to be addressed by Speed Lover. Meanwhile, 924 from the same class is Marabi Mekvabishvili, and I wonder whether that was the car avoiding the tyre, but that paint scheme doesn't fit, so it can't have been that machine, which is now in the pits getting a new set of tyres for the profile doors by Uber Racing crew. They are third in the 991 class, and engine cover coming off that car as well, possibly just for a rear wing adjustment. And remembering Walter, that team, a close friend of the team who was sadly lost in 2020, and that evident from the rear wing end plates. So profile doors, new name on me in terms of a team. Uber Racing definitely not, and they are doing nicely so far. Third position in the 991 class.
Yeah, Uber Racing largely compete in the Carrera Cup Deutschland series, and they run it like a lot of teams in the Porsche Carrera Cup Championships. They've got more people wanting to drive for them than they have entries, so they often have one part of their team named with one sponsor name and one with another. In fact, they had Nebulous Racing by Huber and Overdrive Racing by Huber. But Profile Doors, I've definitely seen their names on things before. I'll have to try and work out where that is from. But again, a lot of drivers loving the fact they can do their regular meat and veg championship, which is the Carrera Cup, for example, and they can add something completely different with these longer races, Johnny. It really gives the drivers a chance to do something that's very, very different to their regular sprint races.
Yes, and that's partly due to the time of year this race is held, and as long as you are in a position to get a car to a container port to be picked up by one of Ivo Breuker's massive ships, then it's really left to Creventic. As soon as you've entered the race, they will deal with getting the car here on time, in position, and you open the doors in your container and it's exactly as you left it, with all the parts, your car, and all the necessary bits and bobs that you need to take part in a 24-hour race. So made very easy indeed from a 24H series perspective to enter this race, and why not? If you've got a cup car that is doing not a lot during the off-season, an opportunity to get a major endurance race under its belt very early on in the race, very early on in the year, I should say. Now, the 101 Cupra has made it back to the garage. It was wheeled into the home of Red Camel Jordans.nl for the weekend, ended up in the garage nose first, so that they can address the suspension failure, which meant that the front left wheel was completely seized, not rotating at all. That burned through the Hankook tyre, started to light up the brakes as well, and potentially that's had a knock-on effect to many components too. So they'll be used to fixing issues like that, and we'll have all the bits that they need in readiness. I suppose that's the good thing about having good television coverage for a race, is that you are pre-warned about the imminent arrival of a damaged race car and can start to lay everything out on the concrete ready to receive it. The 72. Sorry, Bruce, go ahead.
I was going to say Alan Prosser on Twitter at RSL_studio. He's been a bit cruel. Quite funny though. Picture of the 101 Cupra, described it as the wonky donkey, or the crippled brackets red camel. Oh, how cruel. But they'll fix it.
Yeah.
They'll show you, Alan.
Well, Alan had said, because he's stirring the pot now, and he said as soon as he'd identified that mysterious Audi, which came to grief at turn 13, he might think about heading to bed. But obviously keen to investigate the latest issue out on track, which only provided a code 60 for 4 minutes. And the Red Camel Jordans.nl car have done far too many 24 races to give up now. We are only just over the half distance marker with 11 hours and 2 minutes still to go. The Aston Martin turning left now through turn 11 and up the hill towards the highest point of the circuit at turn 12. In a couple of minutes time, I'll give you a rundown of the GT and the TCE series order, and then it'll be time for Bruce and I to get a bit of rest before rejoining you in, I think, about 4 hours time for me, where we will be at a point where the sun We'll be illuminating the track once again, because time now approaching 4 a.m. in 3 hours and 6 minutes, therefore. That's the official sunrise time at Dubai Autodrome for this time of year. So a race that is renowned for having more or less an equal period of daylight compared to darkness. It runs the Daytona 24 hours very close year in, year out. The Rolex, by the way, taking place at the end of the month, over the weekend of the 30th and the 31st of January. Full coverage again across the Radio Show Limited network of channels, of course. 13 hours and 16 minutes of darkness for 2021, I'm reliably informed by John Hindhoff, who's been getting the shoes and socks off, obviously, overnight, or in readiness for this year's race. And what we need to know now, of course, is how many hours of darkness there'll be at the Rolex this year, and who wins that prize for season 2021. John says he's on it. He can bring you that news just as soon as he takes over. 4 o'clock it is, on the dot at the Dubai Autodrome. It's the 16th running of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai, and this is how we sit in terms of the order for both the TCE and the GT Series cars. Let's do touring cars first then. Top Car Sport, with Adrian Specher at the wheel of the Cupra, leads that race, as we can say. There are categories within categories, remember. Car 131 leading, though, from the Autorama Motorsport Wolf Power Volkswagen Golf of Miklas Born, the Swiss, car 112. And in third position, it's the AC Motorsport Audi RS3 of Sebastian Morales for 188. Fourth place, also a TCR car, is a VW Golf, again from Autorama Motorsport. Yannick Mettler driving the number 1. Fifth position is the fifth place being the Audi RS3 for QSR Racing and Martin Hausmann in 154. AC Motorsport car of Max Hanratty driving another Audi is in 6th place. In the TCX class within TCE, it's the Cooper of Sally Racing that continues to lead for Henrik Thompson, car 218. Second position in TCX is the BMW M2 CS racing car for PK Car Sport, and in third it's the Ginetta G55 for Michael Tischner of CWS Engineering. Over to the GT Series. These are the cars that lead outright, if you like, as well, although remember, trophies dished out for both GT and TCE at 3 o'clock this afternoon. The GPX Racing Porsche continues to lead with a 6-minute advantage. Mathieu Jaminet, young Frenchman, driving the 36 car, and it looks at the moment to be a dominant affair for GPX, but with 11 hours still to go, far too early to be putting names on trophies just yet. Rolf Ineiken is in second in the 63 Lamborghini Huracan, and that's been a really good fight between both, well, actually 3 cars. The Lambo, the Audi of Dries Vanthoor in third, car 31 from WRT, and the HRT Bilstein Mercedes of Mauro Engel, car number 4, who is currently 4th. Matteo Cairoli's 5th in the number 7 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. 6th place for the 34 Elmer Grimm-driven Car Collection Motorsport car, and he in turn leads the GT3 AM division in the 2019 Evo spec of the Audi R8 LMS. He's out front of Charles Espenlaub in the CP Racing Mercedes. The Race Tivity AMG GT3 is next up, but that's a pro car. So the third place amateur team is actually the Abu Dhabi Racing Team. That's a complete misnomer, isn't it, to say Abu Dhabi Racing are an amateur team, but they're entered into the GT3 AM part of the race at the very least, with double GT champion from a couple of years ago in the GT Open series, Valentin Pierberg at the wheel of the number 5. In the 991 class, the class leader is the NK PP Racing by Bas Coutinentry. Bob Herber doing the driving there in 991. But running things close with Duvo Racing, just over a minute continue to separate the 991 class leaders. GTX leader is the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo of Justas Ionusis, car 707, with Leipert Motorsport really not very far away either in second position. 25 seconds the difference between the top 2 in GTX. And in GT4, it's the BMW M4 for Canadian outfit ST Racing. They lead with Chandler Hull driving the 438 from the Pro Sport Aston Martin and the Mercedes AMG of Dragon Racing. So 3 different manufacturers in the top 3 in GT4. And with many topics to be covered over the next 4 hours, not least how many hours of darkness we have at Daytona this year. here is John Hindhoff.
And the next hour of racing starts now. Thanks very much to Bruce and to JP. Nick Damon is with me. The supplies are in as we are on the 4 till 8 shift. We will get to see some sunrise after an official 13 hours and 16 minutes of darkness here at Daytona at the end of the month. According to the numbers I have been given, 13 hours and 12 minutes dark at the end of the month. So we've got the graveyard shift then, Nicholas.
Yes, and I also like to point out that it's actually not that dark at Daytona because of the floodlighting.
No, we're talking about the surrounding areas. Yes,
especially the surrounding areas. It's a completely different situation entirely. Because I tell you, there's nothing quite. Do you know what? Do you know what's really dark, regardless of how long it is? What? Brno. Brno is desperately dark. It's got a new element of black to its element of darkness.
It's like the first time you got a good plasma television, like a Panasonic panel, and you thought, oh, that's what black looks like on a television. Yeah, okay, understood. Right, how are you going to get through the next 4 hours?
How are we going to get through it? By being lively, exciting, and having wonderful racing.
I had a quick look at your BBC One appearance this evening. Not going out.
Excellent business, I thought.
Yeah, I thought you were great. Excellent business at the back. Very good.
It was going well into the final shot, where they came close on us twice in the final shot, and it was all right. That took 3 days to film for 25 minutes of programming.
Very good.
Mainly because of the COVID regulations.
At RSL_studio, Kez Cobb has moved into the producer's chair at our global control room in South London. Nick Damon and John Hindhoff socially distanced and watching the last 11 hours, or at least the next 4 of the last 11 hours. You reckoned, Nick, that 628 laps back in
first year, 2012.
2012, yes, sorry, yeah, 2012. The lowest that I can find was 504. Well, for a full 24-hour race, sorry, yes, was the VIP pet food win in 2008 with Berdo, the 2 Quins, and John O'Webb in the car. So that was another Porsche win. 504 at the lowest that ran 24 hours.
That must be stopped well, surely.
No, don't think so. Before our time, fastest lap time was nearly a 2:03, mate, in that race.
But they still ran. Well, yes, that probably was indicative of the speed of the cars. But anyway, they were probably running to. That was when the race was still running to the bracket time, wasn't it? We weren't allowed to go over a certain point.
Correct.
You got pinged if you did.
Nice to
actually, I think.
Go on.
I think that's something like 2015, isn't it?
Yeah. 5th place car in TCR at the moment is the QSR Racing Martin Heisman driven Audi, which rather wonderfully is spotting helicopters for us at the moment as it goes down the middle straight down into 13 into 14.
That's more of a Second World War searchlight than actually I think it's illuminating the track,
That's
isn't
extraordinary.
If it picks out a doodlebug and a Mosquito night fighter, we know we've gone through a time warp.
That wouldn't get past its MOT, would it? I just remembered. No. I just remembered earlier on today. My MOT runs out on Monday on the Daily Driver. So,
in fairness, once you get to 13 to 14 hours, there's several cars that wouldn't actually pass the MOT.
That is a fair point, well made and very nicely presented. Ian McCarthy settling in for the full 24, and coffee time again. I've been alternating between the 2 great restorative motorsport brews, being Sacred Coffee, and one of the Sacred Coffee, and actually even with Sacred Coffee, alternating between their coffee beans in the beans to cup machine and their coffee capsules in one of our machines that we normally take to Le Mans. In fact, that they delivered to us for Le Mans a couple of years ago. So Sacred Coffee, big supporters of motorsport and endurance motorsport. So that's number 1. And for a change, And that's what I've just done now, a pot of Tregothnan Great British tea. And when it says Great British on it, it means it. Grown in Cornwall, and introduced to this by Peter Kate, Aston Martin and Nürburgring driver extraordinaire, although he won his class in a Cayman there this year, and a deal that he put together at very short notice. So it's a full pot, let it stand, pour me first cup, make sure that you give the bags a good whiz around, take the bags out so they don't stew, top it up with a bit of hot water, the pot is here, that'll keep me going. So that's how I'm getting through here.
Tad classier than me, to be honest, because actually no, I perhaps I'm selling myself short here, because I've had a very nice single malt. In fact, the one you gave me for Christmas, the Highland Park.
Oh yeah,
a while ago.
Orkney one. Very nice.
In honour, many ways, like you are with the Sacred Coffee Le Mans coffee machine homage, whereas I have the homage to the purchasing power of Sam. Mrs. soon to be Mrs. Joe Bradley. How soon we don't know. The nuptials must be happening soon. So yes, Sam, because I am eating a large bag of M&Ms.
Are you?
Because she always gets a massive bag of M&Ms we share out over a couple of days. Actually, over the race, 24 hours, 36 hours, and I have a bag of M&Ms myself here.
Peanut M&Ms.
So oh yes. So I'll be scoffing then during the rundowns.
Right. Okay.
You can't eat them quietly.
No, you can't. You really can't. 92 Herbert Porsche with an errant left-hand headlight, which is just bouncing around, not really pointing at anything. And that must be very, very off-putting. I'm very fussy about my headlight aiming and the strength of headlights. The 968 is very, very good for a car from 1995, but it does have headlights with dipped and main beam, driving lights that come on with main beam, and fog lights as well, or cornering lights, I suppose you could say, which are all about the same level. And you put all those on, even though they're only, I think, old H7 bulbs, it works very well indeed.
Well, that's obviously with the TR4A. I had to upgrade my headlamps because the standard ones, genuine circa 1965, were about as good as a candle lightly spitting at the darkness. But I've now put some proper halogens in, go along with the driving lights, and I can actually see where I'm going on my way home from your house after doing motorsport on some occasions. In those good halcyon days we used to see each other.
Have you? Yes. Remember those? Have you actually got two driving lights on now, or is in period correctness one a driving light and one a fog lamp with an orange yellowy lens?
They are different, yes.
Excellent.
Though I believe that may be actually because of a wiring issue rather than anything intelligent, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, I actually can see out of that car now, which is very, very useful, because I was having, as it now is supporting a rorting 120 horsepower. It can actually bowl on quite well.
Hello to Caleb Whistler. Not sure where you are in the world, Caleb, but nice to have you on board, and thank you for the kind words. Simon Hoff asking me where am I on the scale of the brew. Yeah, just underneath Builder's Brew, to be honest. One lighter than Builder's Brew Blue on there.
Oh, really? Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure. No, maybe about there. Maybe about Builder's Brew. I don't have milk or sugar in tea. To throw back to my vegan days.
I have sugar, but not milk.
To throw back to my vegan days. I actually say I enjoy tea much better now than I ever did when I put milk and sugar in it. A good cup of like Tregothnan. It does have a.
Oh, you need quality tea.
Oh, you have to have quality tea, and it can't have too much tannin in it, because then you get that sort of furry taste in your mouth afterwards, and that's what I like about Tregothnan. It does not do that.
Mm-hmm. Do not put boiling water on either. You want to put water about 10 degrees below boiling, otherwise you will scald the leaves with this decent stuff. Also, I'm just going to say hello to Darren Wood, part of the RXL Ofo team, who's reminded me now we're looking at nighttime driving that that for a certain other member of our team, Mr. Joe Bradley, if he's going to drive at night, he needs to rent out Sunderland's floodlights.
Well, have you noticed he's not been on since it got dark? There's no point in him.
I don't think it's that bad.
He can't even see the TV screen. hopeless. And he won't wear his driving glasses. That's why, when he's doing your iRacing stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, by the by.
Now you told me something, which I didn't. Which I believe in the timing screen, but we missed it, and I'm not sure whether the boys picked it up. That the Herbeth Motorsport car, which was officially retired, went out and did a lap about 20 minutes ago.
Yes, no, they did mention it.
Car.
They did mention it. We saw it. We saw it move. We saw it on the pit lane. We saw it go out, and presumably it's come back in again. I presume they'd been doing a bit of sneaky rebuilding work on it's the left rear suspension, wasn't it? Or was it right rear suspension on that car? Daniel Alleman drove into somebody at turn 10. Dynamic was the Dynamic car and got a penalty for it. So he was absolutely apoplectic about it. You know, don't forget, if there's 2 cars involved in an incident, there'll be 3 versions of the accident. He got a penalty for it, which of course they haven't served, which was about 10 hours ago now. So if they were to come back full time, they'd have to serve that. I suggest it was just a system shakedown for that car.
Well, they managed to get another penalty, by the way, at 10 to 12, for a COVID-19 regulation infringement.
Right, so very strict regulations. See, I saw a couple of tweets about that early on, and if you cast your mind back, dear viewer and listener, to the very first international motorsport event after the first lockdown, it was the Portimao 24 hours at the Circuit de Algarve by Creventic, and people were very sceptical that we could get that going, and they did it, and they did a very good job at it. And from then on, there have been very strict distancing regulations. Nobody in the pit who doesn't need to be there, and anybody. Now, obviously, you can't work on a car and stay 6'6", 2 meters apart. So that means masks and as little contact as is possible. So that is why penalties have been applied. And all this week, by the way, in every session, in the notes, supplementary regs, and on the timing screens that the teams see before they go out, they are being reminded about the protocols. So there's, in the heat of excitement, I can understand why, but there's no excuse really. And
no.
If we're look at the problems they're having in soccer at the moment, if we're going to keep doing motor racing, we have a sport that is conducive to us doing this, because we don't need fans to make the atmosphere. We have principals within the sport who are, by the very nature of their safety equipment, personally isolated when they've got their helmets and their gloves, etc. on. So in terms of wiping down the cars and things like that, not really necessary. And you can work within a bubble with a small number of people in a pit lane, and in fact Formula 1 have done it with a large number of people. Although I did see that Charles Leclerc has put out a statement that he has tested positive.
So they've now managed to get 5 out of 20 of the regular drivers. That's a pretty high percentage of actually managed to go down with COVID.
So the 91 is back in the pits with no wheels or Hankook tyres on it. It's sitting on the dollies, but it does look intact again. It hasn't been wiped down and had its blanket put on it, much as you would put away a thoroughbred after a good hack out.
Well, it's. I think you're right, John. They've rebuilt it. They've now tested it. They've gone. Well, as they're also running 3 cars, a couple of them have probably gone for a sleep, and the others are running the other cars. They may run it out in the sun when it's less likely to be of any danger comes to it, or it may well, that's it. It's going to get a nice little wash and it'll be ready to go for the first practice in Abu Dhabi in 6 days' time.
Are they going to Abu Dhabi? Are they? I have to say, I haven't at the moment.
I think so, yeah. I'm pretty sure they are, yeah. Pretty sure they are, yes.
Yeah, my little adult brain can't take more than 1 race at a time. And after this, I've got to take the chip out for this event and get into Raw before the 24 and then the 24 mode because it's consecutive weekends. I'd be in real trouble if it was the Bathurst 12 hours the week after, which it could have been. We could have been doing 4 endurance races on 4 consecutive weekends. Unfortunately, no Bathurst, of course, this year. That was cancelled quite some time ago.
Yeah, Elmar Grimm in the 34 car collection has come in, run through the pits, had some service and gone for fuel. He came in, I think, in just in first, but in this pit stop has dropped behind CP Racing, the 85 car, in the battle in GTM. HRT Abu Dhabi Racing, who when we went away 3 hours ago were quite comfortably leading that GTM class, have had a bit of obviously a problem at some point over the last 3 hours. They've dropped back about effectively 7 or 8 minutes on the leader, so there's been a minor problem for the car Vivanti Pierberg in it. So that's the amateur class. Absolutely flying in the last 20 minutes, John, has been Dries Van Toren in WRT. Now, this isn't a particularly surprising statement that WRT are flying and Dries Van Toren is flying, but they actually put in the fastest lap of the race just after we came on air with the 1:58.1.
Oh.
And he's backed up those with a couple more very fast ones as well. So he's beginning to eat into Rolf Nijken's lead over that car in second place.
101 comes back out after that suspension or whatever it was, failure at the front end. The left front had completely collapsed and the whole front axle was not turning, which was a very odd thing to happen. That was Villemere, I think, at the wheel, wasn't it, when that car came in. Excellent work by the Red Camel Jordan 101 team, and that car back out again. A couple of people asking about the tyre that went rolling across the pit lane. I've got a feeling there was a penalty assessed for that, but I'll be honest, I can't remember what car it was, and therefore I can't check to see.
Guess the 19. You guessed the 19. They have got a penalty.
Pit stop infringement, 10-second penalty, and it has been served. Right, I wasn't sure of that, but it has been served then. If it was the 19.
Yeah, that's what we think. We don't know if it's served, but it was the boys. It was a 19 car which it had come off of. You've got the strategy software up there.
Of course, always.
What has the rotation been of the lead car, the GPX Racing 36, since we were last here? Have they actually run any time with amateur yet?
No. This is the short answer to that. So
they haven't run Alain Ferté or Frédéric Fatien. They haven't got to run both of them, of course, even though both of them are named.
I can't tell you in the first 3 hours or so. If they were in the first 3 hours, I can't tell you because I don't have that information. Going backwards, Jaminet, not going backwards, starting from now and regressing through the race. He says, picking his words very carefully. Chamonix's done 14 laps. Andlauer on this stint. Andlauer did a 30-lap stint before that. Axel Jeffries did a 35-lap stint, but of course there was a bit of yellow in that. Mathieu did a 22-lap full stint and then a 1-lap and a 2-lap. Again, I'm guessing they were topping up fuel there. Before that, Axel did a 25 and a 30, so he ran out of time. He pitted on time. Before that, Julian Andlauer was in the car for a full stint, 30 laps. Axel did time before, so I'm back to, I can go all the way back to Julian doing a stint starting at an hour-long stint, 3 hours into the race. 3 hours into the race.
The top two actually in the pits now, John. We saw Rolf Nijken pull up in the 63, and there was definitely a driver change there, but he's in fuel, so we haven't found out who's got in. Mathieu Jaminet also has come in for fuel. He's coming for fuel in the 36. I think he said he only done 17 laps. Is that right?
Well, it's 15 laps. He's coming at the end of his 16th lap. He got in that car at little.
4th place, and it's a little bit closer because Hubit's just 37 seconds behind Dries. Dries is 53 seconds behind Mirko Bortolotti, who is 6 minutes and 45 seconds off the lead. So the leader has a 3-lap lead, but they still may slip in a twist. And there's also the fact that they also have a situation where they have to run out of drivers. Also for fuel, Matthew Vaxavier brought the Racivity Mercedes, won the 6th place in GT Pro. That's in the pit lane at the moment, which is a good chance to tell you that actually currently leading GT AM is Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff. He's up and winning. And then you have Shane Lewis in 2nd. Jack Van Lagen also in for fuel in the MP Motorsport 19. That car's been in the wars, had a couple of infringements. It's had a couple of not accidents, but coming together, which meant it's had to sit in the pits and have duct tape put on it. But it's now had a relatively clean run in 5th in AM for the past 3 or 4 hours. So he's moving back up towards the rest of the field. But apart from that, we have got this point, John. We say we're now just seeing people turning laps, actually putting in some good business.
Thank you for your patience on the TV feed. Nick Damon and John Hindhaugh for Radio Show Limited. We've not been anywhere, and we've been continuing on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Our TV colleagues with a problem in the TV compound on the paddock side of the track. They've been working hard to restore the commentary. If you're listening on RS1 and whilst that disappeared and you want to switch back to the pictures and sound together, then I can assure you we are back indeed. Hello to Danny.com and to Daniel Gomez and to Alessandro Fabri. And to Gert VC, with our apologies. Beyond our control, the issues with the connection to the TV compound. Well done to our colleagues at 0221, the TV production company that we've worked with for quite some time now for the Creventic Hankook 24-hour series. At 5 o'clock in the morning to manage to get someone out to get that fixed. Very nicely done indeed. So
thanks, Seb.
Yeah, thanks Seb and everybody there. My tea's gone a bit cold now because I didn't dare pick it up.
No.
I'm going to chop my tea up now as we're on this nighttime shift.
3 wheels on the wagon of the 302 there, John. They've
yes, but it's in the pit lane. Don't panic anybody who can't see the pits.
It's still best to have all the wheels on, even in the pit lane.
You think?
That's the George King of the Fun Air Motorsport BMW M240i Racing Cup. They've taken off the front the front left, and then they decided there was work to do. They decided to do the brake change now. They have the spreaders to ease out the caliper so they can get the pads out. This is going to be
this is just a pad change, yeah, not the. Yeah. Hello to Batman's on the YouTube feed. 6 minutes past 7 Dubai time is official sunrise, so that's just under 2 hours away for the sunrise. Batman's will have had something in the region of 13 hours and 16 minutes of official darkness from sunset last night at a little before 6, 10 minutes before 6 to 6 minutes past 7 this morning. And again, thank you very much indeed for your courtesy and your patience. For those of you who lost the commentary sound on the picture feed, but of course we never went away on radio.
No, radio's always here.
Always here. Pictures are better on radio, somebody told me once. It took me a long time to understand.
Wasn't it one of the lyrics of Radio Gaga that radio's always here?
You may well be right. You may be right.
Like that.
Hello, Jules Outybridge, who's on the YouTube chat as well. I'm going to leave you guys to get back on with it on the YouTube page if you want to get in touch with us here in the studio at RSL_studio. Matt has just said, I think all endurance fans, talking about lights earlier on, have spent time pricing up some huge headlights and a flasher button, an auto flasher button for the car. Oh, if only. But I know what you mean. I remember in the early days of me doing a bit of road rallying, turning the switch over on one of my cars so that, you know, if you flashed, no, you could have normal beam, your dipped beam, and then you flicked it onto main beam, and the main beam was a separate beam, and that came on, and your dip beam went off. But if you flashed, everything was on together. And I swapped the connections round so that if I flashed, it was main beam alone. Dip beam was always the same, but if I went on to main beam, I got both. And that was another way of adding a bit of light without any extra lights. Because when I was doing road rallying, you were only allowed to have 2 extra lights. That was part of the regulations. So you had, it was standard, everybody had CPA Oscars or Super Oscars. I had some flat back CPA Super Oscars that originally had the round back ones, which obviously you had to paint the same colour of your car. That was de rigueur as well. And then I got some flat back Super Oscars and a proper set of Talbot Sport mounts for my Avenger, but I couldn't use the bottom part of the mounts, just the top, so I ground them off because I didn't need them, just the top mounts. And the CPA Super Oscars went in as the driving lights, but I still did the little trick on the headlights so that you had main and dipped on at the same time when you wanted them. We've come a long way, haven't we?
Yes. No, I think, as I was saying, I think that's, you know, automated lighting is just revolutionised. We went from halogens to bi-xenons to laser in 10 years, 12 years between the three improvements in the leap forwards. But yeah, I mean, I think certainly you've got bi-xenon lights. It's massively improved road safety and obviously massively improved racing.
Just thinking, come a long way from the lad in his Avenger with all those little tweaks on it, doing up the suspension and the brakes before I even got to the engine, and tweaks on the lights, to driving an Aston Martin in a 24-hour race at Quarter with full LED lighting bars behind the grills. Bit of difference
to support you as well.
And
mechanic.
And people to do stuff to the car. Yes, absolutely.
All you had to do was drive it, and they wipe you down with a light copy of the Daily Telegraph and send you off to hospitality.
There was no hospitality, but I did have a motorhome.
Or worse than that, they sent you off to go and talk to us, which is always amusing.
Yes, that's very true. Yes, a far cry from blasting round the Northumberland and County Durham country lanes on road rallies to racing at the Circuit of the Americas and standing on the F1 podium for coming second. Just a few years in between, in fairness. Rather too many.
It was a meteoric 35-year success path.
Yeah, that was that 35-year overnight sensation thing. It's a bit like the music business, isn't it? All of that. Thanks to Curry in London as well for coordinating with the guys, and Nick and Seb for sorting out the technicals there. But we never went away on radio. Love it. 26 laps by Jam Jam. So how long has he been in the car? Because he did a 15-lap stint before that, didn't he? So he must...
25.
Right.
Official stint.
Right. So he's got... So that's... I don't get that, Nick, to be honest, because he didn't need to come in after those 15 laps.
But he did just troll through the fuel. His stop was 340, so they couldn't have done anything. He did stop at his garage. It wasn't just fuel, so perhaps they had a tyre issue.
Slow puncture, I'm guessing, for that then, because he's going to have to come in again in another 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And then there's no point in sending him out again at that point.
No,
he gets out.
Yeah, I think they must have had a tyre problem, because that's all you can do in that stop time and take on a full slug of fuel. No, if he wasn't empty, John, he could go longer, couldn't he? So
That's a good point.
The fuel.
That is a good point. No, that is a good point. Yes.
Would have, I think, about a 15-litre overhead in that tank. So
what's their max fuel fill on that car? 110.
I don't know, because they have one, so probably you probably have 10 litres. Around 10 litres, he probably have.
Well, he's done 15 and 27. Normally, you'd say 30 was the stint. So maybe
32, 33.
Well, maybe if he gets to, let's have a look, see what he did, and let's see if he gets. He's done half an hour, so he needs to get to somewhere near an hour and a half, doesn't he? To make it really worthwhile.
Yeah, Mirko Bortolotti just come in. Is that not early? From second place? Is he
no, it's a lap early. It's a lap. But he did. Hang on, he did a 15-lap stint as well. Did we have a? We didn't have a.
No, we've run.
No, excuse me, he didn't. Nation did. So was he finishing off a long stint? No, Bertolotti was before him. There's something very odd going on with the tactics here. Really is that I'm not getting.
Well, it might be circumstance.
Force majeure, as they say.
Oh, not a word for it.
That just means you're not being in control of your own destiny, mate.
Yeah, it's quite concerning for Bortolotti. He's come in effectively before now Jaminet, and he was coming in after Jaminet, and he's 6 minutes 54 seconds behind on the road, so that's an actual gap to the leader. If the leader comes in the next couple of laps, it'll be worse than that. And obviously, if Jaminet's, Jaminet's in this lap, so that's interesting. He didn't get any extra fuel. Jaminet's in as well. So that 6 minutes 54 seconds is pretty much the gap between Jaminet and Bortolotti. What will happen now is both Dries Van Toor and Herbert Hout, so the WRT 31 and the HRT Bilstein 4, will go past Bortolotti into second and third, whilst they run through the meat of their stint. So I do have this feeling, even this is the car I tipped and the car I would like to see win, because for a start it's the Lamborghini one. What would be the first thing at Dubai 24-hour, John? Is the Lamborghini one?
It'd be the first non-German manufacturer to win the race.
Exactly, even though it's got it may or may not have a German engine. We don't want to get in that argument again.
It shares some of its construction.
Yes. It just doesn't. Even though it's doing okay, it just seems to have a tiny fade on it. So I'm hoping that's put right. I'm hoping they find the magic couple of clicks of rebound, or plug the computer in 10 seconds, it sorts itself out, and they can start moving forward again. But you just kind of feel that it's been, as I said before, it's been out of absolute the window for the entirety of the first 14 hours in now.
Well, busy month of sports car and endurance racing here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Still, as Nick says, the mere thought of 9.5 hours from here at Dubai. Next weekend, Raw before the 24, which includes a 100-minute qualifying race for the Rolex 24.
Which all the teams are overjoyed about, I understand.
Well, I have a suspicion that might be a banker race that IMSA are putting in case they lose a 100-minute race later in the year. Long Beach has already moved back, which is a 100-minute race. There are other 100-minute races in the calendar, and it may well be that race at the Raw for the WeatherTech Championship might well become a championship round, and the results could be taken from that, as well as setting the grid. There are points to be scored in it. A new point scoring system that Jeremy Shaw, Shea Adam and myself have got to get used to, including points, extended points for qualifying, and a new point system. And so we have got to get used to that. So there will be some points for that 100-minute race anyway. But
you've got 5 classes now, haven't you?
yes, because LMP3's been added as its own class, as well as having its own standalone championship as well in the Prototype Cup. If you're outside the US, of course, you'll be able to watch the whole of the Daytona 24 flag to flag, absolutely free, on radio-show.co.uk as part of our commitment to endurance racing. Audio is always free, and we'll also have the race on XM Sirius as well if you're in the US. Sorry, Nick, you were going to ask a question?
No, my question for you is will this be the first official 24-hour race for LMP3s? Because I can't think of one, but I don't follow P3 as closely as you and Johnny do.
I think that's a Johnny question. I think that is a Johnny question.
I can't think of when they ran 12 hours. They've done the double six at Abu Dhabi, and they've done. I'm sure they've done 12. I can't think when they would have done 24. I think it's virgin territory for the. And RMC using the new LMP3s, the new versions.
I believe so.
Year.
Yeah. A really good LMP2 entry as well. Kel Surprise.
Oh, that is.
Yeah.
Oh, wonder why.
Yeah.
Has he got high-class drivers trying their first hand at prototype racing?
Yes. Getting ready for the new LMDH cars, I think.
Wow.
Chip Ganassi.
Beautiful.
Chip Ganassi's coming back to IMSA Racing with a Cadillac in the top class, and as Shea revealed on Midweek Motorsport last week, Marcus Ericsson will be joining full-time drivers Renger van der Zande and Kevin Magnussen, with Scott Dixon also in that car for the 24 hours. So that you've got to look at and say, oh hello, they'll be after the Rolex watches, won't they?
You've got 3 super licenses in that car.
Magnificent.
Because Dixon would qualify, of course.
Yes.
IndyCar is up for 4 years. We give him way more than 40 points.
The Renger is the senior driver in that car, which I'm very pleased for him. And
be interesting to see how Magnussen goes. He hasn't been served well by the teams he's been with, both in Motor, McLaren, and certainly with the actual physical cars in the last 3 years at Haas. I wouldn't have put him down, certainly prior to the last couple of seasons, having the temperament to be in an endurance race. So it'd be interesting to see whether he, what looks like an increased maturity over the last couple of years. Because when you analyse it, most of the accidents that happened to him were caused by somebody else in the last couple of years, not actually him. Whether that now means he is, he can take that definite speed he's got and translate it to a car which he's sharing with people for many, many hours.
Renger, who was on Midweek Motorsport a couple of weeks before Christmas, and by the way, there's a connection with Renger van der Zande with this race here at Dubai, because Gullwing Race Insurance, which is what Renger thought he was going to be doing a few years ago, because he thought his race career had stalled, are a series sponsor here. Renger was saying, and I thought this was a really good point, Nick, that he made, that of all the drivers that could be coming from Formula One or any other formula into IMSA racing, Kevin is very well placed because his dad raced in IMSA for so many years, so he's watched it, he understands the psyche of it, he's been to the races. I've seen him in the paddock with his dad. The last time I saw him was a couple or 3 years ago, to talk to anyway, when he was at Petit Le Mans and he was babysitting for his dad, for some of the younger kids. Do you remember?
Yeah, his dad's got I think his dad's got a really quite young son, hasn't he?
Yes, exactly. So I think once he gets the rhythm of it and realises, particularly, I think the 24-hour race is a brilliant race for them to start off on. They've got that 100-minute qualifying race. There is a full qualifying session to set the grid for the qualifying race, and we'll have that for you. The qualifying we'll have in sound and vision, whether you're in the States or anywhere in the world. That's all free on radio-show.co.uk with synced pictures, Jeremy, Shea and myself. The race, the 100-minute race, that is the international feed. Again, all free, no interruptions, flag to flag. And then the full 24 hours as well. I think it's a great way for them to get into the swing of it. Ganassi knows sports car racing. He's kept hold of quite a lot of people who were part of the Ford programme. I think it'll be good. So that's the next 2 weekends. That is 2 weekends at Daytona, and plenty of action as well. Of course, it's the Michelin Pilot Challenge. Also, we have that in sound and vision for you as well, and we welcome back to the IMSA paddock the MX-5, the Mazda Global MX-5 Cup with BF Goodrich, and Shea and I will be taking that on, and we'll also be doing a TV show for NBCSN for that championship. Wow. For those of you in the States, but we'll have some live coverage as well. Obviously, all covered in audio, you know that if you're listening to Radio Show Limited, but live in sound and vision as well. And once again, no blocks, no breaks, full coverage of MX-5, no subscriptions to pay, nothing of that. IMSA.tv, radio-show.co.uk is the place for all of those.
No, it sounds very exciting. I'm quite looking forward to it. I can actually see it.
King P77 said, never seen this racing before. What do the lines mean next to the team name? That is the sectors on the track, KP77. And if they are yellow, they haven't improved their times. If they go green, it's a best sector for that car. If they go purple, it's a best sector overall. And so those are where they are on the track. The track is split up into 3 bits. Start line through the first part, the wiggly bit of the track, the rhythm bit of the track, the start line through to just after turn 7, so before the turn into turn 8 and 9, which is that big sort of parabolic corner that goes onto the back straight. So that's sector 1, so the straight between turn 7 and 8. Then from there, down the back straight, brake hard, turn right, climb the hill, through the kink at 11, go round past the hotel and the old admin building at 12, and just as you're coming across the rise, that's the next sector point there. That's the middle sector, sector 2, and then from there, down the hill, through the left kink at 13, throw it into 14, let it breathe, come out over the top of the rise at 15, down the hill to 16, and the third sector finishes at the end of the lap. So that's what those little matchsticks are alongside. Thanks for asking that. Pescara Production said, I thought it was how many fries they had left.
How many strikes have been given by race control? Because there's a lot of people who've done that so far. Axel Jeffries took over the GPX racing car and currently enjoys a new 5-minute lead over Herbert Haupt in the HRT Bilston Mercedes. But Kevin van der Linde has taken over from what appeared to me visually to be a fantastic session by Dries van Toorn WRT, and they've dropped down to 4th. On their Alpha Rolf Inaikin currently scored in 3rd in the Huracan. So that lead for Axel Jeffrey GPX looking pretty ominous, but still no one prepared in the top cars to rotate in their amateur.
F1 AMC says, how do you have a grey sector before a green or a yellow? Does that mean it was deleted? I don't honestly know. We'll have to find out. Yeah. 101's got problems again, Nick. The Cupra, they've shortcut over the top of the hill circuit just on the exit of turn 1 and rejoined, and that's caught the attention. And who was that car coming off there? Actually, no, the shortcut off the back straight towards 14. So who was that? I think it was the 710, the Lamborghini number 710. Now, have they got another driveline or suspension problem? They had a left front suspension breakage. Yeah, they have. I think they've got another left front suspension issue on that car, but at least this time, Nick, the wheels are turning. They were absolutely locked before, and they had to get towed back in. Left front wheel and Hankook tyre looks to be tucked under a wee bit. He's got it back to the pit lane. Yellow flag at turn 7 as well. I think that was where that incident started for the Red Camel Cupra. Now, I think it was Ivo at the wheel of that. Did we put Ivo in it? Yes, we did. So it's Ivo Breukers who is bringing that in. Also, a couple of questions about the Herberth car. Yeah, the 92 car's been in for a little while. Klaus Baxter brought it in. That looked like it was having some work done. That's been in 11 minutes. Ian's on his break at the moment, so we can't get pit reports. But if Seb is listening to us, which I bet he is, once we've had a look at the... And we've still got a yellow flag. Oh, has there been contact out at turn 7?
No, it's 979, one of the 911 cars, of course. Just trying to see which one is 979.
979 is the white speed lover car, Nick. The one that's had the suspension issues, and that's up against the wall. Ooh, so has there been... He's in one of those places that is very difficult to see from... even from the lofty heights of the commentary box. So it has to be picked out with the camera.
Yes. He's gone wide at 6, is it? He's gone off at 6, I think.
He's gone off at 6 and he's finished up at 7. But that was exactly in the same place that I first noticed the 101 off the track, although on the other side of the circuit. So has there been a bit of argy and, if you will, bargy there?
I don't know. It's fired a code 60 up, so we were doing well, John, but we've lost it again.
Oh, you're kidding me. That's the
code 60.
9th code 60 of this race. We've been getting just a little bit closer to the... we were within 10 laps of getting somewhere near the... What's the word I'm looking for? Distance record. Thank you. Yes. The distance record, but that is immediately just dropped at 6:17. 241 laps to go is what my computer says. Dave Alcock will take this opportunity to answer a few of your tweets at RSL_studio. Last year he said, wasn't there some CN class prototypes in 24-hour series races? None here. Is it a matter of the unusual circumstances, or those cars not permitted? Creventic, because they'd been asked to, dabbled with some prototype races, and certainly the Copa de Florio at Ennepegusa, they had a couple of wolf in that, didn't they?
A couple of CNs. We had some CNs in the prototype races here back. It's 4 years now, isn't it?
But wasn't there a specific prototype race here a few years ago?
Yes, there was a couple.
I actually turned down an offer of a drive in at what effectively was a Ginetta LMP2 car, a G60 I think they were calling them, because I didn't think that I would have the time to do it because I was commentating, and I didn't think I'd have the time to put in, having at that point never driven a downforce car before, but now I've driven a Radical SR3 and thoroughly enjoyed it. I think I would have probably had a go now.
I'm sure you would. Oh dear, that's very ungently way to yank out the Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff policy. He's a doctor with more respect. He's a doctor of engineering, of course, not a doctor of medicine.
Yeah, but the doctor will see him now. That's the main thing.
Exactly. A lot of takers for this code 60.
Well, yes.
Including Ansel Jeffries, despite having only been out for 10 minutes, the leader. Hubert Hab, I'm not sure where his cars have gone past yet, but you would think he'd be absolutely first in the queue for a bit of code 60. He's 43 minutes into his stint, so picking up half a tank would suit him very well, better than these other cars that have only done 15 minutes, like, for example, Rolfing Eiking is also 15 minutes into his stint. Kevin van der Linde.
Hubert Hab, by the way, did a 59.9 as his fastest lap in this stint, and now that we've dropped a couple of seconds on the a lap or so on the code 60, he's still averaging 2:01. That's very, very impressive, you know, from Hubert. Very good indeed. I just want to say hello on Twitter to F1 AMC. Whilst I was we were dealing with the technical issue, I was also posting on the comment section, the chat section of the YouTube, trying to keep everybody informed, and F1 AMC was over there. Obviously, now that we're being heard again on that, he's heard us mentioning RSL_studio. He says, really love the engagement from the commentators, answering the questions from the viewers. Never experienced it in other motorsport. I think it makes it better. Well, thank you for coming on to Twitter as well, F1 AMC, at RSL_studio. Specific circumstances was why I was on the chat there from the RSL studio. Normally there's so much going on that I don't quite have enough time to do that, which is why we have the Twitter open instead, because it takes up a little less screen space on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 different tab screens or whatever that I have, trying to keep a track of what is going on here.
I'll go down to 4 and I'm quite happy with that, or 5 with Skype.
Gordon de Gould says, is there a manufacturer you'd love to see that hasn't been in Pro-Am racing before?
Yes. Yes.
Begins with an M, ends with an I. Mini, that's what you want,
that's
isn't it?
That's the one, yes.
What is it?
It begins with an M and ends in Azerati.
Right. It begins with Mazda and ends in Arty.
Yeah.
Nick wants Maserati more than anything in the world. I'm quite worried at the moment, Gordon, if I'm honest, because I don't think we've really realised. I mean, it's lovely to see the McLaren 72 just going down to the fuelling stop now. It'll turn hard right at the end of the pit lane, will it? Or are there no no fuel stops there? No, he's turned in. I don't think even we in the sport have realised how much manufacturers put into GT and endurance racing. And recently, with the announcements from Aston Martin and Bentley that they are ceasing their works programmes, I think we all thought, and the announcement certainly said, okay, we're not racing factory cars anymore, but we'll continue to support our private teams, our customer teams, with, you know, an engineering support, parts, etc., etc. I'm not sure we really realised what else was going on behind the scenes, because TF Sport have immediately decided not to race their Aston Martin. They're going into LMP2. I think there's some other reasoning behind that as well. Parker Racing raced their Bentley, their Gen 2 Bentley Continental for the last time last weekend in the 66 at Bahrain. And even if it's just being lone drivers, Nick, who are having their salaries, expenses, etc. paid by the manufacturers, that's still for a privately funded team, normally funded by some of the drivers, Nick. That's a huge help that they're getting if you've got a Darren Turner or a Ross Gunn, which will be happening at the Rolex 24 that we'll be covering in Sound and Vision in the next couple of weeks, or you know, some of the Bentley drivers have been loaned out to teams all over the world. I'm not sure we've really appreciated how much is going on behind the scenes, not just fielding cars.
No, I think that's an absolutely incredibly accurate point. If I was running a team, would I want to put my money into a vehicle that didn't have a works team or a works backing? And it's not just because I want to borrow Darren Turner, much I'd like to. It's also because of the ongoing development, not producing an Evo version, but the stuff, the general, the factory team runs a car and something goes wrong, and they go, oh, we've made a mistake with that particular hose or whatever it may be, we'll redesign it and then we'll pass it down the field so no one else will have that problem. That doesn't happen. It's not their problem so much if a car breaks down. It's not. They aren't doing that. Marginal gains, incremental improvements that works race teams do, and then just hand the new improved part. Or don't hand, they sell it, but it doesn't improve the car down. It doesn't affect the BOP. It's just an operational thing. So, if I was, if you say, right, who are you going to go for? Well, you're going to look for the manufacturer who is making the greatest investment in the class, because they're going to be bopped together. So if you see announcements that about Porsche with their new works drivers, or AMG with their new works drivers, or BMW producing a whole new GT3 car, as it will be with the M4 over the next few months, I think, well, I'm going to go with them. Not the team that's pulled out, isn't quite so sure, is either unsure of their motorsport direction or concentrate on F1. It's common sense. You want to work with an organisation that is concentrating on developing their product to sell their range rather than developing a product to sell to me 4 cars for GT3.
Yeah. I'm going to have Darren Turner just to take me to the supermarket. I think that'd be cool, wouldn't it?
I just want to borrow his simulator.
He has many of them. Base performance simulators. Very good indeed. Hello to Danny, tweeted us in. And good to know you're still around. Had a bit of a doze. Cat naps are fine. That's good. We like that. Let's keep it going. Other manufacturers. I sort of went off on a tangent there. Sorry, we were talking about manufacturers we would like to see. There are some manufacturers. We're still under the code 60, by the way, for the Speed Lover white Porsche, the 979 car. That's had 2 left-hand rear suspension issues and is in the tight up to the wall driver's side at turn 7. I suspect the driver is unable to get out because he can't open the door more than anything else, and if that car won't move, they'll have to tow him away from the wall.
I've got a manufacturer for you that will stress the balance of performance and also answer a question we had in our previous conversation. How about Tesla?
Yes.
Why couldn't they find a way of going? I know it's not they're not something that Elon Musk is particularly interested in.
Elon Musk has been asked time and time again. He's not interested in motorsport. He doesn't feel that it has a benefit, which I don't agree with him. But
he should have turned up and looked at the gains made by the Toyota and Audi and to Porsche, because they weren't there as on Porsche, so they started from further ahead. But if you look at the stuff which certainly was Toyota were doing, which I still think was incredibly clever with the supercapacitors, which is fabulous left field thinking. I know it ultimately couldn't do the 8 kilojoules, so it was dropped. But for a lower deployment, actually, it was a better, lighter, more easier to cool solution than batteries.
Yes. No, we're back to green.
Back to green.
Just let everybody get out of the space. There are a couple of other manufacturers that I would like to see, and people who should be there. Jaguar absolutely should be in GT racing, in GT3 racing. Yeah. I know somebody who was in the room when the deal was done with Tata, and they tell me the story about, congratulations Mr Tata, you've just, because there is a Mr Tata, you've just bought one of the world's finest automotive and sports car companies. And the answer came from Mr Tata, it's not a sports car company anymore, you don't build any race cars, you don't build any cars that race. Which I thought was a very interesting, and I was told that by somebody that I absolutely, totally, utterly entrust, who isn't a Jaguar anymore now, not for any other reason that he was coming to the end of his career, but he'd been there. He was actually taken on by Sir William Lyons, so he'd been at Jaguar for quite a long time, and was instrumental in their Group C programme. Met him through Le Mans, and he told me that story, and I absolutely believe it. Jaguar is a massive miss from sports car racing, and if you were to ask Pierre Fillon of the ACO, who will be the Grand Marshal, by the way, for the Rolex 24 at the end of the month, if you were asked to ask Pierre which manufacturer would he like to see back more than anything else, in any category, he would say Jaguar. I'm sure he would say Jaguar, because it still has such a following. You've seen it, Nick. There's still loads of people there with silk-cut Jaguar hats on, and they haven't been there for 20 years.
No, it is surprising that Jaguar have just not bothered to invest. I mean, obviously there was a complete disaster of the F1 back in 2000 to 2003, 4, but that was under Ford stewardship. And if you actually listen to the stories, a lot of it was down to a similar reason why Toyota fell, which was an inability of overseas management to understand how a race team worked. Happily, that overseas was America compared to Japan, but both of them it was the over-management by both of those corporations that really stymied the fast reacting that you need to do as a Formula One team. But I think that's scarred Jaguar, and we've had a couple of non-works attempts at GT3, both Jaguar XJs and F-types, which I've no idea how relevant their success was, given they were a privateer run thing. Gentilozzi ran one that was a little bit suspect. But I'm surprised Jaguar haven't done that. I'm surprised they haven't tried to capitalise. They could do some good publicity.
Just had a tweet from TF Sport, who are listening in. They're British GT champions multiple times, Blancpain champions, 24-hour winners at Spa, WEC, Le Mans, 24-hour winners in the AM class. Tom Furrier's team, he's the TF in TF Sport. I've seen Tom around the motorsport scene for very many years, and more years than he would like me to remind anybody of. I'll come back to that in just a second, because the Isuzu flatbed has brought back the Speed Lover car, and that has got some damage to the left front this time. Oh, and it's got a nice big tyre mark, a big black donut on the side of the door. So there has been a bit of hip and shoulder, as our Australian colleagues would say, or ice hockey, when I used to commentate on ice hockey, bit of hip and shoulder. Going back to TF Sport, Tom Furrier is one of the nicest people you could meet. Fiercely competitive, but honourable, and has worked so hard. I could not have been happier for any team to see them win their class at Le Mans this year, that bright red, beautiful bright red Vantage. They have announced that they're going to have a beautiful bright red LMP2 car to go racing next year, and therefore it was my understanding that the WEC Aston would not therefore be racing in the WEC, and they have just said, hang on a second, they've said TF, they're quoting me back, TF Sport have immediately decided not to race their Aston Martin. I should have said the WEC. Not strictly true. Watch this space.
Wow.
Says TF. Well, listen, we will put midweek motorsport any Wednesday you want at your disposal if you want to give us the announcement, TF Sport. And thank you, by the way, for your commitment. What time is it in the UK? 5 to 2 in the morning in the UK. Quite extraordinary, but proof, if proof were needed, of what you need to know about TF Sport. TF Sport are enthusiasts for the sport, and they're not racing here. They'll know plenty of people who are, and therefore it's 5 to 2 in the morning, and TF Sport and their social media are up and about and watching and listening to sports car racing. Chapeau, the hat is doffed. Exactly. And we'd love to know. Jesse Young, shame Jaguar don't do a GT3 version of the F-Type. Absolutely. Interestingly,
a really interesting comment by Kez on our Skype chat, which made me suddenly realise how I view certain levels of motorsport.
Kez is our producer.
She turned around to me
in our London control room.
She sent a link to us saying, "Do Jaguar not have an E-team?" And yes, they do, but it didn't register to me as Jaguar involving themselves in motorsport. Why is that? Because I have anything against Formula E, but why does that not register to me as
the racing's good?
Yeah,
it's a fair point. It is. Why is it registered?
Why is it because it's spec-ish? Is it because they're not racing their car?
Don't think that matters.
Literally, that conversation we were having, it never crossed my mind they had an E-team.
James will be delighted that you managed to forget that. James, who's another BMW rider and bought his bike. The last time I saw James Bartley from Jaguar Racing, he was picking up his new BMW at Wollaston BMW, which is where we get our BMWs looked after.
Guess who I heard for the first time in 2 years, just this evening?
Who?
Steve Wong.
Oh, really?
Steve sent me a private message saying, did I just see you on TV? I've not heard from him.
On BBC One?
Since he left Wollaston, yeah.
Oh, well, I know where he is now.
Oh, God, where?
He's gone to BMW dealership in Peterborough.
Ah, quite, yeah.
James Bartley, who I've known for an age as well, is the man behind Jaguar Sport. And actually, he very kindly offered me a go in the electric SUV series. I always want to call it an I-Pace, but it wasn't an I-Pace at all, was it? It was. It is an I-Pace, right?
The F-Pace and the E-Pace are the petrol ones.
All right, okay. And for the fact that I was doing 50-odd flyaways, long-haul flights that year, I couldn't fit it in, annoyingly, because it was going to be at Rockingham, which is, as you know, around the corner, in a circuit that I have particular affinity with. Anyway, long story short, when Brian Sellers and Catherine Legg and the Ray Hall and Lanigan team were there was an opportunity for me to go and have a test in one of those cars. Didn't get a chance to do it, and I hadn't seen him for ages. And then, blow me if I don't literally bump into him. I'm in Wollaston BMW Motorrad, and he's picking up his new BMW. Doesn't live anywhere near though, but he'd heard us talking about it on some broadcast or seen something that we'd posted, and sure enough he was picking up his R90, I think is what he bought. He'll be desperately disappointed that you had completely forgotten about the E-Tech. Now, in fairness, they didn't do an awful lot to start with, but they've picked the game up in the last season and a half, 2 seasons.
Now I'm thinking about it, they got a reasonable team. They won a couple of races. Mitch Evans put in a good performance.
I think that was really important, actually, that they ran a couple of races, because I think that, if I'm honest, and I'm not getting this from anywhere other than me, I think that programme was in jeopardy had they not got those races at the end of that season.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good point, and obviously with the news that both Porsche and Audi are pulling out, though, did you notice that McLaren have got a letter of intent to enter next year?
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. That's Sack keeping his options open, I think, because that'll need money from somebody else for them to run that. Because McLaren as an organisation, outside the F1 team, is no longer in any way flush with money, even borrowed money, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, now I'm thinking about Formula E, I can name all the teams, but it just didn't register me as motorsport, and we were talking about it a minute ago.
And by the way, your question earlier on, just before I do the rundown, about LMP3 cars, a number of our correspondents, the collective wisdom and knowledge has kicked in again at RSL_ studio, if you're no different, tell me that they can't find a 24-hour race that they have seen a class for I wonder if an LMP3 is run at Thunderhill though in the 25-hour race. That's the only one that I could think about, because that's got some pretty serious entries in. I know they've had radicals and such like in there in the past. I don't know if they would have allowed an LMP3, but I've got it in my head. If you know better, then please let me know. All right, for TF Sport and everybody in the UK, 2 o'clock in the morning, would you believe? 6 a.m, an hour and 6 minutes before official sunrise. Let's have a look at how they stand then, with some 9 hours to go in the 2021 24 hours, the Hankook 24 hours of Dubai. Axel Jeffries back behind the wheel of the leading Porsche. It is the number 36 GPX racing car, still with that 5 minutes plus lead on the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo over Hubert Haupt for HRT Bilstein, the number 4 car, and then another 94 seconds to GRT Grasser Racing Team's Rolf Nation for Lamborghini. 4th different manufacturer in the top 4, so 36, 4, 63, then 31 the WRT Audi. In 4th position, Kelvin von der Linde is another 46 seconds behind a podium spot at the moment. Top 5 made up by Dynamic Motorsport, Stefano Monaco in that gold and carbon almost, isn't it? Porsche number 7. The best of the AMs, that is flip-flopping back and forth between Nico Bastian and the HRT Abu Dhabi Racing number 5, that's the red AMG GT3, and the red or the white, blue and red CP Racing Mercedes number 85. Now, I would have thought with the most recent that's what I'm looking for, Code 60, that they would have evened up their strategies, and indeed they have. The HRT car was a good 5 or 6 laps away from needing to come in, but did so, whereas CP Racing were on 31 laps, so that was a great time for them to come in. But they are now both 7 laps into a stint, and Max Edelhoff, who's in 3rd position in the AM category for car collection, he is also just completed, there he goes across the line actually, his 7th lap of that run. In the other categories, 991 Porsche Cup class, Duo Racing and NKPP Racing by Baz Cooten are battling out there. Dylan Pereira, the man with the background in Porsches here in the Middle East, I remember doing the commentary for him on him when he was competing in the Carrera Cup Middle East a couple of 3 years ago. So it's the 909 by 42 seconds from Harry Hildish in the NKPP car. That's the 991. Then the Profil Doors by Huber, Larry Tenforder. The Carrera Cup, the Super Cup champion, Larry Tenforder in the car. Then he should know how that car handles. The number 924 in 3rd position, but he's 8 minutes off the leading pair. GTX has been a race-long battle between 2 Lamborghini Huracans, not the GT3, of course. These are the Super Trofeos. Normally we see them in single make action, and it's ARC Bratislava with Zdeno Milolasco ahead by about 1 minute and 50 seconds over Gerhard Watzinger, who's been racing in IMSA the last few years. My timing screen's just reset and everything's disappeared. That's the Lightbird Motorsport car in 2nd place, and that's quite a long gap actually in GTX down to the next car, because they've all had problems. In fact, it's the Vortex in 3rd. Felipe Bonal is behind the wheel of that, but he's bazillion laps down on those 2. GT, all right, it's late or early. GT4, ST Racing and Pro Sport Racing, Nick Wittmer by 90 seconds, so that's the number 438 BMW. That's the one that you like, with the blue and kind of swirly vinyl on it, ahead of the bright orange Aston Martin number 401 from Pro Sport. That's the Konstantin Scholl driven car, and Adam Christodoulou hoving into view 3.5 minutes behind that for local team Dragon Racing in the Mercedes AMG GT4. That's the 488. Now let's get into the TCE categories. Top Car Sport, Benjamin Luchter for Cupra leads, 21st overall in that car as well. He's got a decent gap of couple of 3 laps now back to Autorama. Yasmin Preissig is still behind the wheel of that Volkswagen. That's number 112, and she's got 7.5 minutes and change on AC Motorsports number 188, which was running at the head of the field, but it's had a couple of little niggly problems. Mathieu Detré is in that car. They have had a brake change though, I think, but they've been down the pit lane 20 times, and we've got another code 60 at the moment, and that is, I think, for the 154 no, 154's got to be a TCR car, so it's a 154 car, I think, that's gone off. I'll let you check that one out for you. That was the QSR racing car, isn't it? Could be the Breukler.
Missing car, yeah. He is the missing car.
Right, thank you. So this is our now 10th full course purple. Where did I get to then? TCR we were talking about. So it's Top Car Autorama AC, and it's down. That is that very deceptive TCR car that the colour scheme makes it look like a BMW 2 Series. Yeah. They're down at turn 6 because the Bugatti shoes banners are behind it. So that's 6 into 7. He's gone off driver's left. That car's ground to a halt. TCR, so that, no, TCX then is the only one we haven't done. Anders Lund is driving the Cupra that Sally Racing had categorised as a TCX car, and they are leading Colin White, who is now in second for the recovering CWS Engineering, number 278, and is now 5.5 seconds ahead of PK Car Sport in their BMW Club Sport, the M2 machine. Sally Racing, what have we got? 8 minutes ahead at least of Colin. No, more than that. 23, 39, 18 minutes ahead of Colin, or 9 laps if you prefer. That's how they stand. We've clicked over another racing hour. There are 15 hours down and just under 9 hours to go on RS1 and across the RSL network of audio and video channels. It's the 2021 Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. So, Nick Damon, we're into the 10th code 60. It's going to work better for some than for others because quite a lot of people have just dived in. But I think Axel Jeffries came straight. No, he hasn't. He's done a couple of stops last time around. So, who have you seen come in?
Axel went in. He's come out.
Did.
He picked up.
Right. Okay.
So I think he picked up fuel. But interesting, Hubert Houghton didn't come in.
Right.
And Rolf Nykin actually. Hubert hasn't yet passed the pits. Rolf Nykin has. So Hubert, if he does actually score this time, he's obviously coming out as officially as late because of the code 60. So maybe he actually was right to do an entire lap to get round when the 60 was called. But he's waiting. Whereas Rolf Nykin definitely hasn't stopped. He's passed the pit lane. Obviously you haven't got to stop the first lap, you can stop the second lap, but Axel Jeffries has taken the advantage, even though, and probably now has sort of brimmed the tank on a 35-minute stint. But I don't think Hubert, who stopped just those few laps ago, is going to have enough room in the tank to act, and he has popped in, so Hubert has got into the pits. Now, looking at the combination of fuel and drive time, it might be sensible for HRT to change drivers.
Right. 2019 Thunderhill 25 hours, there were LMP3s.
Right.
And Tom Firth says he thinks there was a Pescarolo in 2019 at Thunderhill. I thought there'd been some pretty heavy P cars there, heavy performance-wise. McLaren into the pit lane.
And I'll set Tom a separate question. Did any of the P3s finish the 25 hours actually finish in a competitive state, not a walking wounded state? That's pushing the envelope of those machines. So the engines aren't stressed, of course, because they're big V8s not doing anything like they'd even do in a road car power-wise.
Emma Ladiman says, I'm mixing TF's Daytona and Asian Le Mans prep. Asian Le Mans series prep with watching the 24 hours and listening to you guys. I'll be in touch. Thank you.
Oh, hello. Oh, it's all getting very secret squirrel now, isn't it?
She says, how late I stay up for races is usually determined by the quality of the commentators. It's 10 minutes past 2. It's all out. Yeah, it's 10 past 2, and I've been in bed for 7 hours. Is all that she's going to know. Emma, that's very kind of you. Thank you. You know how to get in touch, I'm sure. Studio at radiolemans.com is probably the best place if you want to get in touch with us.
Van der Linde is coming from 4th, John. So the outlier is Rolf Nykin in the 3rd place. GRT Grasser team is not taking advantage of this code 60 at the moment. He will get a second chance because they're it takes 7-8 minutes to clear the cars. It's 2 times past the pits, but they're not. There's a big patch of cars also. You got Max Edelhoff stopped even though he'd just been in. Francois Perrodo stopped. Tim Muller in the car collection 88, so the 34 and the 88 car collection cars have stopped. The 83 Perrodo machine, and Ollie Milroy in the 72, the Inception Racing up to McLaren that's recovering still from the suspension damage it picked up 6 hours ago, John? 7 hours ago the McLaren broke down? At least.
Yeah, at least.
In 11th overall and 5th
and got a penalty for that as well, don't forget.
Those 10 seconds, yeah. They are now they're 19 minutes off 4th place because they are behind 4th place in the standings. But of course, they are several laps back, and it's 19 minutes. And I think they spent about half an hour in the pits. So they, ifs and buts, as they say, John, they would be without that accident. They would be significantly further forward, but that's easy to say.
So without that accident, there'd be pots and pans or me uncle. Is that what you're saying?
Basically, without that accident and going faster, they'd be winning.
Yeah. Can't fault your logic.
Logic is absolutely correct.
You can't argue with completely flawed logic, though, can you, really?
But I feel 11 minutes past 6 / 11 minutes past 2, it sounds better than it does most of the rest of the time.
The thing is, I always tend to start saying something and it sounds much better in my head before it comes out. I think there might be suspension damage, to that car that is being picked up at the moment that has caused our 10th intervention, or not intervention actually, the 154 that is what we're talking about, the Audi. Right rear, do we think? Yes, no? Not sure. Maybe I'm wrong.
Both those tyres all look inflated.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
That doesn't in any way eliminate suspension damage.
Tom Firth has accepted your challenge and run off into the distance at a speed that Usain Bolt couldn't catch him. He says the 2019 Thunderhill 25 Hours, the Ligier LMP3 finished second. They were 8 laps behind the winning Radical. I think that was a Radical SR8, if I remember rightly, Tom. A total of 664 laps for the Ligier. Apparently, there was also a Lola B1280 in the field. So when I said there was some pretty exciting prototypes in that, there certainly were. No wonder the LMP3s didn't feature as well as we thought, although that Ligier did come second. That's brilliant stuff. Thank you, Tom, for looking that up.
I'm surprised that's not become the receptacle for all the previous prototype challenge cars, the old Courages. What were they called? What was the model nomenclature of those machines that ran forever? Like 7 or 8 years in IMSA, and then prior to that there was a couple of special series in Europe as well for them.
Oh, you mean the prototype challenge cars, what used to be called...
they were Courage C45s, weren't they, at one point, but they were called something else.
Yeah, they ran in their own series in Europe on a very clever 2-compound tyre, which were concrete and mahogany. Yes, it was unbelievable. But you know what, though? What I will say from that, who did that give us? Think back. Who was a champion in that series? And when they were incorporated into the ELMS as a class, have a think. I'm going to leave that with you. See if you get it before the collective does. At RSL
I'm going to say one of 2 people. My first choice, I don't think has done well enough since, which is Bertrand Baguette. I'm sure he was racing them.
Right, okay. Who else we got?
The other one I'm going to say is Nico Lapierre.
No, you're going the wrong way. Think more of a gentleman driver who's become a little bit more than that. I'm going to leave that out there.
I'm going to have to, because that's going to really... Okay.
They effectively became the PC cars in the States, is the cars that Nick's talking about, but they started off as a single manufacturer championship prototype support series in Europe, and then they became incorporated in. They were, I think actually, they were Oricas rather than...
yes, but they were they were Oricas, but they were based on the Courage chassis, weren't they?
Yes, it had a many and varied life, that chassis. FLM09.
Oh, you've got it, yes.
No, I was helped by Luke Thomas. Formula Le Mans, it was called. That was what I couldn't
Formula Le Mans,
remember.
so 09. And we commentated on them from the old boxes at Silverstone.
At Silverstone, correct, on the final corner.
So was that the ILMC year, or was that just one of the earlier ELMS?
I think that it might... Oh, no, it was. I was going to say it might have been even IMSA coming over to the States with the ELMS. No, I think it was ILMC then. I think you're right. Now, I'm going to leave it out there. Who was the driver who came through those cars, who has since gone on to have a really good career? Gentleman driver. LC... Ooh, Zaita says, was it the LC70? I'm going to have to go back and look at that. I'm not good with car chassis and things like that. So who was the driver who has made a very good career, who came out of being a champion in that category of cars when it was in the ELMS?
Don't know, because
You'll know as soon as as soon as I tell you.
Tell me then. Go on. What was it?
No, I'm going to wait. I'm going to see if the collective pick it up as well.
Well, they'll know.
They will.
Are you talking about the actual Formula Le Mans Cup or as a support series?
No, I'm talking about when they were incorporated in as a category within the ELMS. Before there were such things as LMP3s, they ran as a secondary category to LMP2s, and there is a driver with a double-barreled name. There you go. I'm helping you out a little.
Helmar Hansen.
No, I went for the wrong one.
I didn't.
He was. Now, in fairness, he did do that. He did do that, but that's not the answer on the card.
Oh, flipping it! I have actually.
Maybe somewhat French.
Double barrel with French. Oh no! That sounds stupid. I can't think of this.
Don't worry. I'm going to leave this now.
Interestingly, I have other bit of information about this because I was trying to cheat in the wrong way,
right?
And I've got the results of the 2009 Formula Le Mans Cup.
Right.
That championship was won by somebody competing in this race.
Really?
Yep.
Was that the first year of the Cup?
Only year. It turned out to be 2009.
Yes, that's right. So we commentated on that.
September the 11th and September the 13th at Silverstone.
Right.
I'll give you some names of people who aren't the winner but did well. Matthias Besch came third. Natasha Geschang was in it. Dominic Kreihammer was racing. Luke Hines raced in the 2009 championship. Maxime Martin raced as well. But the winner
was Nico Verdonk.
Taking part. You're right. Well done.
No, I looked it up.
Well done.
I looked it up. Frank Lacoste did a race as well in that. It sort of looked. It was a support series for the Le Mans series, and they raced at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, of course, and it was the FLM09 spec prototype. So that very, very interesting. It's a shame it didn't carry on in that form, but then of course they went on to. I'm sure that that was the car that went on to become the prototype challenge car. Eventually,
yeah, and that's where it was successful. It didn't really work as a support series. I'm not sure whether it was a cost or it was, but it did. But once it got incorporated as part of the main multi-class race,
we've got a winner. Paul Luke Chattand. Luke Thomas is absolutely right. Came right through the ladder system. Well done, Luke. Very, very good.
Yes, he is. Actually, I don't think he was a gentleman driver. That's why.
No, because he's not now. But he started off as it, paid his own way. Hello to Hordy, says, great to see so many women drivers active in motorsport, and particularly endurance motorsport. Inspired me to learn to drive a stick, and part of the reason I got rid of my CVT and bought a 6-speed manual last year. Not easy to find in the US. What I want to know, Hordy, is what 6-speed manual that you bought. Nothing wrong with the CVT.
Mini.
Constable.
Minis do 6-speed manual. I'm gonna say now. I think a Mini, because Minis do 6-speed manuals. A lot of BMWs do. So yeah, okay. BMW. I think it's a BMW or a Mini. I'm just guessing on this one, but I think a BMW or a Mini.
I think you can still get Audis with manual boxes in the States. You can certainly get a special order Aston Martin in the States, but Hoodie, if you've got the Aston Martin, very good.
Then you're probably racing.
I had the only one in the States for a glorious weekend at Petit Le Mans one year. Do you remember that? The convertible.
Well, I always remember we rolled into Petit Le Mans the first time you had your own parking space. I thought it was pretty impressive at a track.
With your own
magnetic names. Well, I didn't expect that, to be honest. I can tell you now.
Hody, I need to know what car you've got. Fraulein at Fraulein Hody _ she is.
Oh no,
Let's
we already know
so
what
now that
car
might be something German. As you said, could be a BMW, could be an Audi, could be a Mini, Volkswagen, maybe. Golf. I bet they'd still do Golf with a 6-speed box.
Yeah, they might do actually. Yeah, because it isn't obviously in the UK it's just the CVT, isn't it? You get. Yeah, I mean it's interesting because the stick shift, the manual gearbox is almost a sign of motoring superiority within the States. It shows you have the love of the pure car, whereas in the UK now we're all rushing to automatics, aren't we? Because we all learned sticks, and all drove.
No, but
manual.
it's interesting. It seems to go through phases for me. For a long time, we didn't have. Well, I had my Sunbeam. I suppose I still had the Sunbeam, but classic cars are put to one side. It wasn't a daily, and everything that we had on the fleet, my car, Eve's car, at the time, I think, and manufacturers' cars that came that we were doing tests on were almost always DSG or slush boxes, and then in fact even when I leased the Jeep as our logistics car, that was a ZF box actually in the Cherokee. That was a very good automatic box actually.
That ZF box.
Everybody uses them, and then oddly we've drifted back. So now we've got 3 stick shift cars, and the only car that isn't a stick shift is a DSG, which is the Seat Ibiza, that is now our logistics car, which used to be my dad's, the little Ibiza estate car, the station wagon.
That's DSG, is it?
Yeah, 7-speed DSG.
I thought the box was a DSG. I didn't realize the box was a stick.
No. It's the responsible adult. No, all of the Porsches are 3-pedal cars.
All of the Porsches, yes, the entire phalanx of Porsches.
How many Porsches do you need, Nick?
Well, I need none, though I wouldn't say no to a Taycan, to be honest.
The answer to how many Porsches do you need?
I wouldn't say no to a late 928 either. Very happy to have one of those.
The answer to the question.
Sorry, go.
The answer to the question, how many Porsches do you need, is just one more.
I see.
That is always the answer.
To the question. Isn't that the same answer to how many Maseratis do you need?
Well, probably.
Just 2 more, because one's in the garage.
So we were massively wrong. Hody has got a Toyota Corolla hatchback 6-speed. Well done to find that.
Oh, okay.
Todd Kessler.
I am fabulously surprised.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
You can get that.
You've gone out your way to find that. I'm a USA type person, says Todd. I drive a 6-speed. All right, it's only a 2008.
Okay.
But it's a 6-speed. Oh no, but hang on, wait till you find out what it is. It's not just a 6-speed with 3 pedals. It's a rotary, because he's got an RX-8. A 2008 RX-8. Respect, Todd. Respect.
He's got an RX-8 and several pints of oil in the boot.
Not nowhere near as bad as they used to be, and there's all kinds of conversions you can do on the tips. And do you know, Mazda are bringing back a rotary engine as a range extender in one of their electric vehicles.
That makes sense, because it's quiet and it's very smooth. That's a good idea.
I mean,
the thing about the rotary engines, the rotary engine actually is a really, really good idea, but you had initially 2, and there were only 1 company investing in it. If you had the whole of the automotive industry investing in it, if you look at the small incremental gains they made with changing the fuel cycles and everything else over the past 30 years, it would have worked. It just needed that massive multi-investment, because if one company got the rotary to where they got it to, think what would have happened if everyone had gone for it.
The other thing that is massively underdeveloped is 2-stroke. There was a massive Ford program about 15 years ago, maybe a bit more now, about making clean 2-strokes, and with the advances in metered fuel injection and things like that, and valve technology, the sort of gains that they could make on 2-strokes was extraordinary. And Ford also did a whole load of work on lean burn normal petrol gasoline engines for emissions purposes, which then all got blown out the water when California decided to go the catalytic converter route, which is fine if your ambient temperature sits above about 8 or 9 degrees Celsius all the time. But if it's below that, catalytic converters are extremely inefficient, actually cost you fuel mileage, and don't do what they're supposed to do, which is take the rubbish out the air. Mine, we've moved on to petrol or gasoline and diesel particulate filters now, so that's moved on. And Bosch have got the really clever recycled exhausts now, so that for diesel particularly, but it works as well for petrol, particulates now are just simply, with this reburn technology that they've got, simply just not an issue. Not an issue.
But the problem is, then don't forget we've got the development of the Camless engine within Koenigsegg, which is apparently producing incredible results. You've had a lot of work over the years in variable compression engines, but all of this is for now because we've been decreed we have to be electric in 15 years' time, which to me is it's ridiculous.
In 8 years' time in the UK.
It's virtue signalling, which doesn't make any sense because the money.
It's only new cars, mate. We can still run around in your TR4. It'll be fine as long as we can get fuel.
Well, we'll be fine for our lifetimes. I'm not sure beyond that.
Matt Guest on this says, my Fiesta is a 6-speed. I remember the first time I visited Europe, I was amazed at the amount of normal people driving manual cars. Not normal people.
It's all of us.
Yeah, very good. And Todd Askley has come back, and that's the RX-8 owner, has said, yeah, you're absolutely right. There is a quart of oil in the trunk, in the boot.
The thing is, if you think about it, right, if you learn to drive in America, your first experience was a big lazy V8, learner car with an automatic transmission, which is probably all right, felt quite relaxing and made it easy to drive. If you wanted to drive an automatic in the UK, you started with a mini auto 850, which couldn't pull the skin off a rice pudding and
Have you ever driven? I don't think there was a mini 850. I think you had to have a 1,000.
Was it 1 litre? Was it 1 litre auto?
Yeah.
But they're all
I drove a mini.
Autos.
I drove a mini auto. I mean, some of the cars that I've driven down through the years, even with bigger engines, I had a lovely 4-litre straight 6 Jaguar XJ6 Sport, which Bradley ran around in for a while as well. But even that, I think, was only a 4-speed automatic. But it was an automatic. But that's the sort of magic carpet car I don't mind having to be honest, I don't mind having an automatic or a manual now, and I never seem to notice which one I'm in. It just, we jump in and out of so many cars, don't we, in our line of work, and I mean, normally we I nip outside, and I'll do it again in the next break. I'm going to nip outside and have a sleep in an uncomfortable rented SUV, small SUV that I've got in specially for the weekend, just to make me feel more at home for this broadcast. But no, you sort of jump in and out. Somebody was asking me about left-hand drive versus right-hand drive the other day. Well, I drive left-hand drive when we abroad all the time, but I had a couple of Nissan Pathfinders here in the UK that were left-hand drive. One was manual, one was automatic. Get used to it. You get used to it. You can get used to anything if you put your mind to it, don't you?
Anything, the car's free, absolutely, 100%.
Always the right price.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I think it's we do drive, well, not the last 12 months, but we do drive all sorts of things all around the world, and it's it makes it very easy when you go from left to right to auto to manual. You still make the mistake occasionally. I still make the mistake occasionally of getting in a manual and forgetting to put the clutch down when you come off a motorway junction.
Well, you know why that is nowadays, though?
Punches back.
Because current anything modern has got such great torque now that you forget about it. When I first started riding the 1600 BMW rather than the 6-cylinder bike, the 1650 that I've got now, rather than the Boxer Twins, it had just so much elastic band type torque that you'd get on it, and I remember in the first 3 or 4 months that I was riding it, it was quite embarrassing sometimes, because you'd get it going, slick up through the gears, you'd be into 6 by 30 miles an hour, so you'd ride along, and if I was riding down to London, down the motorway, cruise control on, yeah, happy, and then get inside the M25, roll up to the first set of traffic lights, and forget you weren't actually on a twist and go scooter. And it dip the clutch. Yeah, okay. Still under code 60, by the way, which is why Nick Damon and me, John Hindhaugh, are not talking about things on the track.
Also-
We'll finish off this one. I have a 6-speed manual diesel Volvo V70, says Zaita. Excellent.
And I'm going to finish it off with look at me, my memory is working. 1967 to 1968, the Austin Mini Automatic was an 850.
Oh, was it? You're right then. I'd have lost money on that.
It
literally couldn't go up a hill though. I remember driving one on Ross-on-Wye. I drove a maroon one in Ross-on-Wye, which I thought was a 1 litre, but maybe it was only an 850. It had been owned by King Hussein of Jordan, this car. And it
What?
This is an absolutely true story. I had a 1.3 Avenger at the time. I drove down to Ross-on-Wye and ended up, long circuitous story which nobody needs to know. Ended up, I was the person who was going to drive this Mini home because I hadn't been drinking. So it wouldn't, with 3 people in it, not very big people, it wouldn't go up a hill. I was thinking we're going to have to get out and push this because the torque converter didn't have any torque to convert into forward motion, and it had been this absolutely true. The previous person on the logbook was His Royal Highness the King Hussein of Jordan. It had been one of his London cars. It was a beautiful non-standard dark maroon colour with a black roof, a black gloss black roof. Non-standard leather interior and a beautiful wooden picket dashboard. Only those people of our age will understand how lovely this car was. And it had little mini light wheels on, but it was an automatic, and they had that really strange looking automatic lever that came out of the floor and looked like if you touched it you would actually break it off in your hands with the T-bar on the top. Do you remember those?
Oh yeah.
And a nice little thick motor litre steering wheel. We still got some clear up going on, by the way, which is why we're talking about our automotive pasts. Looks like we're getting closer to getting this back underway. We've already been under
do you know how much power at the wheels an early Mini had?
28 minutes we've had. 49 horsepower.
No, by the time it got to the wheels it had 14 horsepower. Because it only had about 30 to begin with. It's still tiny engines, and of course the losses during the gearbox. I was chatting to one of the guys who's actually the technical guy for EFRA, and he used to tune rally minis in the early mid 60s, and he said one of the biggest things you could do was work on the gearbox to reduce the losses, because it was just it was very innovative and sitting down the sump and everything else, but it wasn't exactly cut for performance. And he said, you could find several horsepower just by making the gearbox work properly or work smoothly.
Interestingly, though, as we get the first vestiges
that's a beautiful shot.
Etruscan orange in the sky,